Ladies and gentlemen from all around the world, it is my honor to welcome you to the 2022 PUBG Mobile Global Championship League. My name is Contra, your host for the entirety of Week 1, as we'll begin our group stages here in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. And before we kick off with all of these amazing chicken dinners to come, it's my pleasure to also welcome some of these players to be speaking to us before we begin our very first match of the day. And here, alongside with me, I will be welcoming our team from Southeast Asia, Bigatron Red Aliens. First, welcome back to Malaysia. This has been a couple of times, and this could be your very first time, Misery, as you are now joining alongside with the rest of the team. So, first of all, Misery, I really want to ask you this. How do you feel about the very first day now that you guys are competing in Group Red?
Selamat datang di Malaysia dan bagaimana sekarang saya ingin bertanya kepada kamu, bagaimana rasanya kamu ada di hari pertama dalam pertandingan hari ini?
Buat hari ini, gue sendiri sama tim ngerasanya excited ya. Kita pengen coba bawa bring back RA spirit dulu lah. Semoga kita bisa memberikan yang terbaik dan lolos ke grand final di Jakarta nanti.
So actually me, myself and also the team, we are really excited to be here, and also we want to bring RA back, and also we are also so excited, and we want to get our spirit, and we also want to give our best in here.
And of course, we know that even back in the days, you guys have been able to not only qualify for global finals, you have been able to win the PMCO Global Championship overall. Now, what does it mean to you that the grand finals is finally coming back to your hometown in Jakarta? And is there a lot of pressure for you to qualify?
Oke, seperti yang kita tahu bahwa kamu sudah mengikuti banyak sekali kompetisi dan juga sudah memenangkan banyak sekali kompetisi. Dan apa yang kamu rasakan kalau nanti kalian masuk ke final dan kalian akan bawa itu pulang ke rumah kalian sendiri, yaitu negara kalian?
Mungkin yang bisa gue bilang sekarang, kita sangat-sangat pingin dulu lolos ke grand final. Terus kalau kita emang bisa bawa pulang piala itu balik lagi ke Indo, mungkin ya itu hari-hari yang sangat bahagia lah di hidup kita berlima. Also coaching staff and manager.
So actually we are actually so happy, and also we are also trying to give our best to get into the grand final, and also it will be the best moment in our life if actually we can get actually the award for ourselves, and also it will be such a very big, huge happiness for us, for the team, and also for the manager, and also for the coach, of course.
Well, of course, that's a lot of great words from you, Misery. Now, I really want to ask you this. Since we're going to be starting in the group stages, there's a lot of amazing teams that are also together with you guys here, where you guys are competing with. Only the top three teams will be going into the grand finals. So, is there any teams that you see to be really tough opponents here that you're starting off in Group Red?
Kita tahu bahwa nanti kalian akan berkompetisi dengan tim-tim yang juga luar biasa secara global. Nah, tim mana yang menurut kamu itu yang paling berat?
Semuanya sama aja sih, cuman mungkin kita lebih ke prepare ke tim-tim yang recently dapat hasil yang lumayan bagus ya. Kayak mungkin Infinity, gitu aja sih paling.
Oh well, so far actually all the teams are the same thing, but then maybe we are actually we'll be more focusing on like the recent strongest one, which is Infinity.
I see, and of course they have been the champions of Southeast Asia, and also there's a lot of other teams like Big Bug Galaxy. I know that you guys been able to do it before, so I definitely wish you guys all the best. Now, I really want to hear from your thoughts overall. What are like some of the challenges that you have faced throughout this year itself?
Oke, so semoga sukses nanti untuk kompetisinya. Tapi untuk kamu sendiri, apa sih tantangan kamu sejauh ini?
Sejauh ini mungkin kita ya naik turun lah ya awal-awal, karena ini juga baru kan aku di sini. Terutama kita mungkin kemarin fase turunnya waktu kita nggak lolos sih ya. Cuman ya semoga kita bisa balik lagi ngebuktiin kalau kita emang layak main di PMGC kali ini.
Well, as we know that actually we have been through ups and downs, and also I'm quite new here. So well, hopefully we can get back up all together.
All right, that's great. And of course, do you have any words that you really want to say to everyone else competing here in Group Red, and also to the world who's currently watching the PUBG Mobile Global Championship League?
Oke, ada nggak sih yang ingin disampaikan untuk semua yang berkompetisi di sini dan juga untuk seluruh dunia yang menonton kalian?
Ya hati-hati aja sama kita because kita amat sangat bahaya.
Okay, just be careful with us because we are dangerous.
All right, I love the confidence. And of course, thank you so much, Misery, for joining us with this interview. Now, we won't keep you guys waiting for far too long as the match will be coming to your way. So, of course, with that being said, let's kickstart our first chicken dinner here as we will begin our matches. Let's pass it back to our casters and let's have a good time.
Bye.
Thousands of teams from around the world have been competing to get to the point where we're currently at here in the PUBG Mobile season, but only 48 can make it to here, and this is the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2022. From this, only a few get to play in the finals over in January, but we're all excited to see which teams can get there, which teams can just survive here in this group stage. I'm Jason Kapp, and I'm your host, and I'm joined by two handsome gentlemen, one more handsome than the other, though I'm not going to tell you which one that is. We have Maxman and Sandstorm, the first time here, join us on the English stream. You know what, Max? I always talk to you, so let's talk to Sandstorm. How you doing, man? First time here. Good to have you. Looking great, looking fly. A little bit less beer than our usual suspect we have.
A little bit less beer, but thank you very much, Jason. I'm very excited, very happy to be here, and I'm looking forward to all the action that's going to unfold in front of us in the next couple of weeks.
Oh yeah, a lot of action happening with 4 weeks in total here, Max, but these groups are not looking easy whatsoever, and for only 3 teams to get through right away into the finals, it's going to be a bloodbath to see who can qualify and who has to go to that last stage.
I mean, this is going to be the most intense PMGC we've ever had in PUBG Mobile Esports, right? You have 48 teams and only a few of those will be able to make it into the finals, so not many slots are available, and the level of competition is the highest it's ever been before, so I'm really hyped to see how it's going to run out.
Yeah, and of course, you guys at home need to stay up to date what's going on in the PUBG Mobile world. We have a ton of social media channels you can follow, even us as well, which I don't think we complain about too much, and maybe some sick memes coming up later on as well. Make sure you guys hit all those as well. Gentlemen, I mean, as we're about to get into today, things are going to be very tough for all of these teams, right? This is going to be the hardest battle I think any of these teams have ever had. And I know you can say, well, you look at like Bigatron, they've been here before, they're used to the pressure, but every year the pressure gets more and more difficult for them. So it's going to be hard for them to maintain this kind of level of pace. But I want to give a big shout out before we do dive into that to Sony for the Sony Xperia 1.4 and the Xperia Stream. Made in collaboration with professional esports players. And the Xperia Stream, you can play PUBG Mobile on 90 hertz with its total cooling system and its multiple ports for intensive gaming and streaming. And also where all the players are here, Pullman, Kuala Lumpur, Bangsar, our world is amazing. And I'm glad to have these guys on board. I'm sure the players are enjoying the lounges as well. Those lucky guys as we're sitting here at home trapped in a tiny box. But yeah, sorry, it's going to get way difficult here for all of these teams. And as we take a look at our schedule, we can talk about this because it is tough. 4 days of play here to make top 3 to get into the finals, and then the last chance survival stage. It's going to be difficult for any seasoned team out there.
Yeah, I think the way I described it, and I think that you also agreed, Sandstorm, to describe this PMGC is the most unforgiving group stage of PMGC ever in PUBG Mobile esports history. Because of course you got your group stage, only the top 3 best teams of each respective group will go directly to the finals, and if you don't make it then of course from 4th to 11th place you're going to go through the survival stage, and you got so many teams that are going to be in that stage to qualify is going to be extremely hard. So if you want to qualify, the best time to do it is in these group stages at the very start. If you don't make it there, surviving the survival stage is going to be a real tough one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
very
really
true.
is.
Go ahead, Sandstorm. I want to hear your thoughts about it.
Listen, when it comes to the groups, I'm focused very much on, obviously, like week 1, red group. These guys are going to be the first teams to qualify to the finals. So I feel like that's going to give them maybe a little bit of an advantage over the other teams, over the other groups. Gives them more time to prepare for the grand finals. Gives them more time to prepare themselves and study the competition a little bit more and more.
Yeah, and speaking of teams here, Max, just dive into some of them. This is going to be a tough group. I know it's not necessarily your toughest group, in your opinion, but I don't think any group's going to be easy.
I mean, as you said, like every group is going to be tough, of course. This is not Group Green, but Group Red has got some big contenders like BTR, of course, coming in here. They've got some new blood in the team. Really hyped to see if they can actually perform. And Mad Bulls, who just finish extremely well in the European Championship, potentially can perform well. But LGD is going to be the one I'm scared of in Group Red.
Of course, you're going to get LGD in there. I knew you were going to say it.
I had
And if
to
you
at the
didn't,
end,
I
yeah.
was going to make fun of you. But like, looking at Group Green, I mean, we have the reigning champions, Nova, in there. I don't know, 4 days of play, man. Nova have those weird weeks where they just don't perform, and yet they still perform when it comes to finals. What do you think, Sandstorm? This is going to be a tough group.
I mean, this is what happened with the last 2 years when it came to the PMGC. They had a very lackluster week 1, week 2, week 3 they come in strong when it comes to the super weekends, and then they just make it to the finals and completely demolish everyone. But this time around, 4 days, 24 games, it's gonna be a little bit different. So very curious to see how they're gonna be able to perform against the other squads, considering we all agree Group Green is the group of death. 100%.
And Group Yellow as well. I mean, I have to give a big shout out here. Team Falcon's the best team in the world, according to a certain analyst. I just had to bring that up. But also, you know, Max, I'm happy to see 4 Angry Men back. I know it's not the exact same roster we had before, but we got to see them back in, what was it, 2019? Or is that like, no, it was 2020, right? Like when COVID just began. And we were massively surprised at how dominating that team was.
Yeah, I mean, they showed it. They can still compete here in the PL. They were able to qualify, so great stuff on for Angry Men. But there's no Sook, so that does make me cry a little bit inside. I want to see Sook back at PMGC at some point in time. But also, we got HC, aka like kind of the old Zeus. Sure, it's not the exact same roster, but you've seen Ziol coming back. You've seen Icy, Godless are back on board. It feels like we just went back in time. You still have DRS also. Like, this is going to be absolutely insane. This group stage is going to be mental. And Group Yellow has got also some very big contenders here for the title. So every group is looking stacked, but every group is not Group Green.
It's the best team in the world, according to me. The Infinity.
Oh, yeah.
Probably to get my predictions every single time. I mean, this team we saw be so dominating in the past, and obviously, like the lineup they have as well here, Sandstorm, is just filled with heavy hitters. But the thing for me is looking back at last year, looking at the year and how it's adapted and changed, you don't know what's going to happen going into PMGC. You don't know if they're going to be able to compete against all the international teams we have, bringing their own play style, bringing their own strategies, their own levels of skill. The Infinity, I mean, again, no team it's going to be an easy way through, but for the Infinity, I feel like they do have a target on their back.
Look, Infinity, those guys, they're the kings of consistency as far as I can see, from their previous performances in PMGC and from what they've been able to do throughout the last couple of months as well in their own region. Now, these guys were able to get, 6 out of their, I think actually rather 10 out of their 18 games in their previous SEA championship were in the top 6. They managed to get a couple of top 2s, a couple of top 4s as well. So very good performance, even when we look back to PMGC 2021, but they were always middle of the pack. And again, we have to remind everyone, this format, only the top 3 of each week will be making it to the finals. So they need to do a little bit more if they want to qualify and guarantee themselves a spot in the PMGC Grand Finals.
You hear me right now. Don't even worry about the Infinity. They're going to make it through here. I'm calling it right now. Now, STG as well, a team we have to look at. We got to see them, Max, just a few weeks ago in the European Regionals. Yeah, they placed like 4th, but they were already qualified anyways based off PMGC points. So it looked like they were just having a little bit of fun. Weren't necessarily trying too hard, but we can't underestimate that blonde hair buff.
I was about to bring it up. Like, you got 2 players now with that blonde hair. I'm like, that is the PUBG Mobile player buff right there. Okay, we saw Carrillo have it in the past and it worked out wonders for him, and now it's going to be happening for STG potentially. And the thing is, as you said, in the championship, in the European Championship, they didn't really have anything to fight for, but now they have to fight for that top 3 position in this group, in Group Red, to make it to the finals. So STG is going to go real try-hard mode here.
Sandstorm, you got to talk about these boys on the screen because you were just covering them as well. For me, fantastic to see Kayovsky and Federal back from the Loops days here back in PMGC. I'm so happy to see them return. And I think you were even saying before that Federal is like one of the best players, if not the best player in the region, in your opinion.
Definitely one of the strongest ones, and I definitely want to see what he's going to be able to do against some of the best teams in the world. And in today's matches, I mean, you're talking about Little Boy and Federal, who played together for Rise Esports in PMGC 2021. You have, of course, Federal, Golden, and Kayovsky, who were together on Loops in 2020. Talking about the back-to-back America's champions. And I know, listen, it's America's, but still, these guys are a dominating force, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to be able to take on Week 1 in this competition.
Well, we can see here the schedule coming up today, and Maxman, you said this is the pinnacle of perfection when it comes to maps. Talk me through it.
There's only one thing missing, is a Vikendi, but you know what? I'm asking for too much right now. But we start with Erangel, you close off the day with Erangel, also got one in the middle, and you only have one Sanhok and 2 Miramars. It's like, it's the best map rotation you could have in this kind of tournament, and of course that means if you are dominant on Erangel, you're going to be in a great position right out of the gate. So if you can dominate on that map, you're going to be good to go.
Yeah, and normally when we look at events, when it comes to, I guess, the culmination of regions, we typically can see some feeder teams, we'll call it, but I'm not quite sure we're going to have any feeder teams when it comes to PMGC because each team is going to be the best from each region. But you too have actually picked some teams to watch here going into this first match, and honestly, I can't say I'm surprised with Max's picks with how much he's been talking LGD up. However, both of you only got one prediction correctly, and that was the Infinity by Maxman.
Yes, it is the only one that you can pick because, you know, Jason, you're not allowed to have a team to watch. I was like, you know what, I'll pick one for you. It's going to be the Infinity. It's fine. And Infinity also, I put this team as easily one of the top 3s of Group Red. I think that if there's a team that can directly go to the Grand Finals, it will be Infinity. And LGD, let's not forget, this is their first international debut, right? First time they're playing outside of their home region. And seeing what they've been doing in PL when it comes to how they rotate around the map, how good they take fights, I really think if they bring even the small amount of that skill to PMGC, they can go the entire way. So LGD is so scary, and with teams like Nova especially, like China can dominate once again.
Well, Sandstorm, looking at your teams to watch, a little bit unorthodox with some of your picks. One of them off the bat, I'm going to go with R8, actually. Kind of surprised to see them in top 3. Why did you decide to choose them?
I think they have a lot of international experience. I mean, we've seen what they've been able to do last year in PMPL, MENA and SA. They managed to be crowned champions for that tournament. They have a lot of experience against those teams. And this year, they've kind of been struggling just a tiny bit because they've always been getting so close to that first place, but then just get stolen in the last couple of games. They managed to get second place in MEA Fall, in Arabia Fall for 2022. And when we look at PMGC for 2021 as well, they didn't qualify to the Grand Finals just because of 3 points. And of course, that last game just ran away from them. So I think this time around, they're going to be able to change things up and maybe even qualify from the first week.
Okay, well, Max, what's your thoughts on that then? Because we got to see R8 over at PMWI just a few months back. And personally, I wasn't super impressed, to be honest. I was actually more impressed by Team Falcons, to be completely honest with you at the time. What's your thoughts?
I think that R8, when it comes to it, they are a great local team. Like when it comes to the MENA region, MEA region, they dominate, right? They're one of the best teams out there, hands down, no issue there. What I think they lack is international experience. And I think that especially them playing in PMWI, sure, it was the after-party showdowns. It was very different from what we're going to have here. But that is great training for them to have an idea of like how things go on the bigger international stage, right? And with teams such as Enigma Galaxy that already played at that high level and done so well last PMGC, I think that we can have high expectations for R8 this season, and especially Ida is one of the top players in the region. I love how he plays in general, so I think R8 can actually do pretty well here. Maybe not be top 3 of the group, but at least go in the survival stage. I think there's a big chance of that happening.
Well, I mean, R8 and Enigma Galaxy both had a massive point discrepancy between them and third place when it came to points from the Arabia region, so they were pretty safe and clean to get through. But Enigma Galaxy is one of those teams, as we obviously mentioned them, that is kind of a conundrum to me because they placed so high last year at PMGC. They were such a surprise, I believe 3rd overall. And yet this year hasn't felt like that Enigma Galaxy has carried over that momentum from PMGC last year into 2022 and made it work for them.
Yeah, and not only that, with the massive change that we're going to have in their tournament style, specifically with Sanhok, I guess the map that they used the most to get the most amount of points in PMGC 2021. You're talking about when we're looking at the finals of the PMGC, 50% of their points came from the 3 games in Sanhok. 25% of their points from the East League finals were also from Sanhok only. So many second places, so many placement points by the end of the tournament, but it's not going to be available this time around. So how are you going to cope? How are you going to adapt?
Yeah, there have been some zone changes, at least when it comes to Sanhok. Killing off in the blue, not going to be as possible. So get out of here, Roof. We're not going to see you there anymore. But it's still going to be difficult anyways for all of these teams to make some adjustments to obviously the lobby, to the teams they're playing against, but also the zones and how they're going to change. I'm curious to see how teams like Tron will do, because again, they've been here back to back to back, and yet they've kind of underperformed when we wanted to see them excel, not able to show up as we've seen before. But I believe, though, it is time to head to our commentators for our very first match of the day. We have John Allen and Blank waiting on the sidelines here to head over to them to kick things off.
Thank you very much. We're into game number 1 of the PMGC. Blank, we're here finally. We've been waiting all year, and it's just come to pass, and we are ready and raring to go.
That we are, we're going to get into the games over on our angle, Miramar, Sanhok, our angle, Miramar, our angle again. It's a long, long day ahead of us. We've got some interesting things going on today. Obviously, heading over towards Group Red today. We'll be making sure we get all the way through this. We do have our survival stage coming up as well. Also, top 3 teams will be heading towards Grand Finals. I think it's 4th down towards 11th will pass through towards that survival stage. But those last 3, in a bit of a world of hurt, but we can talk about that closer towards the end of the week here, John, because right now we do need to kick off our first game and see who exactly will take home their first chicken dinner of PMGC.
Yeah, that air angle is right around the corner. I can see those timers at the top of the screen, Blank. They are counting down. I'm so excited for this to all kick off here in Group Red for the first of it all. Are you looking, did the analysts had their teams to watch? Are you looking at any specific teams, beyond what they were talking about potentially? Obviously, they talked about like BTR. We had Sandstorm talking about RA. It's his favorite team, I hear, but we're going to be getting into this one. Are you looking at anyone as your front runner in this group?
I was actually still want 4 rivals to get something done here, do something well. I'm a little bit worried for them, honestly. Came to the World Invitational. I was pretty excited for them coming to that with Voki as well as Jumper heading into the team, actually giving them a bit of an oomph there. They had their 3rd place over in the Fall 22 PMPL. But coming out of Southeast Asia Championship, only a 10th place there, so a little bit awkward for 4 rivals. Hopefully they can improve on that coming into the future, but it is a team that I'd like to do well, considering we can consistently see them in these big tournaments, but we're always like, 4 rivals aren't going to do so well, and it's Max's least favourite team, I hear. But yeah, I think they have potential. It's not coming quite through yet. I think there are a couple of teams here, John, though. S2G as well as Manpools. A little bit of a rivalry going on here from Western Europe. We are now heading over towards our angle to start our day off.
Certainly are. We're going to be seeing how these regions all start to stack up against each other for the first time in quite a long time at this scale, Blank. We had PMWI earlier this year, which drew from a couple of the region pools, but this really is the culmination where it is the metal to be tested for each of the front runners from each of those regions. So they're coming into this one to break new ground. Plane path starting up northwest, heading down towards the Sosnovka military base. It's a kind plane path to start things off.
Yeah, very easy. Mostly this western side of the map will be open here. Obviously, eastern side should be easy enough to get to with school, apartments, Pachinki in the way here. Lots of vehicles in that area to pick up and head over towards maybe Yans, Prison, Lipovka, maybe even down towards Milta, but we'll have to wait and see should that happen. Novo, obviously, as well as Sosnovka, is open to real soldiers. One of the teams does head here very, very often throughout most tournaments, already heading on over towards this position on the map. With this plane path as well, they should have a fairly clear idea that the eastern bridge should be open. This will require them to loot a little bit quicker though, and then estimate where this first circle will be hitting, John.
Hasn't hit just yet, but it will be only a matter of time on the west coast. Looks like it's going to be fairly empty. The Gatka split there. Circle heavy south. Could it be a first circle military on the first game? That'd be kind of crazy. I feel like we might be in for it.
I mean, I'd love to see it. I mean, it'd be a great way to start off PMGC. Obviously, you can go follow all our social channels to make sure you keep up to date, because we do have more groups in the future going from week 2 to week 3. Obviously, a lot of you guys most likely would like to be tuning in for Group Green, which is one hell of a group to watch. But Group Red's still got it in them. Effect, though, drops out the vehicle, doesn't have anything to work with, and Chicken will move off from MTech Storm. And take potentially some shots. AKM would have a hell of a weapon to make it happen, but Skills has got one of his own. Sends back bullets, and that is Chicken packing.
He's going to be sent right on to the butchers there. Monkey rolls up, Effect, dropped off. See you later after school, son. Tell me how you got on. Got a point, mum. Oh, fantastic.
That'll do. First point of the tournament as well. So PMGC kicking off with a bang, and I mean, me and you are big fans of Mad Bulls anyway, considering we commentated them for quite some time there, going from PMPL Western Europe all the way through to the championships itself, in which they took that championship home. Obviously, it was not as easy of a road as it was for them in Western Europe, but they certainly pulled out all the stops towards the end there. IA, over on this side of Military Island, will be looking to keep themselves well situated down there.
Yeah, as you were saying, Mad Bulls 3rd place in their region, right, which isn't really indicative of their performance in their earlier regional stages, but that is how it goes, obviously being beaten out by HVVP and Fireflux, but they are the top representative from the region in this group, so that's why we're looking.
It was certainly one hell of a crazy tournament as well, John, in that championship, with HVP taking home all the prize pool, all the money, and all the glory as well. But I think that definitely was a HVP style, right? You know, in those short form tournaments, they can certainly bring out the fire that they need to. And unfortunately, with Mad Bulls, although they're a very consistent team, very good over long form tournaments, I think HVP just really had that extra oomph in them to send them all the way. Plus, there being a lot on the line for HVP to make it through to the PMGC. For Mad Bulls, this felt more or less like a cruise for them, which is okay. Absolutely fine. They'll take it. This was their one chance of getting to PMGC, and they're through now, so happy days.
Speaking of cruising, S2G, right? This is a team that you would expect. Oh, hang on a minute. I'll put that on hold. Crash over on the Western Bridge. Blanca run down as well, as S2G are caught in this conflict. Hamzy the only one to go down so far. And it looks like they might be able to pick this one back up as well. Silas low, but not out of it just yet. Kelsey looks for the flushes. S2G, it looks like, hey, Blank, look at this. It's Europe coming in strong at the start of PMGC, the European region. Obviously, S2G coming through from the Turkish region, and then qualifying not through, this was my point I was going to make, not through the European Championships. They qualified through PMGC points. They didn't make the cut into the top, well, it would have been top 3 or top 4 if they'd have made it there, but they were down in 6th in their region. So this is a team that is maybe got a little bit more to prove. So it's good to see them taking confident fights, crossing that bridge.
Yeah, I think that honestly, that kind of fight is more or less indicative of how S2G plays. They're an extremely aggressive team. If they want position, they'll take it from you. They'll wrestle it from your hands. That's absolutely fine. I like that about S2G. It's one of my favorite things about them is that they are very decisive when it comes to those plays, and they're not afraid to get stuck in to those engagements. I mean, to be honest with you, getting those eliminations, getting those knocks right off the bat of that match, unbelievable stuff, John. So fast that came out. That is just S2G to a T. And I think now they've got themselves a pretty damn good little hold on Sosnovka at the moment with that sudden shift like you were talking about before, John. You know, we still have Shelter Farm, Milter in this one, but this is looking very much like it would be heading down towards Sosnovka. So a very cool way to start off our game today.
We're on board with the hardest name for my tongue to pronounce, Buriram. There we go. I'm sure I've already messed it up. We're hopping away from them though, so I'm saved that embarrassment, Blaine.
You are saved that embarrassment. And to be honest with you, I'm not even going to try yet. When it comes round to it, then I will give it a go. But for the time being, I'm going to be staying over here with the Four Rivals guy, with Pemburu. Definitely gave me some trouble back in the day, but
do they drop in Cobraria? So it's Buriram in Cobraria. That would be the hardest.
Yeah,
the hardest.
I mean, you've done it now though, so you're fine.
That's
you're
true.
There.
I've one down.
However
many more to go.
Yeah.
I have to double check the drop spots on Miramar.
Woo! That would be a fun time, indeed. Enigma Galaxy now making their way over towards that western side of the bridge towards Sosnovka. Obviously, S2G already punched a hole through that barricade that I8 set up earlier on. I8 not out just yet, but down to that singular player so far. Don't quite have our elimination totals on the side of the screen just yet, but I'm sure we'll find out exactly how many points each of those players did get when we head over towards them. Indeed, so that's 3 eliminations so far on I8's side, able to get that final flush and knock over towards I8. I assume that maybe he's able to crawl away and maybe a different team picked up that last elimination, but it will be S2G taking all the points from that engagement.
A really good start. They move into a southern position, a southwest position on the military island. It seems like currently 5 teams have hedged their bets. Well, not even hedged. They've made their bet on that military island finish. Heading down south, that's Enigma Galaxy, S2G, Box, DRS, and of course I8, who are a little bit diminished on that south.
Slightly. I think diminished is a bit of an understatement there, John, honestly.
Decimated? Let's go with that.
Decimated, yeah, that's a much better way of putting it, 100%. I mean, S2G kind of cleaned house on that side of the map. DRS, though, these guys like to drop around over Noia. They've already got themselves a bit of a foothold over towards that western side of the observatory in that area. It's a nice position to hold. Great scouting position for them as well. And luckily, they didn't even have to think about heading over towards that eastern bridge. So this has worked out fantastically for them. Sosnovka, one of those positions that can really, really benefit you, but it does require the circle to head down here frequently. You do get a lot of loot on board. It is super valuable in terms of getting like level 3s and good amount of equipment. You get a long time to loot down here as well, but it does require you to make that crossing, which is always a bit of a tricky maneuver, John. But for DRS, nothing too bad happening for them here. And that's your circle. Down towards Sosnovka, confirmed, slapped in, punched the number, and we're heading on down. So all these teams over towards that north side will have to get a move on.
That is probably the kindest possible circle that could have happened in this current scenario, because it means that teams know the choice they have to make. And I feel like that's often where teams come unstuck in their macro decisions, when it's sort of got, a quarter of the circle on the mainland, or it's got a 30% probability of not actually going fully there. No, it's 100% committed to the island now, Black. So teams are going to have to figure out how to cross.
Yeah, it's a pretty nasty hard shift as well down this way. You would have thought that maybe there'd be more time for these teams if it would overlap with the farm, as well as maybe shark fin and some of those compounds on the yellows on the northern coast. But no, it's straight down towards Sosnovka, which means a lot of these teams don't have a lot of time to think about making these maneuvers. And with it cutting off so much of the bridge as well, you would usually see a lot of teams like hanging around towards Lighthouse or towards the gas station before finally making their cross, waiting for the opportune moment. And if you could get control of Lighthouse or even gas station, you can let these teams cross first and wait until there was that opportunity to present itself. Here, there really isn't that. It's just a mad dash through. Mad Bulls punch their way through LGD as well as MTech and move straight down towards where S2G moved in on the western bridge there, John.
Titan skirting around the edge there. All 4 of them are alive, but they're a little bit split right now, with Influence Chemin in the mid. Will be moving up to Buradam. I don't think they're aware of this position. Will get jumped out on and immediately tumbles out, but hops out of the vehicle, goes for the challenge. Unfortunately, wasn't quite quick enough on the uptake. 2 players, though, in for the backup. Going to roll on over the top of the hill. They divert. They're not going to go in for the challenge. Not going to be able to get their teammate back up, but they're crashing straight into Kengzo. It's not great for Titan, but he does get felled here. There's 3 players alive. Tiger rolling on in, trying to back up the teammate on the inside, but Kengzo not so lucky, down already. Molotov into the back, forcing them up to the wall, reposition. You don't need to commit here. You have the bridge.
Honestly, it was really important they got that knock over towards Kengzo. As soon as they saw 3 players over that western side, they assumed there would be a backstop, and quickly eliminating that player and taking him down. Perfect maneuver from Buradam. Now they just need to make their way through, which is a little bit easier said than done here. LGD off of the distance. Team Queso as well, losing a couple of players here. Papi Potros still up, but Ayala down on that off angle. little bit tricky for him going forward. There is only a few teams down towards Sanhok at the moment, and it just is this massive engagement that's currently occurring on this western side, just to the south of Pachinki. You can see R8's here, LGD, MTech, as well as Team Queso. Goodness me, it is all guns are blazing over on this side. Get another hard shift down towards the south, so we're looking over towards that south coast, as well as the airstrip that's running through the middle of military. So, you know, those fences, although it doesn't provide you a huge amount of cover, it'll still be useful here.
There's one down on the cross. We'll be able to stop that. Oh,
Damn!
broad short. It's a bridge camp for Team Queso. Successful. Really solid stuff from Team Queso, guarding out perfectly on that side of the map. Really nice result on the western edge for the North American team.
I mean, this is great news as well. And I mean, you can see there in the player cams, the players are on site right now. So we're having none of these issues that might come to play with internet, perhaps, that do get resolved fairly quickly usually. But you get those off games, but everyone's playing on a level playing field now, which is amazing to see. And those types of plays are much more prevalent in this type of format, type of setting where you're on land, where, you know, Reyes can just quickly pull out the M4 and go for an instant headshot as someone's approaching him. What a good play. Unfortunately, Team Queso is still falling by the wayside. They will pick up 3 eliminations for that. You can see that on the right side of your screen. We are starting to get our eliminations start to pop up here. S2G still with the most amount of players and the most amount of eliminations. R8 with 1 elimination, still trying to get their way through on that western side outside in the blue currently.
The Infinity putting one of Titan down. Teak eliminated there. Puncher as well was taken down by Luxy, and that's going to be the entirety of Titan toppled, as they are going to have to go down 15th place. Not a great start, but someone has to do it.
It is what just happens in these cases. BTR still currently out in the blue. The Infinity moving past Influence Chemin. Influence Chemin taking home a very, very dominant victory over in the Americas Championship. Honestly, one of my new favorite teams, honestly. As a team, they are very good. And in Americas, you don't see this very often, but there is some massive tactical maneuvers coming through from Influence Chemin very, very frequently from them, which is great to see. I think taking 2-2 splits. And overall, I would say the level of Americas has improved vastly over the last year. So this is no longer being in PMGC, just the SEA show. You know, we're having some big contenders coming through from Western Europe, big contenders coming through from Americas, and SEA, you know, a lot of these regions are starting to catch up in a big way.
Bigatron on the outside now. DRS first. The revitalized Bigatron, hopefully looking to return to power. 2 players from DRS taken down. The real soul with Influence Chemin on their south. Oh, beg your pardon. Don't have too much further to go for this next circle, so I have to push through this fight. DRS currently successfully holding. The Bigatron looking to try and move through. Gianti looks for one on the spray. It's good, but it is traded off. Bigatron are going to hold on to it for now, but they are flagging. 2 players down. Luxy moves forwards to try and back up Misery. Jen Foster down and out in the, not out in the blue, but certainly down. Luxy finds the last, but in comes Influence Chemin to play spoiler. A third-party engagement spoils Bigatron here. Misery runs for the hills.
Yeah, very, very difficult game plan there for BTR overall. Zuxi and Luxi, I think, both did a marvelous job taking down a lot of those players from DRS. Unfortunately, does not come to pass there. Influence Chemin also making their way in. BTR sometimes has struggled coming in from the blue, but this is the first time in a long time, at least in PMGC, we've seen such a dominant push in towards it versus the team that's holding out players inside the blue. So I don't think this is a complete failure coming through from BTR. I think this is unlucky with Influence Chemin also rocking up onto this as a third party. If it wasn't for them, that could have been a successful push through into the blue from them. But we'll talk about that in just a little bit. So watching some of these teams start to make it themselves. Tiger moves up. Misery's got no HP on board, and it would be surprising if he gets through this one.
It's unfortunate he didn't manage to get that spray onto Tiger. It felt like it was dead to right, but not to be. So, Burradan with the north side of the circle under their control. Influence Chemin can start to push in from the east. Currently 3 teams occupy inside the airfield around those wrecked planes. on the inside that are currently in the next circle. That's S2G, Box, as well as 4 rivals. You can have the Mad Bulls and R8 pushing in from the western side.
Mad Bulls playing on the out. I mean, this is very classic Mad Bulls behavior, taking opportunities where they can see them, find a position to play in. If it's just a little bit of a ditch or a couple of these crates to play around, that's enough for Mad Bulls to make something happen. R8 move in. Mad Bulls should have oversight on this, and Prestige tries to get a little bit further.
Hamodi backs him off the crate, claims it for Enigma Galaxy. Mad Bulls continue to hold next to this missile. The blue zone starting to move in. The next shift will, of course, force those engagements a little bit further. 12 teams remain, 38 players at this stage. With Hamodi going down next to the crate, they will need to invest some to get that res, but it will be a hot spot in a very open area.
Skillsers taking a lot of damage. That's coming through from S2G. They're over on the other side of the road, just opposite the guys from Mad Bulls. Might be a little bit dangerous to go for Skillsers immediately, but S2G won't be moving from their position either, afraid that they'll get picked up by some of these players looking around. This is a great spot. It's one of those areas that becomes a little bit more difficult when you have to leave it, as most teams will look your way, and you're basically running out into open area. Currently, Mad Bulls still have options with vehicles parked up. Similarly to S2G, this will be kind of just one of those razzes out. But for Mad Bulls, it's a little bit more panic mode, getting players back up on their feet, requiring to use more smokes in their position to isolate some of these angles, and they're praying for this next shift to come over towards them on the western side.
There's the shift northeast, unfortunately. A little bit away, covering a lot of circle. So it's not too far, but it's not ideal, certainly not. But splitting a little bit to give themselves a forward outpost for the time being, seeing what they can leverage from there. Mad Bulls will have to move as well.
It's a little bit rough, but like you said, not too bad, especially with the circle being this big. It does give opportunity for these teams to slowly eke their way in, as opposed to having to make a massive trek across. I think for Mad Bulls, things do become slightly more difficult because they don't have the option that S2G have, which is to instantly send up towards that northern side and cross through Buriram and maybe Team Queso. 4 rivals will be a bit of an obstacle in their path on that side, but for Mad Bulls, there's a lot of teams watching them as they make this exit. Enigma Galaxy is certainly one of those teams that will be looking their way, looking to cause them troubles. If they can maintain control over this western edge of the circle, should be okay. Hamodi spots 1 at least. You can see the rest of the players going slightly low, dropping out the vehicle. Explosion will take down 1, and now Mad Bulls have to restabilize.
Silas is right there as well, and S2G looking to regroup on the position, taking shots over towards pretty much everyone. Box under pressure from it. Kelsey rolls up, knocked back. Razy up to the silo as well, swings out left, but there's a car coming in as well. Hamzy draws the attention away, pulls that thread, and unravels Box's hold.
If there had not been an explosion on that vehicle for Mad Bulls, this is a potential third party for them. And right now, they're trying to get back up on their feet as quickly as possible. Silas remaining on the fence edge. It's a great play from him. I mean, isolating himself from the rest of his team, but enabling them to actually have some kind of defense if a third party does come through is a fantastic way of playing out this game. LGD tossing nades over towards R8. A little bit short here, but dangerously close at this point, John.
Oh, only Prestige up. Will be trying to stick that res, and SK Ton back up and fighting. Influence Chemin pretty close to Buradam, but they're on the eastern side. They have some hill cover. Playing on the forest path. We'll have to shunt a little bit further forwards in the coming minutes, but they can hold out for now.
S2G really killing it on this game, honestly. Even from the beginning where it was just that massive shunt through I-8, really S2G shouldn't be this far into the game if it wasn't for the fact that they were so aggressive on that push on towards the Western Bridge. They have placed themselves directly in contention for a chance at this chicken dinner when playing very much far away from Sosnovka. So overall, very well done to S2G so far, and they continue to take these aggressive engagements to give them position on the map. It is Zerich, however, who does find an initial knock over towards Silas. Kelsey might want to step up, but Zerich tries to stand back just a little bit.
S2G have their sights set, but it's getting harder and harder by the minute. Mad Bulls have been surviving, but how much longer can they last? 4 rivals with a solid spot in the north, fairly uncontested, take 3 shots over towards S2G and do a lot of damage, but they aren't out of it just yet. S2G can look for these reses, can bloom these smokes, try and hold the cover. Samzy and Razy crawl for any sort of safety that they can see. Their circle pops in just a little bit, quite close to them. They have to move.
I think when you look at this, for Enigma Galaxy, they were having a great handhold into this fight. Mad Bull's safe because they don't have the angles towards them. So Enigma Galaxy instead just focus over towards S2G. And then again, it's 4 rivals who get involved. I think S2G maybe put a little bit too much stock into this engagement between them and Mad Bulls. Ralph moves down through the smoke there and quickly and easily picks up at least 1 elimination over towards Mad Bulls, leaving them with just 2 members. Kelsey, who's got one hell of an aim on him. You know, he's a cracker in terms of a shot. So he's taking shots up towards the guys from Enigma Galaxy, trying to hold them back. But this is too much for S2G.
Samzy down before he can cross to the buggy and get cover. Enigma Galaxy with the crossfire. Only Kelsey now standing and taking a lot of damage from the blue zone in the meantime as well. Nade in hand, but what's that going to do? You will fall, and S2G eliminated on the western side. A good start to their game, playing punchy through the western bridge, but failed here.
And I mean, this is classic S2G behavior, though, isn't it? It's like very aggressive gameplay, some fantastic fights, but then getting yourself into a position where you have poked too many of the Hornets' nests, in which case you are finally taken down. MVM, what an A coming through from Enigma Galaxy. Currently at 8 eliminations. You know, Sandstorm was worried about them not being able to get too many points over on Sanhok, but looks like they're absolutely fine. Been able to scrim, practice, get their aim back up to speed, and team fights and engagements seem to be going well for them.
Battle for the south side between them and Influence Chemin right now. Seemingly swept everyone else aside. Freak down, not being invested in to get back up. As it looks like Law is rolling forward. Modi backed off the ridgeline, in fact taken down by Federal. Influence Chemin looking good to start their control campaign on this south edge. Not too many other teams left in it as well, Blank. There's only 5, 4 rivals on the north. Buridam still going on the northeast side, and Mad Bulls have stayed alive.
Yeah, unfortunately it was for Skills as they're just a little bit too far forward. Enigma Galaxy able to get a hold of them. Luckily for them though, now they have information. Influence Chemin coming in hot though over towards Enigma Galaxy. 4 players still up, and Influence Chemin probably rivaling aggressive nature as well as team fighting potential to a team like S2G. They're a little bit more sparse about it. They like to take their moments, but when they do, you certainly know about it.
They roll straight on over Enigma Galaxy's area there. Nothing doing. Only Lord remains now for Enigma Galaxy, close to the Mad Bulls outpost with the 2 of them. 4 rivals, all 4 of them start to move a little bit further south. You can see them getting up to that wall line. Lord, under pressure from the nades, will burn to Federal, and 8 eliminations now for... Oh, that was for Enigma Galaxy. Influence Chemin still on 7, so still a lot of points being scored on this south edge.
Yeah, Enigma Galaxy still did a very good job there, and a surprisingly good job as well. I've got to congratulate them. I think it looks like they have been putting in the work between last PMGC and now. Even their performances towards their PMPLs have been pretty decent, despite not having to play as many Sanhoks, and they're working their way around that. 4 rivals still have this really good spot right now, and they've been reluctant to leave it, and I think that's the correct decision. You have this strong spot where you have sightlines towards everyone. It looks like Buram just has no idea where they're being shot from, unfortunately. He has the fancy feet, so he is tap dancing his way out of the way of a lot of those shots.
Voki not quite able to land the damage they were looking for. 4 rivals are going to have to leave the stronghold they've had for so long and into the sightlines of Influence Chemin. It's a difficult move.
It is a difficult move. For Mad Bulls, though, this is about survival, right? This is about getting those points on board, and it's what they were so very well known for over in their league stage in Western Europe, is just not having many or any bad games. Now they're going to start to move their way through, but completely out in the open. It will be Pamburu spotting that one. Zerek down next, and that will be Mad Bulls eliminated 4th place. Still, they're able to get some points on board. Currently, this is 4 rivals putting in the work.
This is their last shout, though. They do have their big move to make. Happy up on the wall, and they actually get across. Influence Chemin caught slipping just a little bit there. Those smokes up on the hill, cutting off sightlines beautifully and actually helping 4 Rivals spectacularly well. Up towards the hill now, they're taking a fight up the top, and Buradam gonna chime into it as well. Unfortunately, on the favor of Influence Chemin. Nades downhill. A little bit trickier to hit.
It's a fantastic move there from Buradam, actually getting into position underneath on the fence to eliminate that rotation, that crossing from 4 Rivals. So they've been hampered, slowed down just a little bit. Wading through these 2 teams. Kayovski, nade in hand, 5 nades available for him. Cooks that one just a little bit too long, but again, it's difficult to estimate these shots here for Influence Chemin. They don't want to cook them too little, so they roll down the hill and away from 4 Rivals, but cook them too long and they explode a little bit too early here, John. That one's good, though.
That was right on the money there, finding the first. If anyone could cook them right, it's the players here at the PMGC around the wall. Backed off by the mark.
4 Rivals ever aware that, you know, this is a free team finish, so if they can find some of these players from Buradam, getting a second place for the amount of eliminations they've got and holding a strong position, Influence Chemin is unlikely to be able to be dismounted from this high ground spot here, John. So 4 Rivals putting a lot of stock over towards the final players from Buradam. Influence Chemin, though, massive chokehold down towards both these teams.
This is definitely Influence Chemin's game to lose, right? This is all 4 of them alive, top of the hill, sightlines galore. There's nothing really that they don't have in hand right now. Neither of the other 2 teams have any position in the next circle, and they have to make a bold push, taking more of Buradam down. 4 Rivals, the thing that they do have going for them, Blank, is they're all alive.
I mean, for 4 Rivals, they've done really good here. And again, this is why I talked about them at the beginning of the game. It's a team that I'd like to do well. You know, they have some great experience. They're consistently here. I think they've added some very, very good players to the team. They've just needed somewhere to prove this for themselves. Appy had to hold down here off against some of these other teams. Makes the crossing and stands up, and it would have been unbelievable if he had lived through that one. Now 4 Rivals have to make something happen from underneath, but how many nades they have to make it work?
Shots downhill, have the Groza to deal with as well. The Cooks on the nades, not quite finding the money. Surviving for 4 Rivals. That lip keeping them safe. Information gathered. 3 teams still going. The next circle will close completely. Influence Chemin, the Brazilian team holding up the top of the hill. They've got 4 Rivals dead to rights, but it's just a matter of closing it out. And it seems like they're a little bit faltering in their approach to this. I mean, they are just continuing to put down the nades, and when you have this ordnance, when you know that there's so few threats left, you can just go for it. That's what they're going to be looking for here. They're not cresting the ridgeline and actually taking a couple of shots towards their way. Pemburu makes it to the cover of the ground there. Skayovski a little bit out in the open, steps up for Pemburu yet again, but backed off. Federal finally finds Tiger, and that's 2 teams now remaining in it. Influence Chemin finally getting knocks, traded off 1 for 1, but more damage pouring through. And it leaves it only into Pemburu's hands, but he's doing damage. That MK14, as you say, Blanket's doing so much work. Federal, if he gets felled here, there's a chance, but no, it's not to be. Law puts it in. Everybody from the top rope, and it's Influence Chemin, the Brazilian team, to find the first chicken dinner.
A firecracker finish over towards America's Championships, and then coming to PMGC like this, John, an unbelievable result for them. And again, it's that same patience that we see from a team like Mad Bulls, alongside that aggressiveness from like S2G or Nova. It's really, really good to see here over in the PMGC, and I would say that's a completely deserved win for Influence Chemin. They seem extremely happy about it. Again, massive props to 4 Rivals though, from a very difficult spot on the map there to be able to actually still pull that one off and get as far as they did. It was just a case they were bleeding out, and I think you were saying that Influence Chemin may be faltering a little bit. I would say that's more patience, right, John? They waited it out knowing that 4 Rivals, there was only one direct route for them, and that was upwards. And if Influence Chemin could just sit up the top side for as long as possible, they didn't really have to do much else.
Well, the MVP there for Influence Chemin. Federal, 7 eliminations, 806 damage there, putting in a shift and a half. There he is. Look at that.
almost looked surprised with how well he did there. But yeah, a great game overall. Federal, a long-standing member throughout of most of PUBG Mobile, in fact. So we're going to take a quick look at the stats here. 806 damage total. You're really leading the team here in terms of performance throughout the game. But again, all these other players, I will still say this is a very tactical team. They bounce off one another very well. Lil Boy even 695 with 4 eliminations. Nothing to scoff at here. Very, very good team. Every single one of these players is built to perform. But again, some surprising other teams towards the top there with Buriram as well as 4 Rifles, but Mad Bull's going down in 4th place. That was kind of expected, even with the bad positioning they had. This is a team that consistently puts up those points, and it's one that we can't disregard yet.
Yeah, it's definitely not something you can count out. This has to be sort of all considered through the lens of having a military finish on the first game of the PMGC, right? It makes everything a bit weird, a bit wild, and pretty windy there. You can see, I mean, even Influence Chemin, they traveled almost 15 kilometers in that game.
Yeah, it's a long distance to go. And again, you see some of these teams in PMGC that it doesn't matter if your drop spot doesn't initialize over towards Sosnovka. As long as you can make it down there and you have the plays and the chops to do it, you can still pick yourself up a chicken dinner. So it wasn't realistically the teams that were dropping in Sosnovka that were able to get the big wins. It was more these teams that were just willing to take it to the absolute limit here in this first game to pick up the chicken dinner.
Yeah, certainly a good result for the Americas fans and for the Brazilian fans watching as well. Influence Chemin doing them proud. Let's take a look at some highlights.
If you came to me at the start of this event and said, well, Jason, Influence Chemin are going to get themselves a chicken dinner right out of the gate, I would be like, get out of here. You must be Sandstorm. I don't want to work with you. But hell, they did it. What a fantastic performance. 13 eliminations as well for Federal, getting so many elims for himself. I think that was 7 alone. This is the start you want to see if you're Influence Chemin, and if you're Brazil, this is the start you want to see out of one of your teams.
Look, there was so many teams I was expecting to potentially get the first chicken dinner. I was not expecting Influence Chemin, maybe Sandstorm, as you said, potentially was. But the thing is, Sandstorm, we were talking about it during that game. This was not an easy game to secure. It was like an open field finish for like the biggest portion of that game. You didn't know where it was going to go. The only way, if you wanted to create an advantage for yourself, was to clear one cardinal position on the circle, which is what they did on the East, actively third-partying, scouting, sniping teams down from a distance. They were doing everything to make sure they had control of the East, and once you still have 4 players alive in that position, I mean, who's going to defeat you? Unfortunately, no one.
Exactly, and their start was a little bit difficult. They dropped, or they looted rather, the east side of Yasnaya, and when they were crossing that bridge around Zone 2, when we confirmed that the zone was going to end up in the military base, there were 3-4 teams rotating at the same time. You had Box, Brew, BTR, Titan, every single one of them were trying to cross at the same time, but the perfect timing came out from the side of Influence Chemin. They were able to avoid most of the teams in that scenario and then rotate around the radio station, and then, like you noticed, Maxman, they were able to third-party DRS, BTR, and then just levy that into a chicken dinner at the end of the game. So perfectly played by Influence M.
Well, Influence a little bit lucky to avoid. I think that was Reyes from Team Queso sitting on the bridge, just knocking teams down pretty much by himself, as we saw in the highlights there. And for you guys at home, you obviously got to hear about our teams to watch, but we don't know your predictions when it comes to who's going to win the next match. Just make sure you guys are paying attention over in YouTube chat to see, to kind of get your predictions in. And maybe, just maybe, knowing Maxman's prediction history, we can get you on the desk to be an analyst, because it's not that hard to be better than him. However, he did beat me when it came to the European Championship, so I will give him that. But you know, a broken clock's always right at least once in their life.
Oh. Okay, like you just have to like balance things out. You say something nice, then instantly go back to me, and I get it. But I've been pretty decent on my predictions so far, though I still want to see my LGD win eventually, which is why I'm going to know your seat.
Well,
pick them again as my team to watch.
You talked LGD up quite a bit, to be fair, Max, and we got to see there maybe why. Because we had Infinity having a big boat takedown towards military, towards the southern side, and they actually ended up running into LGD, who had only 2 players left alive, and Infinity, I don't know what they must have like crashed or something. I don't know. There's no way they lose that fight, but they lost the fight against LGD. So we see the power again. I think we know China is known for their like raw mechanical skills when it comes to PUBG Mobile, and we're seeing in action right here.
Yeah, non-easy rotate, right? Because it was a very southern island finish right away, and you had them dropping in southern George Paul, so they had one of the widest rotations to do, and you had, what was it, 4, 5 teams on the western bridge, so not easy for them to make that cross happen, but, I mean, Sandstorm, they make it happen, and sure, they do lose players because the rotation is not easy, but it just goes to show that their macro is relatively scary.
Yeah, it really, really was. And I mean, when we're talking about the teams that tried to cross towards the eastern bridge, you mentioned it yourself, Jason. Queso are just the kings of great bridge camping and gatekeeping. This is something that they've done in Americas, and this I think is one of the reasons that they actually managed to qualify to the PMGC. The amount of points, the amount of teams that they gate kept in the Americas tournament was absolutely insane. They were just racking up kills after kills, and seeing them do it again here, and the fact that we had a military base to start up the tournament is just beautiful to see.
Yeah, I'm kind of happy you mentioned Team K, so I'm actually really happy to see them coming back, just because of Ayala and Mystic being on the team for such a long time, and we've known Ayala for a very long time here. But as we move along forward into the show, we got to do a little bit of a comparison between 2 players, and it's going to be Federal and Pemburu as Maxman. We almost saw him clutch things out at the very end there against Influence.
Yeah, Pemburu, also known as the Hunter, and he felt more like the Hunted at the end of that game, I'm not gonna lie, but they had a really good rotation. It was efficient from the northern side and trying to avoid a lot of those skirmishes in the field open areas, which I think makes sense. The main issue for them clearly here, Sandstorm, is when they had to cross that road south of military base. When you want to leave that position and you're fighting up against Influence Shaman that have the high ground position, still have 4 players, plus you have I believe it's Sky only of Buridam as an off angle. It's tough, and yeah, it was so close, right? There was a chance of world where potentially they get the win, so good run from them.
I take a look at our top performers here. The white hair buff only kind of coming true for Hamodi, as we were talking about before. But great to see at least Enigma Galaxy make it here into the top 4. But it's just all Influence Shemin here. And Sandstorm, you know, I got to give it to you. They have proven to be a pretty solid team so far. But again, 1 victory, 1 chicken dinner, 1 match doing well in is not going to qualify you for the finals in top 3. It might not even get you into the next stage of the event. So they need to do this multiple times, or at least to continue to have a solid performance.
I think that they can, just because of how strongly they've been, I guess, competing in the last couple of months, and the performance that I've seen in the PMPL Americas Championship as well. The fact that they were contending against the likes of Alpha 7 so many times, I just believe that they could do something massive when it comes to the PMGC, and it's great to see them start off with a chicken dinner in the first game. Decent amount of eliminations as well, so pretty good head start for them.
Yeah, we can see here we have Miramar coming up next, and then getting our way over to Sanhok. Now, I want to get your opinion, actually, you two, because obviously we mentioned before, the zones have been changed slightly. I know Blank has been pretty happy with how it worked out here in the first match. When we were at around the 30-minute mark there, pretty much, the zone was still quite big, right? And previously, it would be almost impossible to play in those zones. I was just curious, what were your guys' thoughts?
Yeah, I just think it offers so much more potential to do super smart rotations in the late game, right? It's a little bit slower in the late game, and also you've got bigger circles, gives you a little bit more space to do those plays, because if we had the previous circle settings there, that circle finish would have been right on the cusp, and potentially 4 rivals would have never had a chance to even make a potential comeback. So the fact that these circles are a little bit slow at the end just gives so much more time for teams to really express how they want to play those finishing moments, and I feel like this is just going to make this PMGC even better, because teams just can do so much more on paper.
Yeah, it definitely gives it a different flavor because we're used to a lot of the crawling in the last couple of moments of the game, trying to scout out, trying to find out where that last player is, where he's hiding. But this time around, we're seeing different strategies, and the fact that it came in the PMGC, just seeing who's the team that's going to adapt in the best way in such a short time, that's what I'm looking forward to in seeing this competition.
What about our teams to watch here, gentlemen? I can see you got Team Queso, you got R8, of course, again, Sandstorm. I expect you to predict them every single time now. And then on Maxman's side, we got DRS coming through, so a little bit of Imperium on the desk here, trying to give a shout out to the Poly fans, I can see, Max. But S2G and then LGD.
Yeah, I do remember DRS in the past, like, you know, in PMGC, because it's like a tradition. You can't have a PMGC without DRS, and you can't have DRS without a good Miramar game eventually, right? So it is a map where they tend to do relatively well, which is why I went with DRS. And I mean, I feel like LGD on my Infinite are the equivalent of you on Infinity, like, because LGD just looks so good. And looking back on the PE cast, Miramar is where they rotate just so efficiently every single time. So, okay, I hype them up a lot, but okay, wait, when they get a win, you'll understand why.
See, I didn't have to
we
wait.
don't have that curse, Max.
I hope not, to be honest. I really want to see them get a win, so I hope not.
Okay. Go ahead, Sandstorm. You already got your prediction, and you got a win under your belt.
Yeah, I'm very happy with that. But look, I'm going to stick with Influence Chairman for a while, specifically for the first day, just because they start off pretty darn strong in a lot of their competitions, and seeing it come through here again is pretty good. When we're looking towards R8, some of their best performing map rather is Miramar, so I want to see them come out with something huge here. We've seen what they've been able to do in Erangel. They had a little bit of a weird rotation. They were going into the open in the middle around Zone 4, Zone 5. They were being attacked from all sides, basically. So I was saying how they're going to be able to change it up going into Miramar. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be interesting, right? We don't have too many Miramars, but we have even less Sanhoks when it comes to a day. It's going to come down to those Erangels for the most part here, but we're just excited to see which team is going to be able to reign supreme yet again. I think there's a lot of teams that I have my eyes on in particular, since we're not sure exactly which one will do well. But realistically, Sandstorm, you say you're staying with Influence. Give me a real... Actually, you know what? We're not even going to ask you for that because I want to get into the game. We're going to get the game to answer for you. So we're going to head into our commentators with John and Blank once again.
So, hello? Yes, it is us. We are going into map number 2. Caught us a little bit off guard there. We're going into Miramar, Blank. Ready for the second game of the day. And we're looking at Group Red of Influence Chairman coming in strong with the first chicken dinner today on the Military Island finish.
Yeah, and I mean, to Max still hyping up LGD, and why not, to be honest with you? I think they are a very good team. Unfortunately, we're not able to get through the impasse that was kind of set up over towards that western side of the bridge, which is fair enough, right? I think you see S2G get so far because they're like, you know what, this is definitely a Sosnovka finish. See you guys later. We're in there. But again, yeah, really good plays coming through from Influence Chairman so far. And, you know, watching back on America's, Miramar is another one of the maps where they do decently well. And I think there will be a team that continues to do decently well in a lot of this tournament, honestly, just purely with the way that they play. I think they're a smart team. And I think that is one thing that we have to keep in mind, is that when you have an aggressive base of players, you need to have someone that pulls the rest of the team back, keeps them all on a leash, and keeps those rotations going well. So I think that something's happened within that team. I'm probably going to try and talk to some of the players as well and see who's doing that IGLing, who's giving them those analyses on the plays, because it has been astonishing, and I can't wait to see more over in PMGC.
Looks like we've got a little bit of a substitution there for I8. Going to be swapping up their rosters for Miramar. Going to be trying to keep it all going, find their feet here. I feel like today's the day to do it, right? If you want to make a little substitution, get everyone that experience, maybe even with the Miramar speciality.
Yeah, I love going into this game. You've got Mad Balls just eyeing up the camera like, come on, you know we're going to do well here. Don't even think about it.
You'll be seeing us at the end of the game.
You'll be seeing us at the end. If we're not first, we're at least in the top 5. I mean, it's not as bad as Talladega Nights, where it's if you're not first, you're last. From Apples, it's kind of the same thing. You know, you get to 3rd, 4th place, you keep putting all those points. Eventually, you're going to be the lead somehow. But right now, we're heading over towards Miramar, and we'll see exactly where this playing path leads. New circle settings, absolutely beautiful at the moment. Liking to see it. Gives us some longer games over in Miramar as well as Erangel, but fairer matches with cooler endings, and that's what it's all about. So, heading straight in, this is our match 2 with Group Red.
Fair match, cool ending. Wow, going to be looking at Miramar.
Fair match, cool ending. All right.
I'm just summarizing it, eh? Oh, wow. South Plane Path going through Los Leones. It cuts off quite a lot of the northern areas, Blank. Places like Cruz de Valle, places like Torrejomara, El Azahar, going to be harder to get to.
Yeah, much harder to get to as well, and you'll see teams like Enigma Galaxy currently setting out the plane over on this western side, looking for vehicles immediately on this western road. They might get harassed by some other teams looking to do the same. The Infinity up towards La Triero, see if they drop down and pick up some vehicles as well on the way up towards Monte Nuevo. But yes, very much a southern plane path here, a little bit more difficult to work with, especially on Miramar where this is such a large map. When you're looking at Erangel and you see that plane path coming through from Severny down towards Sosnovka, you're not too upset about it, especially if it's on the western side, because there's still opportunity to get everywhere. Here on Miramar, much more difficult, and especially with a lot of these teams, you know, they have scrimmed together for a while. I'm sure that they're very aware of each other's drop spots. Here it's still difficult because this throws a wrench into the gears, right? At this point in time, a lot of teams are trying to figure out where exactly these teams are going to be picking up vehicles from, where exactly their rotational paths are going to be. So a little bit more difficult to play, and I'm sure we're going to see some early engagements.
That's a hard northwest circle. Goodness me. That is diametrically opposed to where the plane path went. Looks like we're in for an interesting first day of games. Central in the drops. Bigatron will be taking up residency in Picado. No one else contesting that. Los Leones probably the main contested area at this stage. Two teams dropping there. Agon I8 and Mad Bulls, both playing from Los Leones here. I'm trying to keep an eye out for any other hot drops that we might be seeing playing.
Honestly, the hot drops are less likely to be because teams have been dropping on one another, and more likely to be because teams just cannot find these vehicles at the same time. Now, for Scry, it's going to be very difficult for him to get into this vehicle and get gone with the amount of HP he's got remaining. Luckily, he's able to get underneath the ridge. How? Players from on top side from box as well, able to provide a little bit of cover here. Goodness me, you're right. How has that happened?
Well, I mean, I can hear Colaris singing box formation as they rally around their teammate, their comrade, who's down in the ditches and gets away with a party bus.
Well, I mean, you know, box formation, box type vehicle. That's what it's all about. DRS here, also going up against R8. Only found themselves a Winnie and a shotgun, I believe that was. So a little bit rough here for R8 at the beginning. Nadenhan for ID7. To send it down towards Giante. Gets back behind the building. Smart move there. Realizes that maybe he's overstayed his welcome. Again, this is a PMGC, so we got the top of the top in terms of players, which is nice to see. LGD have lost a player. Sorry, Max. Not going maybe the way you hoped.
Drops out through the door. Oh dear. LGD taking a bleed out. First blood going over to Voki for 4 rivals. Capitalizing on a good game to try and convert here. You can see at the moment they're in second place overall with Influence Chairman streaking out with a 9-point lead early on. Very nice to see.
Absolutely. I honestly, I do want to see 4 rivals continue to put on a bit of performance today. Just purely with, you know, the amount of effort that these guys have put in to make sure they're in PMGC every single time and in towards those big tournaments. I think for 4 rivals, yeah, they might not be the best team in the world, but they are consistently here, always trying to bring something new to the table, trying to get some performances done. They might not always make the right decisions, but it's got them this far at least.
Cheeky little scrap around the church yard. The Graves there not providing any sanctuary. R8 playing on the inside. DRS swarming the hills, but there is an outpost for R8 that they can try and leverage. Can they get Bandar to have an impact here? But with a shotgun in the hills, out in the open, I feel like this is a pretty cursed position coming through from Bandar. It looks like Rules might have the idea of it. Shotgun though, close range, manages to get the fight that you want with that sort of weapon, but does not go their way.
Rules really takes the tango with the Tiger over on that side. I mean, it was a little bit dangerous. Fangs and Claws were out with a shotgun, getting up close. He was happy with that one, but Rules really sets to taking him apart with the UMP. Happy days, great weapon close range, extremely accurate. And without the vest, that thing really does shred you very, very quickly. So if you miss that first shot on the shotgun, it is pretty much GG at that point in time. Mad Balls down towards Los Leones. We're sharing that alongside with IA by currently making their move up towards the northwestern side where we have seen this circle drop. La Coperia is still in, Crater Fields, El Pozo and San Martin, one of the huge features of this circle currently alongside with a lot of the high grounds that are available in this area. S2G currently trying to set themselves up in this area with one player out towards Power Grid, providing some support, some information in Hamzy.
They are kind of trapped at this stage. Waiting for the misstep from DRS, but it's just not coming. They're spending a lot of time here, though. They're potentially wasting a little bit of time as well, because they're right on the southeast side of the circle. They could be getting loot. They could be getting ahead.
It's always a difficult decision to make, right? Especially with these circles. And again, I think you're seeing these early game engagements, but you're also seeing teams take their time with it, right? And I think that's fair play. You don't want to get caught, you know, in tangles with other teams in this area. Prestige takes a huge amount of damage. S2G currently still trying to find some position. Silas gets on top of the concrete, but Ralph has eyes on, spots him. See here, Enigma Galaxy already getting into one of these high ground spots, but it's only Ralph at the moment. Silas is, you know, playing a silly game with him, and silly games only get you knocked in this case. But Ralph sends away. Silas lives to tell the tale another day.
Peekaboo, fun with your 3-month-old. Not so fun.
What, with a Mini
with
14?
Ralph,
I don't
with
think
a Mini
so.
14. I don't think it's quite the target audience
You
for
having
that
fun
sort
yet?
of game. Peekaboo! Ow!
Ow, stop that. Those pellets really hurt. Up towards the northeastern side, John, we do have 4 rivals. Took down one of the players from LGD early on with a bleed out, as you were saying. LGD currently trying to rotate over the top side of Torre Armada and Tierra Bronca. I think that's a smart move, but currently 4 rivals tailing them at the moment, making sure they keep tabs on them. Setting up the wall between them and the circle itself, with Appy sending forward in towards the circle. Overall, decent move from 4 rivals at the moment. They will have to worry slightly with Influence Chemin just underneath them, able to dismount them from that last game, taking the chicken dinner, whilst 4 rivals were on the lower end of that high ground itself, stuck on the cliff edges as Influence Chemin slowly but surely chipped them away.
Infinity fueling up, standing by for rotates, but they are pretty central in this next circle and on the long side of it as well, so should be pretty chill for now. Rotation coming in through for Buriram, moving past water treatment right now, up onto the ridge line. Seemingly wanted to take control, but they will have to move southwest. That, I mean, it's kind to the teams already there, but the teams on the northeastern side who've swung out that way blank, they want to be on the complete opposite side of the circle right now. Titan, pretty happy.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, this has worked out extremely well for them. You know, they were chilling down towards that southwest side. They picked up those vehicles early on the western edge. Now can move up into a decent position. Enigma Galaxy, though, have a very, very good outpost in the terms of Ralph. Fortunately, this is one of those positions where you have to be really careful in, because currently the Infinity over towards Crater Fields, moving down off that mountain, might just be able to spot down towards him. In which case he needs to be very, very clear on the idea that this is more of a case about survival, making sure he can remain undetected, and also provide very, very good cover support down towards the rest of his team, Enigma Galaxy. But quite quiet on that last game, yet getting themselves a 3rd place, decent stuff, coming 2nd place over in that Southeast Asia Championship. Relatively, you know, new contender to the field of PUBG Mobile in terms of getting these high performances. See if they can kind of bring that performance through to PMGC as well, which would be great to see. So far, it's already looking good, though I haven't seen that same aggressiveness as we've seen out of some of these other teams, but we all know that before in the past, it was all about those placement points.
Oh, God, Tani. Caught sleeping there. Freak from the top rope. Finds him completely exposed. This is a really powerful area for Enigma Galaxy to hold. And with Lord down the bottom as well, they have some control in the ground foothills.
Able to get a return shot back. These other teams, but God Tony going down, one of the clutch members of the team. Slightly unfortunate, really. Having that player up and kicking is very useful for you. So the Infinity losing one, a little bit of difficulty, but they have eyes on now, so we'll be able to at least remain competitive. Oh, goodness me. You felt like that one was going to hit, didn't you?
Oh, man, I just hear that dog bark and Newsy just not going to bite with it. Not yet anyway. Puts another bullet down range. But the lead sails cloudward. Doesn't quite land.
Team slowly working their way into the circle now. 4 rivals able to stay out of dodge from the guys on Influence. Chemin, LGD currently, MVM, CCC, Suki far behind. With the rest of the team slowly making his way over towards them. So it will be pretty difficult for this team to get in with 2 powerhouses in front of them. And realistically, you know, you can go one of 2 ways here. You can see on your screen that heading down towards where 4 rivals are moving in, bit of a death valley for them. Buriram also in that area, might want to take shots towards 4 rivals. They're already set up in this position, but with this circle shift, you'd imagine most of these teams on northeastern side more concerned with getting into position first.
So there's difficult areas in this circle, right, Blank? That field to the southeast side of El Pozo, very, very open and exposed. With Enigma Galaxy in the position that they're in right now, it's going to be pretty impossible to try and step up to that sort of area. So that isolates a lot of this next circle. And everybody else is already crunched in. So these teams who have yet to get in the circle really don't have a lot of places to go.
No, I think for Enigma Galaxy as well, with such a good position on the map and a great start for themselves, it's sad that they've lost one of their members, one of their players in the process. They're trying to take this split between the compound that's just on the south edge of that field, as well as sending Ralph up towards the top side of the mountain. This is extremely good for them, but with 4 players, this would have been ideal. This gives now the Infinity maybe some time to move across. But again, it's another 3v3, so somewhat of a stalemate towards this top side of the mountain.
Shots from Hamzy about to ring out, I'm sure. S2G peppering away Pemburu. Doing a little bit more damage to the closer up players, but Pemburu gets away. Sends another teammate even further in. Epui will be able to stay alive for now, but close to raise for S2G. Nade being cooked, first aid popped. They know exactly where he is on the vehicle. Razy wants the challenge, and it's the nade that's good. We'll be able to put that one down, pocket that point, and 4 rivals diminished even further.
Yeah, great send around the side there. S2G, very good when it comes to team fights, and with this case of playing on the edge, happy days for them. R8 will find Gyante from DRS, take him down. Now Pemburu in a very tough spot versus S2G. This is always the problem with this circle heading down this far towards the southwest, and any team playing on the northeast. Influence Chemin certainly skipped the number with this one by heading over towards that northern side. LGD taking a similar game plan. You head through here, teams like S2G know the exact route that you're going to take, and with the position that they held, it was almost impossible for any team to get through. In fact, even another great play from them was sending Razy over towards that compound just on the western side underneath the mountain that Infinity and Enigma Galaxy currently playing, because in that typical scenario, right, you would send one player out towards those compounds to try and provide an anchor point for the rest of the team to attempt to crawl on over towards. But Razy, one of their better and more informed players when it comes to those 1v1s, sends over that side, holds out any player that tries to make the escape. Really good play from S2G.
Shots from S2G again, finding SK-Ton on the spray, and there's the knock, there's the flush. There's a second team to get eliminated to the barrels of S2G. Nicely found. A good punchy start yet again. We saw this from them last game. Can they capitalize further?
Yeah, their beginnings are always so fantastic, and I just want to see them be able to translate that into late game. And again, it's the same exact strategy. You have 3 players over on that top side. You take shots, you do a little bit of damage. The only other option for that player is to send towards that basically break out of buildings that Razy was holding. He has great angles, takes shots, and it's an instant flush. So honestly, S2G set that one up perfectly, and I do think anyone coming from that northeast should have really realized that that was going to be always the problem entrance for them. In that case, though, it's just Influence Chairman that essentially influences a lot of those other teams to send down towards that position by playing so very tight on that northeast edge.
Titan on the southwest side. Enigma Galaxy playing actually fairly split with their Ralph's position. I'm surprised that they haven't backed it up. One knock over towards Ralph, and that's it for their strength in this position. So as long as Ralph doesn't go down, they're fine. Yeah,
again, we were talking about it's somewhat of a stalemate with the Infinity having only 3 players, Enigma Galaxy in the same position. It's one of those spots that, like you say though, John, if it is heavily assaulted, Ralph could easily go down, but I'm assuming he will have a vehicle in position, can regroup with the rest of his team. And at this point in the game, this is where ideally you would want to pick a spot though, right, John?
Out in the open. Influence Chemin getting across to one of the hay shacks.
Yeah, interesting.
LGD taking up occupation in 2. Apparently both teams split. Titan have oversight onto this field. It's not a high ground position, but it is still there. LGD, the first to lose a player to it.
I mean, we are going to see more central shifts here on the circle, and it's not going to shift too much with the new circle settings, which is great to see. So you can more or less decide where you want to go without having too much problems thrown your way in terms of hardship. So I think that taking this spot, throwing down smokes, and getting this position early on where you can see many of the teams moving over towards this place, Influence Chemin is playing this one fairly dominantly, honestly. So really, really well done. Lil Boy finally takes out the final player from LGD in Suki. If I had to predict anyone right now, I would be going for Influence Chemin. I think this is a unorthodox but really good play.
I mean, it's a difficult position to get into, but once you've entrenched, it's difficult to dismount. There's not too many sightlines that way. Looking over at the northeast side again, Blank DRS have moved up to the foothills underneath Ralph from Enigma Galaxy on that super high ground. Infinity on the north side have taken a knock as S2G are starting to swing into that area as well. So now is the test for Ralph.
Exactly. I think for Ralph now, he is in fairly safe hands at the top of that mountain. DRS unlikely to be able to get up there quick enough that he can't just immediately spot that push happening and send himself down towards the rest of his team. But I think with how central Hamodi and Freak currently are, I don't think it's worth it for Ralph to be up here anymore other than information's sake. And to be quite frank, I think most of that information will have been gathered already on Ralph's side. He has a rough idea where these teams are. Now he needs to start thinking about the late game.
Next circle, just about to come through. Team Queso on the southwest side, close to so many sightlines. Really difficult push for them to make. It's fairly central, and actually not too big of an issue for pretty much anyone at this stage. So small little incremental moves. Probably the difficult pushes will still be on the southwest side, but we're looking at Bigatron and Box as well on that western side, who both have to shuffle a little bit further forwards. Team Queso, they're coming apart in that position. I mean, that's to be expected.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult to push through, especially on the ridge side. MTech as well on that area. Team Case were just unable to make their way through. Had a pretty decent league stage as well, but also similarly crumpled over in those finals in America's Championships. Did fairly decently, but was it good enough? I don't think so. I mean, they were really struggling. There was a few teams that were looking to overtake them as well, and it was by the barest breath. I think it was like 2 points, in which case they were able to qualify over towards the PMGC, which is not the result they were looking for, considering the league stage and how dominant they were in it. Again, Influence Chemin, I'm going to say it again, an unorthodox play, but playing into these new settings really, really well. Usually you would have seen a hard shift down to maybe, even I8 at this point in time, but with the fields all around you and having a dominant position like this set up so early on with the smokes that they use and the vehicles get here, I think that they might be set for another chicken dinner here. I don't think there's many other teams that can challenge them all that well. Mad Bulls currently still going, very silent at this point in time. Typical for Mad Bulls as well. If you didn't watch Western Europe, this is a team that starts to pop off in that late game and likes to take their time getting into position without too many troubles early on.
They're kind of the opposite of S2G. They are the yang to the yin, as it were. They start off a little bit slower, then they start to punch out and gain that momentum. They scale well. S2G will have to move in from this northeastern side, close to DRS, and Ralph did descend from high. and regrouped with the rest of the team.
Yeah.
So the north side's still a little bit further open. Titan are really the roadblock in the way of all of these Southwest teams. There's 4 teams behind them.
Yeah, it's a fantastic spot that they're currently holding. Mad Bull's mostly struggling because they are on the low ground at the moment, and they will have to move over fairly open positions, so it will be those vehicles that will come massively in handy. So they're sort of waiting for this massive engagement to start popping off on this side. There's 4 teams in close contention, in which case they might be able to sail on through. Federal does get taken down by a nasty headshot coming through from S2G themselves with that high ground, and get another over towards Kayovsky. What a terrible result there coming through for Influence Chemin, and that is just S2G with some incredible shots coming through from the high ground. It's what they're known for. They are pinpoint accurate.
Influence Chemin being further decimated out in the open. They are pulling it together though. Keeping them up at 2 is not ideal. Lil Boy and Law still in it, but out in the open. It's very much a hide and survive situation for them. Audience predictions come through. DRS with 43% of the vote here from the northeast side.
Yeah, interesting that actually. I mean, it's a decent spot they're currently holding. They have the ridgeline, but S2G currently have made their way into a very, very strong position to play from. Currently, I think it's 8 eliminations so far, which is a really good game for themselves. And I think that, you know, when the audience were predicting this, DRS did have a good spot. Silas takes a bit of a tumble there on their side. Nexo comes in, and look, this is what we were saying before. If Influence Chum were able to hold that spot, they would have been great ending for themselves.
Look at that. This guy is on fire today. Reyes doing so much work for the squad. Papi Potro pops the final shot. We'll be able to keep alive for Team Queso, but in comes the crash from MTech Storm as well. They will be able to run it on down. Box Gaming forward in the meantime. This south side really starting to heat up now. It's MTech Storm versus Titan as they both try and flee for any position in this next circle. Influence Chemin maybe having to hold out Taman and Chicken on that south side of themselves. Law and Lil Boy out in the open. Can't really afford to peek too much. They know there's so many people looking their way.
Yeah, MTech just took the opportunity they had to try and get towards a better position in the circle. Mad Bulls try and fight out against Team Queso, and we just caught the barest end of that. But again, like you said, Ray is pulling out some fantastic work, and Mad Bulls just not able to make their way through. They were pushed out by BTR and unable to get into a position where they could get anything done. So happy days for Team Queso, I suppose.
3 of them still alive. Titan have moved a little bit further forwards, trying to stop Bigatron from getting any further in, and doing so fairly successfully. Only the 1 player remains for Bigatron. Shots from Ayala, allowing the rest of Team Queso to redistribute those meds, keep suppression up towards Titan. 3 versus 4 on the hillside here. Puncher low, but heals up. Smokes being launched forwards to give themselves avenues of ingress. Papi Potro probably looking to break out to that left-hand side, but they have to... Left-hand? That's definitely a word. But it will, they will have to try and find these routes through the Titan defense, which has not let up for the last 5 minutes, Blank.
It's quite the intense engagement on this southwest side. A load of these teams trying to make their way through, but Titan remains at the top of their game at the moment, not allowing any teams to push through this area. Reyes looks for a little bit more, but Teak and Puncher both moving forward to eliminate the final players. Ayala with the DBS, can't quite find the second, but it looks so good. Now Reyes has a big task on his hands.
He's done so much for the team, but it is not to be. They might strike like lightning, but Kronos sits on the throne ahead of them. Now Titan need to move forwards.
Sky from Buram. Again, making their way quite far into this game, but only 2 remaining and 1 elimination. DRS have to move down. S2G, in the meantime, made their crossing out in towards the open ground on the field. And Titan looks like they will be the final winner over in this gauntlet towards the southwest side of the map. That was a nice shot as well. Just keeping I8 at bay.
Just letting them know, you know. And this is a great result for Titan, right? To get this deep into the game, to have held out powerful teams on the southwest side after an early L in the first game. It's a good little return to confidence as well for them. Keeping themselves up at 4 could be crucial, but they do have to figure out where to go from here on out. Aegon X IA will be taking heavy punishment from Buradam across the way, but everybody's going to have to move. Nigma Galaxy have just been holding out on the inside for so long. 2 eliminations, but they've stopped people moving to these buildings.
It's been a rough time. Buram with only 2 players, though. I think taking the fight towards IA is somewhat bold, somewhat dangerous, but I respect it. And if Buram want to get any further, they will have to make something happen. But that is a disgusting nade that gets sent over the top and will send Buram home.
Happens, you know? Unfortunate. Buram take the dip there. Titan and S2G, the only 2 teams with 4 players remaining. Teak healing up, mounting up. S2G already in the circle for the next, but they're playing out in the shack. DRS might be able to spot it with their last player killer.
Nigma Galaxy kept this cool, calm, collected throughout the entirety of the game. I liked the timing in which Ralph moved down from the mountainside as well. We talked about it literally 10 seconds before he made that movement, so getting back to the team was very important there for them. MTech out in the blue. This is most likely the end for them as they try and swerve their way into the circle. Already Chickens out the back. There's only 1 remaining in Tarman.
Trying to get across, but Tarman's time is ticking away and will reach its end. MTech's Storm will fall. No further into this game. Influence Chairman still alive, still keeping that tally up. Of course, they had a really nice little buffer lead at the start, so getting top 5 again in this second game is an excellent conversion into those overall standings for Group Red. Modi not quite landing the shots.
S2G still at 4 players though. So far could be another good result for S2G. Yes, they didn't get the latest of endings over on Erangel, but they certainly got themselves a fair amount of elimination points total. Puncher also takes a huge amount of damage. Great spot for Hamodi here. I mean, he has sightlines absolutely everywhere. And with that little lip at the top of the wall, gives him so much cover to play around with. S2G with 8 eliminations after they had that massively good barricade they'd set up. Basically playing the guardsman of Miramar so far in the match. Influence Champion's still going as well, John, like you said.
Little boy sneaking around out in the field. They've been playing it for a while. Very familiar with it now. Big Galaxy, 3 players. In a very central position. They have control of the longhouse. Very useful. Will be difficult to try and push on towards S2G. Sure, they have 4. Titan, sure, they have 4, but getting in here is really tricky. There's a lot of open ground.
Yeah, 8 eliminations for them anyway. Still a good result. IA have been struggling, bleeding and bruised. S2G in a similar problematic situation. Damn good shots coming through from Hamodi. Obviously holding on the high ground there, supported by the rest of his team. We're able to get a huge amount of damage over towards S2G, which were the biggest problem for Nigma Galaxy going forward.
Crazy last player for S2G now. Little boy's been crawling, pinches a point. Nice one. Adds to the tally. 5 eliminations for Influence Chairman. Top 5, top 4 as Ray Z goes down.
That'll be S2G out. What a good spot from them, but unable to capitalize. Titan at 4 players. This is a team that we thought would have difficulty getting in towards this match. Little boy can still cause a bit of a problem for them. Still looking over towards his way. We'll go for the first aid kit here. Understand that he might need to move a little bit further in.
Nade from Lil Boy. Doesn't find too much there. Has to crawl out in the open now. Puncher, broadside. Titan do know that he's there. Put him down. 5 eliminations for Influence Chairman. 4th place. A good result to convert, as we were saying before. Nigma Galaxy, 3. Aegon I8, 3. Titan, 4 on the outside.
This is a good play from Nigma Galaxy. Get themselves set up on the opposite side of the building of I8 to try and isolate some of these fights. They don't want to have a third party coming through, but it is Six who finds himself a nice little angle over on the western edge of that building. picks up at least one, and now Nigma Galaxy down to 2 with no hope in hell and getting that player back up on his feet. 5 nades here from Hamodi. He's been waiting for this push the entire game, and now these nades absolutely have to count. Get a lot of damage done there, and it's actually a play zone knock there for I8 on that side.
Went flushed out by Teak for Titan. 10 double-digit elims already. Unstoppable flashes on the screen for Titan. 3 players active and fighting, but Nigma Galaxy start to strike. 1 player downer for Nigma Galaxy, but Hamodi still has this high ground position. Max are really struggling to get those shots back in. Nades over the top, and he is felled. Titan with 2 on the outside, looking for 1 res. Aegon I8 want the nade over the top to try and pinch away some of those points as well, but Puncher will be knocked again, re-knocked, as Freak has the undershots.
It's the last nade coming through from Hamodi, and will pick up the final players there from Titan. I8 not able to find much of their own. Hamodi currently putting on an absolute performance for us here in the PMGC on Miramar. Puncher so very low, looking for maybe some more medical assistance on his side. Freak goes down, leaving Hamodi all on his lonesome to 1v1v1, and Puncher finds at least one of them.
But the meds are running dry, and it's another shot over towards the roof side, and from the outskirts, it's Titan to stay alive to the very end. They held everyone out on the southwest edge, and they will continue to roll through those fields. Beautiful chicken dinner coming through from Titan, masterfully executed.
Yeah, seriously resilient, and I mean, mate, you can flex those guns all you like, because honestly, you had to be one hell of a strongman to finish out that game the way they did. It was really, really tough, really difficult. Magical performance coming through from Titan. A lot of things had to go right from them there. The fact they were able to get that far, pick up as many eliminations they did, I think you could say that Freak maybe dropped the ball just slightly there, John, by peeking out too wide, not off the back of Hamodi, playing as 2 singular units. It's not a happy day there for the guys from Nigma Galaxy. It looks so clean, like that should have been their chicken dinner, but Titans absolutely deserved this one.
Yeah, they played that perfectly. Breaking the 4-digit damage barrier, coming through from Puncher, the MVP of the game blank. I mean, it felt just so coordinated from them all. They leveraged everything they needed to.
Yeah, and I mean, only a PMGC team that gets this far can really take it toe-to-toe with 5 separate teams down towards that southwest edge and still make it out with 4 players still on board. A really unexpected team to come out swinging towards the end there when Nigma Galaxy had everything to play for. I mean, that pick over towards Ralph was quintessential, and then they pick him up and he sends out wide, and instantly Titans pick up on that as well. So unable to get all the angles on the map there just because Titans were so locked into that game. They were so ever present, even spotting out Lil Boy. I mean, they were really on the swivel that entire match there towards the end.
I mean, it was really heads up not to push into the compounds as well. They knew that the circle was going to force everyone out, so they opted to play for the open ground on the outside on the fields. It was the right choice there, and the other 2 teams probably would have made the same decision in their position, but Titan just controlled so well their play. I mean, it's it was perfectly executed on their southwest.
I mean, from the delay as well that they had from that southwest side, it was unlikely to be able to get any compounds of their own. So they were really working with what scraps they could put together. But, you know, the scraps and the sewing machine, they make for a very, very good piece of armor once they were knitted all together towards the end there. They looked very strong, and happy days overall for this team.
Well, what a good result for them to be able to come through in game number 2. Titan take the chicken dinner.
And this is exactly why I love player cams. Being able to see Titans celebrate after a phenomenal victory here with 13 eliminations, 28 points in total. I'm happy to see them take a victory here, but also it's kind of surprised and happy to see a team like Nigma Galaxy able to yet again be up there in points. They got fourth in the first match, second in the match number 2. That is a solid start here out of this team.
Yeah. Losing one of their players relatively early too, so holding on to that compound was super hard. I mean, we were talking about it, right, Sandstorm, that this is a position where all the teams are going to try and go there, and the circle just kept centering on that compound time and time and time again. So if a team decided to crash it, it would have been really tough for Nigma to hold on to it, but the fact that they just had visibility on most of the southern side, the eastern side too, a lot of the crashes could not happen in the first place, so good control, but man, Titan Gaming just cleared the west. They just dominated that spot. It's mental how good it was.
Yes. I don't know, there were so many teams on that southwest side of the zone. You had, I don't know, the likes of MTech, Box, Team Queso, Titan, and Mad Bulls. Every single one of those squads was in the southwest side, but it was Titan that had that massive ridge control that gave them the advantage. And also the fact that you had, I believe it was Box and MTech fighting each other, you had TQ and Mad Bulls fighting each other, so they were kind of just weeding themselves out while Titan was just lying and waiting for the right time. They took up TQ, they were able to inch their way slowly but surely into the last zone, and I'm not even sure what happened with Hamoudi exactly. He had, like you said, he had a god spot, Maxima, in the end game there, and I'm not sure what was that mistake that happened, but Titan very well played to get that chicken dinner.
Yeah, very well played indeed, and a very difficult one to pull off as well, because we kept seeing the zone focus over towards Nigma time and time again. And Hamodi's position that you mentioned before, Sandstorm, was quite crucial. I mean, Max, we were seeing, and you were kind of saying and screaming like, "Come on, that's such an OP spot!" But I mean, the position he took was fantastic and allowed them to get that far in. But I'm kind of curious about your thoughts of the way they played out the situation here for Nigma, because they did let a lot of teams actually get close to them, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, that's the issue, right? That because they lost a player earlier, it's very hard for them to hold on to that position. For the longest time, we were even talking about it, Jason, during that game. The western side, they had little to no information. Like, you could have had team potentially Titan crash earlier, Influence Jaman could have crashed a little bit earlier too, potentially. It was tough, but they still made the most out of those 3 players and get as much information as possible. And the moment they cleared the east, you can play those rooftop positions, and Hamodi really short, unfortunately, does get up at the end, but you just can't fight that because he has that little ridge. It's so hard to peek, and you just cleared the players in that position because that rooftop was just so powerful.
You can see here our overall rankings, and Influence Chemin able to hold on to that first spot with 41 points. But again, it's very early on in this event, so things can change quite drastically as you see Nigma Galaxy able to get up into a second place position without a chicken dinner. Looking over towards maybe a team like S2G, Max, we got to cover them when it came to the European Regionals, a team very heavy when it comes to eliminations, able to put 14 on the board so far, so not a terrible start for them. But the further go, the more risky it becomes for all of these teams.
An R8? I thought you were going to jump on that Sandstorm. I was
no, I was going to let him mellow in that.
They're in 6. Listen, there's nothing to talk about. They managed to get 3 points in a total of 2 games. And look, we know there's 4 days of competition for each week for each of these groups. There's a total of 24 games. But I feel like obviously, like, you're allowed maybe 1 or 2 mistakes or 1 or 2 bad games. I feel like throughout the entire week. And that's it for R8. Any more mistakes? Because as we know, only the top 3 will be able to qualify to the grand finals. So they either start picking up the pace now before we get into the second half of day 1, or it's going to be next to impossible, if not impossible already, for them to qualify. Every single game, every single map is going to matter here.
One thing that I found very interesting, though, we didn't have time to talk about it just yet, but we know that these circles are a lot bigger and they take a little bit more time to close off in the late game, right? And we saw like a step up when it comes to the amount of DMRs and snipers being played. I think that in Miramar in particular, they could be very meta. Unless you're Ayala from Team Kesso, then you're playing shotgun, which is a bit weird, a bit of an outlier. But it seemed like the Mini 14, we're seeing some SLRs being played too. Like, it seemed like the metas maybe changed a little bit to adapt to these circle changes.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, we got to see a lot of auto shotties when it came to, I mean, I guess the entire year, to be fair. And I think we even saw quite a few of them actually come into the likes, if I'm not mistaken, Sandstorm.
Yeah. Like, we've seen a decent amount of shotgun uses in Americas. Mainly, I believe it was the likes of Team Queso, and I think there was Rise Esports, but they're not here, unfortunately. So it's only going to be Queso that are going to be using those weapons in the close quarters combat. But I love seeing it time and time again, and the fact that you're bringing it out on Miramar, the wide open map. You're bringing it there? Sure, okay, and we just love to see it.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to head to a short break where we get things ready for match 3, so don't go anywhere. Well, the teams have had their breaks, and hopefully you've had your break as well, because we're getting right back into the action in just a few moments of time. We're going over to match number 3, and we know, boys, that's, of course, going to be the one and only Sanhok of the day, and also with the changes, not as likely to be able to heal off when it comes to the blue. So this forces those engagements to happen, and I'm curious to see how it's going to work out for these teams, to be honest, because this is a drastic change for, I think, the way people have been known to play. A certain team in particular, a certain player in particular I'm looking at.
I wonder, is that player?
It's not going to happen.
I wonder, is that player Raouf of Enigma Galaxy? Maybe, quite possibly, just a little bit.
I mean, you know, but I'm not going to say any names. I think everyone out there pretty much knows who I'm talking about. But yeah, it's definitely him. You guys also make sure to follow all the social media channels here with PUBG Mobile Esports. Also follow us as well, because we're doing PUBG Mobile all year long. But yeah, I mean, it was a viable strategy before. It definitely, when you had a lot of Sanhoks in the map pool, it worked. Why wouldn't you do it if he gives you the points? But right now, it's not going to work anymore for them. But I got to give a shout out here to Sony Xperia, Sony 1.4, and the Xperia stream. Sorry, I get my words mixed up. Was creating collaboration with professional esports players, and you guys can play on 90 hertz with Xperia stream with its total cooling system and its high intensity gameplay and streaming potential with its multiple ports. So if you guys haven't picked one up, make sure you guys get one for yourselves. But really quickly, we got to go into a head-to-head, I believe from the last match here between two players to kind of look on how they did in particular, because it was, well, Titan Puncher, really the strongest player we saw in that last match.
Clearing the entirety of the west side, Samsung. Like, as I think you stated earlier, there was, what, 4 or 5 teams over there, and Titan pretty much cleared all of that, and Puncher was the one to enable a lot of those fights to happen in the first place, like Box Gaming, MTech, Team Kesso, Madballs. I think there's even BTR at one point that just crashed on their ridge position, and Puncher and also TQ, both of them together as a tandem fragging duo, really popped off. So yeah, I mean, this showed the glimpse of what this team can do. I hope this is not going to be a flash in the pan. I want to see consistency from Titan now.
Yeah, and this is the team, by the way, that was formed halfway through this year. You're talking about 2 players from X Game, obviously Azur from Kunina Power, and then you have Puncher from Sly Esports. He played also for Pioneer and Fidanza. He played for a couple of teams, but first time that we're seeing all these 4 together compete professionally in a couple of tournaments in the second half of this year. They managed to get 2nd in PMPL Africa, 4th in the MEA Championship, which is how they qualified. But seeing them perform against some of the best teams in the world, considering the fact that they haven't been together for such a long time, it's pretty impressive, I have to say.
Yeah, the question though is, can they maintain this level? Like, that's the question I'm going to ask probably quite a few times over the course of today and potentially tomorrow, because this is a shorter stint kind of event, right? There's only 4 days of action. There's 6 matches a day. This isn't like a long form event with like your league play, your super weekends, and you play out 3 of those. It comes down to like how consistent you can be in such a short amount of time, or how explosive you could be in such a short amount of time. And 1 win, it's a great start. Same thing for Influence Chemin. Like, yeah, they're in first place right now, but you got to keep this up. I mean, ideally, you get top 3, you get straight into the finals for PMGC, and you don't have to play this last stage, this survival stage that we got going on.
It's tough. We said it earlier at the start of the show. If there's one time you want to qualify, it is directly in the group stage. Because otherwise, you're going into the survival stage. You have 3 groups of 8 teams. You've got so much more competition that's going to be happening in the survival stage. So your best odds to make it in the finals is right now. You've got 4 days of play, and we're going to see who's going to make it. And right now, I had to pick Influence Chemin because they've been doing pretty good, and they're doing too good. So I need to curse them a little bit. So calm down.
Well, I'm more curious about your BTR pick. Are you just shilling out for follows on Instagram? Because why would you pick them? What's the reasoning behind them?
Why you gotta expose me like that? I mean, follow me on Instagram. Okay, BTR, I mean, it's still BTR. We want to see them do well. Typically in the past, I remember them doing relatively well when it comes to Sanhok. That was 2 years ago. Maybe it's not as viable now, but still, they used to. So we'll see if it can still.
It's 2 years ago. It's quite a long time. That's a lot of tournaments since we've seen them, I guess, show up properly. But I agree. And also, why are you picking Influence Chemin? They're my team. Stop it. Leave them alone.
You're doing too good. I'm not happy about that, okay?
Well, you're picking one of his teams, right? You're picking Mad Bulls. Why'd you go with Mad Bulls?
You know what? I feel like they might be doing something special on Sanhok. Just going for a wild guess on this one.
That is such
that's a cop-out answer.
Unconvincing answer at all. But gentlemen, you know what? I'm going to go with the Infinity, of course. Even though I don't get predictions, I don't get teams to watch. It's just the Infinity. They're going to have a standout day. If they don't, then I'm going to be very sad and have to remove my Infinity tattoo on my shoulder. But you know what? We're going to head into Sanhok here right now with John and Blank once again.
I don't believe Jason would ever get rid of that tattoo, but you know what? That's fine. He's putting it on the line. We'll see if it comes to pass, Blank.
Absolutely. I'm pondering my orb right now, and I think I think Mad Bulls are going to do something special this game. Actually, I'm not sure though. I don't have the inside scoop like Sandstorm, but could be. Anyway, I do think that there will be no healing on Sanhok. I hope. Fingers crossed, guys, we get like a nice little cool ending to this game on Sanhok. This is going to be speeded up quite a bit, though. Obviously, you know, Sanhok early game, very slow usually because we don't see that circle shrink too quickly. But this time around, we're going to be seeing something different. Obviously, we've changed our circle settings over on Orangle and Miramar, which is making for some really cool games, right? But we've done it again over on Sanhok because we want these games to be just as cool. On a small map, we have to make some special changes. So you have to wait around and see exactly how that pans out. But I will say there will be no healing here.
Yeah, well, maybe to a couple of earlier zones, but you will not be able to get that second, third place from just that heal strat, right? So we'll be looking at more oomph in the midst of it all, hopefully, on this Sanhok. I'm really excited to see how it all plays. As you say, it's kind of a little bit of a new dynamic because it means that teams are going to be forced to play a little bit more aggressively, and we don't usually see that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, massive shout out to the esports team over at PUBG Mobile, constantly making changes, constantly bringing out new updates, new content as well, so you can check all that out over on the PUBG Mobile app as well and just get in the game and find exactly what's going on. But we are going to head over towards Sanhok very shortly, but first of all, we've got to show you our beautiful venue that we currently have going over in Kuala Lumpur, which is really nice to see. Happy days, or these players in a nice little spot, nice little zone for themselves. But obviously, PMGC, biggest event of the year. We want all our players to be comfortable. You can see that they have all the fans available to themselves. And again, this is happy days. This is looking very, very nice so far. BTR, S2G, heading over towards Sanhok right now, Joe.
Liking the pods. They're looking pretty swish, but it's time for Sanhok. No more pods. We're dropping into the jungle. The plain path will be heading across. Looks to be on that south side of the island, but it's Sanhok, it's small, everywhere should be reachable, so everybody's going to find their drop spots.
Absolutely, this is one of these maps where it's not at all problematic for teams to get in towards the positions that they like to be in. Again, this is going to be slightly more speedy of a map as opposed to Erangel and Miramar. It's these teams to be quick and flashy on their rotates, on their decision making to ensure that they can have the best game possible to themselves. S2G already send themselves nice and quickly down over towards Paradise Resort. They love this position. It's a position they've played in fair few times, honestly. R8 similarly also heading down towards here. We'll surely see the other players. We might just have a scrap on our hands right out the gate of Sanhok.
Might do indeed. Dropping in for the fight. R8, S2G, Paradise Resort. Eastern side for R8, they're moving through already. The DBS picked up, but Razy's got the M249. That is a big gun to find in these close-range fights. Certainly going to be intimidating. Prestige, you can see him hesitating, even with the DBS, to turn that corner.
I mean, with a little... Yeah, exactly. With a little to no loot they've got on board in terms of vests and helmets. I mean, Razy's just tapping the pre-fire on that position, comes around the corner. It's kind of a 50-50 chance, and it's never a chance you want to take. In the meantime, we are seeing a lot of other engagements popping off around the map. Buriram taking shots over towards LGD, who are currently suffering from the hellish curse that Max has set upon them. The Hellhounds chasing them down throughout all these matches.
He has afflicted them with his eye. The all-seeing gaze of Max. Not the best place to be. You don't want to be under his purview.
Not at all. You're under the purview of Max. It's kind of over because he's going to start slipping hex bags in towards your backpacks, in which case, not much you can do at that point, John. Influence Chairman over towards Bootcamp at the moment, seeming to do fairly well for themselves so far, even getting quite late in towards our previous match over on Miramar, 41 points total. Enigma Galaxy with 33, which is really, really nice to see, honestly, just purely because this is a team that, you know, everyone sees them as a Sanhok team, but they're more than that. Overall, they have some very good players that have been developed over a very long time and have stuck together for a very long time as well. Lord, Ralph, Hamodi, Freak, practically the same roster we see all the time now coming through for Enigma Galaxy, stuck together, performed very well, and this is a team that we'll continue to see far into the future. It's a team I really like, and we'll see what they do over here in Sanhok, because it's a team that should know this map inside and out. I know most of the time they would play those heal strats on the outside, but you have to be very, very elegant, in which case you choose these spots, and quite dainty in those rotations as well to make sure you stay out of danger.
Dancing around Paradise Resort. No one taking knocks, no one going aggressive. Nobody wants to make that first mistake. But is that the mistake itself? It's very philosophical.
No.
Fair enough. So it's not a mistake. They're playing passive. That's reasonable. I think, to be fair, I think I kind of agree with that.
Negative. Rethink your opinion now.
Whoa. I didn't say it was my opinion. I said it was an opinion.
Oh, okay. You just pluck that from the audience of opinions currently watching. That's fair enough. You're just here to set someone on the correct path, on the right string of facts and points along the way to set them towards the...
No, that's your job. I just say ludicrous things.
Yeah, well, that's fair enough. And I have to put those ludicrous... Oh my god, I'm having a philosophical problem again. I'm having a real Buriram time over here. Ludicrous opinions to bed, okay? I read them a nice bedtime and then close the door, turn off the lights, good night, and we're back on track with the game. MTech Storm over here, looking down towards S2G. This could be an early engagement, and almost certainly will be, considering this is S2G we're looking at. Can go either way, though. Usually S2G do get the better of other teams, but similarly, we have seen a fair few times S2G suddenly have to bite the bullet. Oh, that was a quick switch.
Oh, okay. Killer with the auto shotty finds Newsy. And the Infinity lose a player on the Northern Throws. Near Mong 9. No way you're getting that one back up. That's way too far removed. And it's already dead, so can't really do too much about that. They will have to shift southwards, though, as the circle has moved away from them. Box fairly central right now, right next to Quarry on the east side. Close to Aegon XI8.
You know, Box had some serious success throughout the years. Obviously, they've got a whole load of second and first places. But as of recently, after Spring Vietnam split, taking that first place, they dropped into 12th in the Invitational and then were not even able to hit that top 3 in the Fall Vietnam PMPL, only taking 4th place there. So a little bit of a drop off for them. Maybe nerves come off the back of the World Invitational, which is somewhat of those engagements between them and a lot of these teams in PMGC. But we are having a remake here, so we're coming back to us over on our little screen here, in which case we're currently in the boxes and we're not with Box, unfortunately. It would be good to get to a little bit of a chat with them in future. Maybe I'll try and reach out and see exactly what is going down with those guys. But yeah, Sanhok will be delayed slightly here, John.
Yeah, it will be a little bit of time before we get into that game. Good news for players that went down early. Obviously, Infinity will be able to pick Newsy back into the fold, get a little bit more strength. My question is, are we going to see that R8 hot drop coming through with S2G in that Paradise Resort area?
Yeah, and I mean, it's a little bit tougher for S2G, right? Because they took a split on that approach to Paradise Resort, in which case R8 were all on one side. So you might have a case where they potentially now know to all 4 drop on one singular player and try and pick up that first elimination, that first knock, in which case things start to get a little bit tricky, right? Complicated for the rest of the S2G players, and where they're trying to regroup, reform into a position where they can take a 3v4, which is all in all quite difficult, honestly. I do think this is an important drop spot for S2G, and I don't think they'll give it up here, John, honestly. It's a position where they play very well from, where they get a lot of points from, so this might just be a case of the game plan being changed for both these teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's never going to be easy, right? Especially when you're playing in this caliber of lobby. But we are going to be, hopefully, I think we are getting the games restarted now, so we'll be on board with it to check it out in just a moment's time. Early into today, we've seen some pretty solid overall streak outs into the lead. I mean, I'm looking at Influence Chairman already on 41 points after the 2 games that they've played. That is a really, really intimidating total. It's over 20 points a game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's quite scary to look at, honestly, and I think that for Influence Chairman, if they can keep this type of thing up, you know, this might just be Group Red being dominated by one of our America's teams, and Brazil will be very happy that their team is currently representing them in such a fantastic manner, honestly, here over in the PMGC. Again, I'll reiterate, because I don't think this is now the China or even, you know, the SEA show anymore. We do have some excellent teams coming through from Americas and Western Europe now, which is going to make for, honestly, a more enjoyable event.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really, really good to see the caliber starting to step up again and again across all the regions coming into the PMGC. And it was really good to sort of see that come together in the last couple of months. We're looking at teams. I mean, the team that I'm really thinking about is HBVP coming in from obviously the region that we covered. But you're right, across all the regions, and we're seeing it here with Influence Chairman.
100%. I think if there's one team that I really do want to see play, and I will be taking a lot of notes, it's 4AM though. I think we missed out on watching this team for quite some time, but you know, all the players on this team, incredibly good, incredibly strong, and it was a shame not to see them as much as we would have liked, but they're back again to potentially even dominate here over in PMGC. We'll have to wait a while for that to come round. Obviously, they are in our 3rd group in yellow, so we'll see Group Green first, which a lot of teams are a bit worried to play against, especially if you're inside this group and you're maybe not one of the powerhouses in there. But I'm sure a lot of you guys at home as well are looking forward to watching this. But right now, it's Group Red on our hands, who also have our powerhouses of our own and teams that are currently stepping up to the plate.
Into Sanhok. Hopefully this time we'll be able to see it all the way through. So we're once again into the plane. At the moment, I'm looking at teams that have potentially slightly underperformed what we might have expected from them, and at this stage, I mean, the big standout for me at the moment is Bigatron, who we kind of talk about quite a lot because of their old prestige, but they have now had so many changes that it's fairly new as a roster, right? They keep that Luxy Zuxy duo, but it's all kind of changed, and they haven't really showed us anything so far.
I did have a really pleasant conversation with LaFlame, who's the coach of BTR, and he'd sent off Zuxi to play in some of these, I would say, third-party tournaments, honestly, which I'll get back to shortly. We currently have R8 and S2G on our screens, but I think that what he was saying is it's really brought his motivation back up into the fold and given him something to strive towards. So Zuxi already over on Wrangle was doing a load of good work, and I would love to see BTR back on form, where I think they really do have something to prove now, where it's no longer a case of turn up, you get the fans cheering for you, which they always do, of course, but now at least we'll get to see BTR trying to make something happen, trying to sit on top once again.
Ooh. Smoked. LGD lose the player there. First blood for Break.
Yeah, the Hex bag is still in there, bro. I mean, it's
still going.
Even if you have a remake, the curse is ever present.
Goodness me, DRS losing players. These auto shotties, not even the DBSs, it's just anything that can pop out that shot at a fast rate seems to be winning.
I mean, so far, in a lot of these taunts, we've seen the DBS, the auto shotty, have a really big influence in a lot of these matches. We're practically back to exactly what we started with last game.
Yeah.
Everyone's like a general agreement as if you went down, you went down. Go give the point over to whoever it was who eliminated you, and we'll go from there. Razy steps up, but does get knocked down, and Calci not able to go for the refrag there. The barrel absolutely blasting. That thing fires quick and fast with a very, very high damage count on each bullet. So terrifying to come into close range. Uzi, though.
This time, he's got backup. DRS going to lose a player. Do get a knock over towards Logan. The backup isn't quite there for DRS, so they aren't going to commit to that. Prestige for R8 was able to skirt around the hills and focus that attention over towards the knock, try and keep that one going. It looks like there was that res coming through. Box have moved up to another LGD player here. Feels like they know there's someone here, nade in hand. And Bentsu, yeah, absolutely they know there's a player in there.
Yeah, a bit rough. S2G, on the other hand, have lost one player. Able to get their initial knock back up on his feet, but R8, sorry, have the significant advantage of a 4v3, and it will most likely be S2G leaving Paris Resort behind. That does mean moving out in towards the arms of MTech Storm, who might be able to find themselves a cheeky couple of knocks as they make their exit. So S2G, definitely not the way they wanted to start out their game here.
All the C's. But none of the teammates right now put to sleep. Night-night. LGD down to 2.
I mean, Box has been just coming like waves against CC at the moment. Not able to really hold back the C itself. And LGD down to just 2 players. This has really not been the best of starts for the tournament here in PMGC for LGD. And obviously, this is 3 games in a row now where LGD has had some pretty significantly bad games. And remember, if you're in that bottom 5, sorry, you were just immediately eliminated from the entirety of the tournament here in PMGC.
Not favorable. Bad for business. You want to be climbing out of there as fast as you can. And you've got to remember, all of these teams are teams that dominated in their respective regions. So to see them getting punished so far is really quite an interesting dynamic. I mean, to be fair, it is only 2 games, and we did have a military finish as one of those 2 games, and then you might have a bad Miramar. It's kind of fair that some of these teams could have had a full start here. But for teams like Influence Chemin, who have capitalized beautifully, Enigma Galaxy 33, it's going to be really, really great to get that relief under the belt.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can excuse any of it, though, honestly. With, I mean, Influence Chemin showed us that beautifully over on their angle, right? What was it? 15 kilometers, and the next best was like 10,000 meters traveled. I think for Influence Chemin, they certainly took their game to the next level. And they were like, look, we might not be on Sosnovka, but we're a team that can get down there and set ourselves up beautifully to get down towards that position. So I think for Influence Chemin, they showed us that, it doesn't matter if you don't have the best position. It just matters the skill level of the team and how clean your rotates are. So when you get this level of play in PMGC, there's really nothing where you can be like, well, the circle didn't shift in our favor, or, well, you know, it wasn't our best rotate, or we got held out. These aren't things that should necessarily hold you back if you're a team that can make it towards that grand finals and can take one of those podium finishes.
Team's already starting to move. And I think even now is where we might see some of the impact of the changes to the circles here, Blank. Because before you'd see teams leaving themselves out, gathering a lot of meds, playing in the blue for the first 10 minutes of the game. Maybe even a little bit longer. But now you're going to see teams looking to actively move forwards. And I think that's going to cause a little bit more conflict, certainly around the crossing points, if you have to head southwest.
Yeah, you could certainly play in the blue a lot longer in Phase 1 over in Sanhok. It's still not as egregious as people might think it would be. It's only when you really get to that late game where it's like, well, you really can't stay out here. But it will force more teams in, but there certainly will be teams still looting. Just with the amount of compounds available in close proximity here on Sanhok, it is worth it to move to a lot of these positions and pick up that loot available to themselves. I8, though, spot down towards 4 rivals who are sending it through. They lose a player out the back in Puri. Unfortunate stuff there. Appy and Voki move up towards the compound, and now I8 in a great position to handle the rest of 4 rivals.
Oh dear, sorry, I've just had the most egregious sneeze. It's really got me. But yeah, no, it's not gone well for me. Buradam up the top of the hill though. Ooh, under pressure, not gone well for him either. Ghost looking for that spray, getting the lineup. The team shots are good. Buradam finds Pemburu though. There's a little bit of a consolation prize there, and potentially even going to be able to get the res around the top of the cave crater. Southwest shift again, going to be lining up on that southwest island.
Is pretty much all the way down towards the southwest here. Mad Bulls might have a good start for themselves. To get out of Painan, but again surrounded by a lot of teams at the moment. Titan obviously in front of them, who were, you know, I think we'll kind of have to know them as just this team that is the juggernaut of the lobby with just the knight armor. It's very difficult to get past them without having to joust. And they certainly will knock you off your horse if you're not careful.
Team Queso being a little bit quiet. In some of these early games. We'll have to try and step up a little bit further. 9 points total, so not out of it, but haven't really had an impact. Certainly not like their America's compatriots.
Yeah, and it was a bit of a rough entrance for them into Americas. So you can kind of see why they might be taking it a little bit more careful into this tournament. But again, like Jason was saying on the desk, which is a really good point, although this is technically our group stage, you are having these very short stints of gameplay. They're almost their own mini championships, randomized by our group selection. So you have to just work with what you get. This requires a lot of analysis from the back end of teams, as well as analysis coaches working to figure out the rotations, what's the best move inwards. For Mad Bulls is certainly a team that excels at that type of thing. So we might see a big change for this team come tomorrow when they have figured out exactly how they want to play this one out, what kind of rotations they want to make. And today is just a little bit more slow, careful, cautious, trying to figure out exactly how they want to move through on these circles itself.
I mean, we've sung the praises quite a lot of Pokemolodoy coming in as coach for Mad Bulls, right? Coming in with a lot of experience in Battle Royale and seemingly giving a lot of that passion and a lot of that power, experience and knowledge over towards the roster. Obviously coming 3rd place in the European Championship. Mad Bulls the highest seeded representative from the region in this group. So it's really good to see that. And that is the sort of thing that we want to see more of when it comes to these consistent league phases.
Scry on the off angle will find at least once from I8 as they make their way across the river, and this was a trap that's been sprung perfectly, carefully, waiting for I8 to get a little bit too close. Box not going full on the approach, but Bensu with a lovely off angle will find at least one more, and I think I8 might just crumple under the pressure of Box, who have found themselves a very nice compound to hold out teams on.
Box is a team that does love to hold in these in buildings in general. Very good at holding that sort of area as they clear out anyone else who tries to step on up. And playing on their coastal side, it's going to give them a little bit better sight lines to protect a lot of their flank. They can pay attention to just one direction if they don't want to move further in, which they will have to on the next.
IE7 here from R8, finding at least one player from Team Queso. These guys vacated from the Confluence compound, but unfortunately left one of their players behind as they got knocked on the way out. And now R8 has to figure out how they would like to move into this map. Infinity over towards the northwest, actually still making their way down from the northwest island, but these circles are coming thick and fast at the moment. Next one shifts further down towards the southwest with Titan, Enigma Galaxy, and Madball still holding in. Influence Chemin looking to move through Painan though, so this will be a really big test for Madballs. And although we have sung their praises so far, I still think that there is time for them to prove themselves, and I'm not 100% convinced as of yet. Influence Chemin, on the other hand, looking extremely good coming out from the Americas Championships. Team Queso struggling slightly, and Titans obviously showing us that they have what it takes in the PMGC after that last Miramar match.
Yeah, really solid stuff from them, but they have one more to go and they're playing in a good position for it. Shots over towards 4 rivals, but Titans are already picking up those points. Be difficult to sneak those away. Enigma Galaxy again playing spread in a central area as they were in the previous game. 4 rivals take some shots from them. And 4 rivals having a tough time of it in the center area.
I mean, this is a team that has just sent it in, right? I mean, they were harried by a lot of separate teams, including I8, who unfortunately met their demise to box over on that southeast edge. 4 rivals just sent it in and now have been left down to just that one player. S2G obviously did not have the best of starts over in Paradise Resort and have been trying to restabilize ever since. Influence Chairman, though, spot them as they move in. They will lose one player there and an instant flush as well. Now just Razy alive with a smoke, trying to provide himself a little bit of ingress here towards the rest of the lobby, but it is Team Queso now standing in his way.
Crazy last survivor for S2G, the PMGC point qualifier from the Turkish region, one of the two. Will be having a tough time of it, but 21 points already on today's games. They've done well. They've kept themselves in that conversation, which is good to see, because we were a little bit worried about them coming into this. Maybe a little bit less worried about them than Besiktas, who came in after a pretty shocking performance in the European Championships. They still qualified on PMGC points, but they're not in this group, so S2G going to have to take up that mantle. And they're proving themselves so far, I'd say.
It's been okay. I mean, they are running into similar problems they have done in the past, though, and we thought that this would be something that they would adapt to or fix coming in towards PMGC, which is just a lot of these engagements happening all the time. And yes, we know that they are a fantastic team when it comes to those team fights, but on the other hand, they take a little bit too many of these engagements, and they're a little bit too slapdash on a lot of these rotates, which leads to them getting shot by several different teams, as you've already seen this game and last game. And you'd feel like this is something that they would improve on, and they have time to improve on. And by time, I mean 3 days. It's not a lot, and you really don't want to, as one of the forerunners for the Turkish region, go out in your group stage when only 5 teams are being eliminated.
Not ideal. LGD, they have been suffering so far. 10 points total. No limbs this game. They will be moving forwards with 2. Buradam 3 players. Southeast side. They were the southeast side. They swing all the way around to the south side of Sami. Actually pretty close to LGD, so they have to fight out of it, but the circle does go their way, so a lot of that urban environment is still left in. And Box are going to move into it from the east. Team Queso under pressure from Titans, and we'll go down to them.
Killer from DRS. This is a nasty bit of damage coming through from Scry. Mad Bulls making their way down, try to avoid a lot of that conflict on that northern edge. I think Mad Bulls are coming into a group or an environment now where, you know, any team can be the end of them, and just avoiding teams is maybe not enough at this point in time. But spots out of box have been making the long dash, and this is just not something that's really available anymore. You need to be proactive, getting into these circles nice and early with the amount of damage it's currently doing to you. And with the speed at which these circles are popping as well, if you're left out in the cold and you've been waiting too long to maybe try and pick up a couple of these eliminations as teams come in, you're going to suffer for it, just like Influence Chairman currently are right now, and that might just be them out.
Influence Chairman, they are indeed eliminated on the northeast side. As the Titans pick up another dominating card. A chance to chase, because remember that Titans are currently sat second place behind Influence Chemin. There is quite a buffer, but with a strong finish, with a good game, the Titans very much have the potential to leapfrog that and take the top spot. If they can play this one as well as the last, it should be fairly simple for them. They're moving through the Infinity right now. Bombardment's laying down the ordnance. Over towards the backline, got Tunny trying to hold them off to slow down that flanking position, but it's Newsy up front, taking the fight and will not be able to bear the pressure. Aza around the bottom of the rock will go down, and God Tunny gets the flush, leaving Titan at 3. So there's the final nail onto Aza's position, leaving God Tunny high and dry. Teak will be a little bit better into that fight. Has the backup, 9 eliminations now coming through from Titan.
Yeah, that's an unreal result coming through from Titans in this game. It's beautiful to see a lot of open ground in the middle of this actual circle itself. Enigma Galaxy obviously playing down towards Sanhok on the Sami side for so long. They've been able to pick themselves out a very juicy spot in the circle to try and translate into a big win here. BTR, though, still going. Made their slow but steady movement from that northwest edge. Deciding not to play Northeast anymore, as was very typical for BTR in the past. Now looking to pick up as many members as possible and clear out this side of the map. Jem Foster does spot some of the players from Buriram. Tiger is first to be noticed, but my name in the back there could be a problem.
Crossing up Tiger, up to the rock face. But we'll have to move further to get into the circle. Pretty much the only route is right into the waiting arms of Bigatron. Jen Foster close, will be first to take that fight. Misery moving north for Bigatron on the southwest side. Quiet so far in the game, no eliminations, but now they have to face Tiger. Taken low very, very quickly. Nade not going to answer with any damage. Zuxi up the top, hits the deck for the spray. It's good for 1. That's the zone taking down Tiger though. And now the challenge is for the fight. They will find both. And that is going to be Buriram eliminated in 8th position. Bigatron have the southwest, but Nigma have the buildings.
Yeah, really well done from Bigatron there. Took that one nice and slow. I mean, this is where Bigatron needs to get some momentum going. And I mean, any momentum is good momentum for this team, where a lot of times we have seen BTR just fall flat on their face before. This is looking a lot nicer. It is a little bit late to the party in terms of time to step up on game 3, but it's better than nothing so far. 8 points. It's not terrible here for the team of BTR, but there is still much further to go. Titan finds Monkey. Effect to the side. Shouldn't be able to pick this player up. They are right on the edge of the circle. It might take a little bit of time. There will be need from Skillsers or Xerix to find themselves one of these picks.
Luxy, hello, challenge, and he pulls down the veil over Suki's eyes for Luxy to drop on down. That's twin synergy.
That is twin synergy there. That's what you like to see. And I mean, LGD must have been incredibly confused. Titan, though, Puncher once again, the MVP from that last match, able to find Effect as well. Mad Bulls not going how they would like. 3v2 now with a 12 elimination count, which is gargantuan here for Titan. It's looking good.
It really, really is, with 6 teams remaining as well. Likely too soon to follow. All of these teams have been crunched in. This is the effect of the zones changing. Delta.
I mean, that's over for Mad Bulls.
That's it. Gets spotted up from the grass. A little snake ruins the day. 5 teams remain now blank. 2 teams with 1 player, DRS and MTech Storm.
Real unfortunate result there coming through from Mad Balls. Had a great position for that entire match, but again, it just feels like Titan's got the eagle eye on this match, able to spot these players out from afar. 3 players remain though, Nigma Galaxy on 4, BTR on 4 similarly, but Titans, you cannot count them out just yet. MTEX, just the 1 player. Jem Foster hasn't spotted him yet. Zuxi also unaware of this position.
There's no way they should be able to know about this. They will have heard the shots a little bit further north. They won't know the specific position. So they might be worried, but no one's in a position. If Jem Foster gets spotted here and taken down, that's it, but maybe waited a little bit too long. Both Zuxi and Luxy low. 2 players from Delta taken down. That's Nigma Galaxy popping off. That's coming through from Freak. I don't think Delta popped any shots there.
Didn't even have a hand in it. I was surprised. I thought he got a really good lineup. But incredible stuff there coming through from Nigma Galaxy. They have a really good spot within this circle.
Luxy in danger. Will be spotted, sprayed from the back. Will be taken down. Cannot get that heal in response. But Luxy, leg swept. Nigma Galaxy now 4 players alive, staying up into the last 3 teams as Titan go down.
That is a nasty nade up towards Misery. Zuxi has to bring Luxy back up to his feet now, and Jem Foster has to at least find 1 of these knocks. Delta can still be problematic here for the rest of the team. Zuxi cannot move any further down towards his teammate. Has to look up towards Ralph. Jem Foster even taking a bit of damage. Delta might be able to slip himself into a 2nd place. Luxy flushed. Zuxi out in the blue. Maybe has to move a bit forward, but it's ticking so hard.
There's a nade from Hamodi over the top as well. That is going to be the flush coming through. Enigma Galaxy, they played into the buildings. They got a central position. Nobody really had the opportunity to move up, let alone went for it. In this scenario, Jem Foster, a sliver of HP. That nade should do it. Hang on a minute. Delta might have found the crossfire. Nade over the top. And that is 2 teams remaining. Delta is there. Last player. Not healing this time. Enigma Galaxy don't even spot him. Not just yet. He's right there. Ralph, no. Oh dear. Now he's going to go down to the blue zone. And they will keep it on going. Enigma Galaxy take the chicken dinner that they were denied on Miramar.
I mean, you get most of your points from Sanhok from healing, or you just get most of your points from Sanhok from taking those chicken dinners. A really good spot there. Again, with the change in the circle, it's much easier to predict where this is going to end up. So if you have a good position within the circle, you don't have to leave it. You can be adamant this is where it's going to end. If you can hold it down nicely, prevent teams from getting too close to you, you can take that win. It's no longer a case of you take a great compound within the circle, it moves away from you, your entire game plan's thrown out the window. You can play this long game now, and if you've got the smart rotation, smart pickups on the buildings, and keep people at bay around you, perfect news for Nigma Galaxy. What a game from them to finish with now, after there was a lot of doubts about this team as well, of how well they would do here on Sanhok, dropping as the signs as well. You know, these guys were playing well, and you have to respect it.
Dropping the deuces there. And those nades were pretty dunk-worthy as well. We're on that. Knock over towards Misery as well in that final engagement. Really, really important with the nades coming through from Nigma Galaxy. Titans as well. Again, a really solid performance. They went down, they got cut out in the open by Nigma Galaxy. Yeah, but they had, I think, what was it 11, 12 eliminations before that happened, finishing 4th place with that many eliminations off the back of their previous game. I wouldn't be surprised if they were able to take the top spot.
Yeah, it was a very, very good match from them. And again, it's nice to see that 13 nades were thrown there from Nigma Galaxy. But I would say every single one of those nades was impactful in that match. Titan not allowing the Mad Bulls to get anywhere into this circle. Yeah, they were traveling out into the open, but I think this is one thing we're going to have to keep tabs on for Titan throughout the entirety of these matches coming out from PMGC, is they do not let anyone step past their gaze. However, we'll be heading over towards the highlights now after that beautiful chicken dinner.
It almost looked all too easy there for Enigma Galaxy as they were just, yeah, another quick win for us. Not too big of a deal. 7 limbs, but get themselves 22 points in total. A fantastic job by Enigma Galaxy. But what really stands out to me here, Sandstorm, is the last 2 matches in a row, their positioning has been spot on perfect.
100%. They managed to get themselves smacked up in the middle of the zone, get themselves in a compound. And the first time we saw it in Miramar, they lost a member, but they were still able to keep complete control of it. This time around, they didn't lose a single member. It was a complete 4-stack, full squad. Yeah. They were able to cover all angles. And like Maxman noticed as well under the broadcast, we saw, under the desk, we saw them leave the compound for a little bit around zone 4, zone 5. They were trying to scout out a little bit, find out a little bit of information, see what the other teams were doing, get some information, and then go back to the compound and then still stay there. So very well played from them to finish it up.
Yeah, I think in that position, if you're not willing to actively seek out position and information, you're going to allow teams to get too close, and then they're really going to have the potential to make use of that utility, nades, smokes, mollies, and just basically push you out of that compound. So I love the fact that they were going for those 2-2 splits, and especially in those finishing moments, sending, they had like a tag team, I think it was Homodia and Rauf. They send them both out, straight down south onto BTR, making sure that they can as much control as possible. This is a team that was decisive to make sure the chicken dinner does not escape from them again. And man, we had question marks. No, there's no heal strat. How is it going to work out? And it worked out great.
Yeah, forces a lot more fights as we're seeing. But as you mentioned, Max, yeah, seeing Titan get extremely far was a fantastic showing of them again. Typically, we've seen when it comes to at least Western Europe, a team will get a chicken dinner, next match, 16th place, 0 points. So it's nice to see they're able to kind of bounce back here and maintain a level of play. But what about Delta for DRS? They lost their first player 1 minute 14 seconds in, and yet they're able to hold on to get 2nd place. I mean, that's not easy to do, and he was a pain in the backside of a couple different teams.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Sandstorm, some teams trying to go for the heal strat, and some teams, I think, understood the hard way. No, it is not going to work out anymore. Now you've just got to basically hold on to the very edge of the circle, which is what Delta did. He just snuck his way through, playing in the bushes, pulling a Ryzen in 2019, and it worked out. And even in the chances for quite a few teams, I think 2 teams, he got rid of the last pair of Mad Balls, and also almost got a few spray downs onto Titan and make sure that he slowed down the rotation. So yeah, sure, heal strat doesn't work, but playing slow edge is going to be the new quote-unquote heal strat now.
Yeah, and you had the other player from MTech, I believe, the last surviving member. He was also the one that kind of nailed one of the players from the side of not DRS, I believe it was BTR. Yeah, it was Bigatron. Yeah. They lost one of their members. That gave an opportunity for Enigma Galaxy to leave the compound once again, scout a little bit more, finish the knock that they managed to secure as well, and then just keep pushing that advantage that they had into the chicken dinner.
Sandstorm had to bring up a certain topic.
No, listen. We're not going to talk about him.
This man, the last 3 days rehearsals, was talking up R8 Esports.
Listen.
Care to comment?
I mean, yeah, they managed to get some dubs, but unfortunately, it was only in the scrims. It was only in the test matches. Unfortunately, it wasn't in the matches that mean something right now. But who knows? We still have a second half to the day, so maybe they'll do something.
We have a lot of teams on the bottom of the rankings that I did not expect to see on the bottom of the rankings. I would say R8 also one of those teams that I'm a little bit surprised. So maybe just a bad start, right? It's PMGC, it's a completely different ecosystem from the other events, so it maybe takes at least a little bit of time for them to adapt.
To be fair, someone has to be bottom, right? It's impossible for no one to be in 16th place. And it is early, right? We're only 3 matches into the first day. We're only halfway through the first day of 4. So we still have a little bit of time before we get to see them maybe ramp up a bit. And maybe some people and some teams are just slow starters. But again, good to see DRS, good to see Enigma Galaxy have such a strong performance, a strong, consistent performance. I think is the key thing for me. The consistency, which is really hard to do when it comes to these short form events. But I'm curious when we get into the later matches, are we going to see Bigatron step up? Because Max, I believe you have them picked here for this one.
Yeah, BTR is one of the team looking at for, but there's a lot of things happening, and we'll see if Influence Man can continue doing well.
And we're back here in Kuala Lumpur where all the players are playing. And right now with me here, we do have Influence Kemen. And first of all, of course, I would like to congratulate you on your very first chicken dinner back in Arangel. So, of course, I believe that getting the first chicken dinner in the league is a really good start. So, can you tell me how you're feeling right now?
Então, ele foi parabéns pela primeira jogada que vocês ganharam o chicken dinner. E agora está a perguntar, como foi a sensação de ter ganhado o primeiro jogo?
Então, obrigado, primeiramente, pela Brains. E a sensação é boa, é única, uma experiência incrível, então creio que vai ter mais.
So first, thank you for the presentation. And it's like it's a good sensation for being like the first chicken dinner of the match. And they really believe there'll be more to come.
Well, I do believe so as well. Now, first, the next question I really do want to ask is that how do you and the rest of the team are currently feeling right now about the state of the team? And do you feel like there is any more changes that you need to basically do to get better in this competition?
Então, ele perguntou como vocês estão sentindo agora, depois dos 3 jogos, e se precisa melhorar alguma coisa para os próximos jogos.
Nós estamos nos sentindo confortável, acredito que estamos nos adaptando, então vai ter mais o que melhorar e só tem a acostumar mais e é isso, estamos bastante confiantes.
So for now, they feel like they're safe, but they need like to make a few changes because of the last 2 players. And the last 2 games are not that good, but they feel like they can make the change readily for the next 3 matches for the night.
Yeah, and of course, this is the first time that you guys are entering the PMGC all together. And of course, the team's performance have been wowing the audience all around the world. So I really would like to ask, what is the ultimate goal for Influence Kemin overall? And at the same time, is there any warning shots that you really want to send to the teams currently competing with you in Group Red?
So ele está perguntando tipo como vocês estão novos jogando todos juntos, qual é a dificuldade que tem e qual é o maior adversário que vocês acham que tem agora no momento no Grupo Vermelho.
Então, nós já tá bastante tempo juntos, estamos nos acostumando bastante juntos, somos bem unidos e eu acho que todos os times são bons, mas creio que LGD, por cair no nosso esporte, pode ser uma pedra no sapato, mas nada demais.
So they feel like very good because they are friends and they be like together for a while now. But for the meantime, maybe they're just a bit worried about LGD for the next few games.
All right, so hopefully you guys will be able to get in the best shape possible, and we hope to see a lot more chicken dinners from the rest of the team. Well, of course, thank you very much, little boy. You guys are fantastic, and I hope that we'll be able to see a whole lot more. Now, of course, we'll be done with the interview for now, but there will be even more to come, so let's get back into more of our game.
Well, Influence Shaman, they've already made a good performance so far and kind of put their foot down. The third team here ready to play, and a team who's ready to compete for those top 3 spots to get directly into the finals. You guys can find out obviously how they're going to do by following all of our social media channels, not only the PUBG Mobile Esports, but our own, as Maxman was shilling out to get all of the Bigatron fans to follow him. But what I didn't tell you is, off camera, he was like, Bigatron suck! So if you guys hate him, go give him some hate messages. Totally fine with that one.
What? I would never say that, okay? BTR,
it's
have
fine.
a good game.
You know what, Max? If anyone gets aggressive towards you, we'll put you in the beautiful Pullman Kuala Lumpur Bangsar Hotel, where our world is your playground. You can sit in sweet luxury as we sit at home. That would actually be nice. You know what? We could do like a poolside kind of cast. It'd be great. Sun's out, guns out, you know, get our biceps going.
I don't have that, but sure. The rest
That's
okay.
Not true. I have a video of Maxman swimming, and he does a fantastic dive into the pool. But that's neither here or there. We don't need to discuss that one as we go into our 4th match of the day here momentarily, as Maxman is a little bit afraid of this video that I could post over on my Instagram, funny enough. We're going to be going over to Erangel here in just a few seconds. And we had our first match won by Influence Shaman as well here, but we can see our drop locations and where we expect teams to go. And yeah, I mean, it looks pretty right. I mean, we had the drops in out of Influence towards Yasnaya, like we expected. Bigatron, they eventually moved the east side. Yasnaya have to drop it towards the west-hand side. So not too much conflict, but conflict nonetheless over towards Yasnaya and Farm.
Yeah, I mean, Yasnaya, you can have like multiple teams, right? Sandstorm, this is something we mentioned multiple times. I think that on the first game we had, BTR and Influence Shaman. You can have one team over to the east, one team over to the west, and they can survive. They don't have to fight. If they're respectful from one another, it is completely okay. But Mad Bulls, don't drop them. They drop in promotion. That's it. That's my fix.
I mean, that wasn't the only thing that I wanted to focus on when it came to the map, but also like how we had like military base in the first one. But Looking at Titans and what they did in the last game, though, they didn't manage to get a chicken dinner, but still, their consistency is there throughout the first 3 games of the day. And this is something that still surprises me that they're performing at this level, to be honest, considering, again, how let's say they're very new to playing together for this split. So can they continue it throughout the rest of the games? So far, they are.
Well, there is always that honeymoon period that potentially can happen for these teams, but so far we have seen some domination out of a few teams in particular. But I want to see a mix-up here. I want to see a change-up happening for this next match, and maybe that leads me to question you two on what teams you had chosen to watch in this next match.
I forgot which teams I put, actually.
You forgot which teams you put.
Which ones did I put?
That's not good.
I put Titan. I think
I did give you
got them.
STG.
Yes, you did give me STG.
STG. Put it in.
Yes, I did put it in. I put Titan, STG, Purudam. It should come up soon eventually. Yeah, Titan, I mean, as you said, they've been looking great so far. It could be the honeymoon phase, as you also mentioned. Hopefully, they can just continue doing well. I mean, TQ and Punch have been looking exceptional so far, but STG have been doing good rotations, but I think that they struggled to get into the late game. I don't know if that's down maybe to the circle changes we had applied for this PMGC, and it's just like a little bit weird for them to react to those. But STG getting good spots, but I feel like I want to see a big fight break out for them. And if so, STG could actually go very far.
Well, if you're talking about getting good spots, I mean, as Sandstorm had predicted Enigma Galaxy, the last 2 matches they've been able to do just that. They seem to know exactly where to go. Very reminiscent of the Mad Bulls we saw when it came to Western Europe. They just kind of rotated in at the right time. But I don't know what it is, Sandstorm. Like, the Enigma Galaxy are just all over it. And if they continue to do this, if they can continue to read the zones correctly, I mean, that should, in my opinion, should be it. They should be going through to PMGC right away.
And this right here is the Enigma Galaxy that we're used to seeing in last year's competition, in early this year's competition. They managed to get PMPL Arabia Season 1, I believe, early on in the year. But then second half of the year, they start to fall off a little bit. So it's great to see a resurgence in the games, especially with them getting a chicken dinner in the 3rd game. They didn't manage to secure the one in the 2nd, but still. Good performance overall, and I'm hoping to see more and more from these guys consistently, not over just today, but over the course of the other days as well. It's going to be very, very hard, especially with the way Titan is performing, the way Influence Chemin has been doing as well. Very, very difficult for Group Red so far.
Yeah, and I find it very interesting because when you're looking at, for example, last year's PMGC, you're looking at 2 teams in particular, HVDP, aka the ex-Na'Vi, and also Enigma Galaxy. They've tasted already what a Grand Finals can look like for PMGC, and I think that for them, 2nd, 3rd place is not going to cut it. Here they want to go the entire way. They want to become world champions and not give a 3rd star to the jersey of Nova. So I think that here they're just going for the entire run.
Well, interesting enough, looking down our overalls really quickly, you can see DRS, 8 eliminations, 4 rivals, 8 eliminations, and they're currently in 4th and 6th place respectively, surrounded by teams who have 20 or more eliminations. It's sitting tough for teams like this, but we'll see what they can do here as they head into our 4th match of the day.
Going into game number 4, we've got the matches rolling thick and fast. We're going right on into it. Blank, we're ready and raring to go yet again after Sanhok changed up quite a bit by the circle shifts. We're back to what we were seeing earlier.
Yeah, I mean, we're not skipping a beat here, John, anymore. We're straight into matches, straight into games, not messing around. And honestly, so far, it has been an interesting first day so far, John. Just looking at the overall rankings at the moment, Enigma Galaxy currently in 1st place with 55 points. Titans not far behind them with 48, and Influence Chemin with 46. So although Influence Chemin maybe didn't have the most powerhouse game there on Sanhok, they're still not lagging behind that much just from the success that they were able to find from previous matches. Specifically, over on the chicken dinner, they were able to grab themselves on Arangle. Not an easy chicken dinner either, so I'm expecting to see some more success here from them.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully going to be able to put their best foot forwards there towards the top of the tables. We're also looking for more from some of the teams who will be underperforming. It's kind of what we're always going to be looking for, right? It's those middle of the pack teams that will be just staying consistent, trying to move forward to the next stage of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, as we were saying before, top 3 will head over towards the Grand Finals. No problem, no shout indeed. So they're just straight into it. From 4th down to 11th, we will see 8 of those teams head over towards the survival stage, in which case it's very spooky. We'll have 24 teams all duking it out for a place over towards those Grand Finals. And unfortunately, to 5 of our teams here in Group Red at the end of the 4 days, they will be eliminated and going home. Obviously, someone's got to lose here in PMGC, especially when we've got so many teams from around the globe, and we are cutting down those teams quite quickly.
Checking out the players as they're loading up for another dose of Erangel. I'm sure you're admiring those tattoos. I see you. I don't even need to look at you to know you're thinking, oh, that looks kind of cool.
Yeah, he's got
snake bite on the back of the hand.
Yeah, he's got some cool tattoos. I think a lot of people in PUBG Mobile have some really cool tattoos. Kengso's got some really amazing tattoos.
I think Black actually has some really cool tattoos as well.
I do, yes. Unfortunately for everyone at home, I decided to get my back done first, in which case, you know, I left my arms completely bare in most cases, which is kind of the backwards way of going about it, quite literally on my back. But yeah, I'll have a nice back piece by the time we're done. But we're heading over to Erangel first, in which case we're going to see if we can see the back-to-back coming out from Influence Chemin or not. In this case, we're having a very steady playing path going across the map down towards the Povka. We got to see some of those drop spots which were set up by our beautiful production team, showing exactly where some of these players may be dropping. We did see a slight change in that on the first Erangel, just typically because of our playing path and where some of these teams decided to hop on over towards. This guy is just surfing on air. Happy days.
Playing path on the north side. RA out early. Heading up north. Remember, the first game we had today was that military circle finish. And the playing path was a little bit more south-leaning. So places like Primorsk, a lot more accessible. But this one cuts it right down the middle. And everywhere should be achievable. If you want to go for that military base, it's likely you're going to be dropping out near farm. So maybe see a little bit of a scuffle around vehicles around there, or just to the southwest of Pachinki.
Southwest side. On our circle here, teams will be looking for some of the compounds a little bit less populated by these compounds. This area of the map quite sparse in terms of areas to play, so teams will be most likely sending out a little bit closer to this direction nice and early to ensure they have those positions on the map that they can play in and play from. Team Queso not dropping up towards Severny, instead dropping on top of Box at the moment. Isla trying to run for the hills, get to safety here, keeping a tab on Bensu, but he's already found himself an M4, deadly weapon at the beginning of the game. A beautiful one to start out with. Reyes, double shotty in hand. We know how good this guy can be. He's been a little bit of the foundation for the team at the moment. And again, more hot drops coming through. School as well as apartments, harassed by Mad Bulls.
No one going down just yet. No one taking that knock, but trapped on the upper floor is not where you want to be against the Mad Bulls. Does have some oversight. Slows things down with a smoke. Potential for some regrouping coming through. The Mad Bulls playing 2 down. And, of course, they've got those 2 across the way. But Puri can start to control those sight lines with the outside shots as well. It's going to be difficult to make this push. It's not trivial, but if they want to go for the commit, they can make it.
I mean, this is the first time we'll see Mad Bulls in an early game engagement. Bensu, UMP, and M4. Dangerous to tango with this guy upstairs. A dance to the death, realistically.
Back and forth. UMP, first strike. 1, but it's turned around from the DP. The screen is going to get tapped. Box with the early lead into this engagement by Ayala has the double barrel up the staircase. Can Box keep this one alive? Can they keep it going in the compound?
Frustratingly, Box is able to find all the weapons throughout these compounds, all situated in one singular area. So Team Queso are now looking to find somewhat of a handhold on this fight, but at the moment they're just consistently slipping down again. Early engagement from Mad Bulls, not something we've seen too much of. Voki on the outside with the AKM, disgusting at close range, especially in the early game. If you hit those double chest shot into a neck or a head, that is an instant flush there from the knock.
Oh, Ayala doing a lot of work there onto 2 of the players from Box, leaving 2 of them up and standing. Traded off Bensu, jousting around the side, needs to go for a reload, is forced to do so. So is his opponent, and in comes the DBS. That is going to be really, really useful in these close-range engagements. Team Queso trying to hold it on against Box right now. At the top, tries to peek out, but is sent back by Trismate, but it is traded off. Papi Potro, last standing. Trismate, last for Box. No one pushing into this just yet, but the res is coming through on both sides. You can see in the picture-in-picture as well, the engagement between 4 rivals and Mad Bulls. Kind of in a stalemate. Papi Potro with that nade. Only time for 1 res, and both of them are going to look to push on in blank for Box. The ground floor now taken control of. Scry wants that heal, will be able to find it. Reyes, low, doesn't look like they have the healing to boot.
Yeah, it was worth it to get that DBS back in action for Reyes, but without any medical supplies, that nade had to be perfect through the window. And instead, it just is a glancing blow. Luckily, he's got 2 more to play around with. Drops out the window. That's very dangerous. Drops back towards him. This is a confusion play right now. Both teams dazzled by the plays that are currently coming through.
Oh, lovely little knock around the side. That came through from Reyes. I think he hopped out on the balcony, spotted him through the window, and chunked the shot with the DBS. Really, really nice attention-drawing play from Papi Potro. Not really worried about the top rope, and there it came. 2 players on the inside. Nade being pulled. Pin is out for Papi Potro. He's putting it back in. Pulls it again. Trisme baited in for that engagement as Papi Potro finally puts that nade, leashes it. Flies it on through. A little angle found, but it's answered beautifully. Perfect shots coming through from Bensu to keep box up at 2. Reyes with the DBS wants to stop this res onto Scry. Will be able to open up towards the window, but he's on a sliver of HP now, and it's all to come crumbling down. 2 players alive for box. This engagement has been brutal for both of these sides. Papi Potro still alive. Trisme up top. Reyes looking for that heal, but spotted. Reposition. Stays alive for now. Bensu wants to spray and will be able to put the final nail in. Papi Potro falls. Team Queso out, but box lose 2.
Horrible position there set up for Box Gaming inside the building, but both nades failing to get through that window. What a terrible time that was for Team K. So Reyes also suffers an unfortunate approach onto that engagement, takes the shot through the window, and it is on target, except most of the bullets find themselves slamming into the back of the knocked player from Box, finding the flush, but not finding the player that was up in action. So a real unfortunate turn of events there for Team K. So again, quite the flustered engagement, I would say. Both those teams were not really on the dominant end of either of those teams, so it was a bit of a struggle. They got it done regardless. Skillsers, no meds available, only the shotgun. Voki with a nade, so does Appy. So both these players looking to put a little bit extra damage, and that little bit of damage might be just enough to take down these players from Mad Bulls.
Should know exactly where they're playing from. The shotgun jumping forwards there and finds the shot. Skillsers doing so much work, but that is an excellent off angle to be held for the trade for rivals. Monkey now committing to this res. Zerich in effect, they've been holding back this whole time. They have not moved in.
Yeah. I mean, at this point in time, Skillsers and Monkey are desperately requesting the backup. The res comes through. Appy now looking to send another grenade in. This one might just be long enough, looking to pop it into the back room there. It's a little bit off target, but you could see the thought process, and it was good. Appy's going to move in. Skillsers dodges most of those shots, tries to move outside.
Caught on the cross there. There's shots in through the window that Mad Bulls can take, but the instant drop from Voki is good. It is traded off by effect across the way in a different engagement entirely, but Mad Bulls just lose 2. They didn't want to go for the backup push. They didn't want to try and commit there, and for it, they will lose 2 of their players. Can they play on with 2?
I mean, this is rough now. I think for Mad Bulls, it looked decent, but they had control of the compound. No loot, no nothing inside, and I think that's where you definitely start to run into some issues of your own, which is you move in the building, you get maybe an AKM and a shotgun, not even an auto shotty either, and in that instance, you have a case where both those players now have no meds to play around with, and really you needed those 2 players to be able to delay long enough for those 2 players inside of Skull to be able to find those angles over to 4 rivals and try and open something up. So either way, I think it's a little bit unlucky for Mad Bulls, but at the same time, I think there needed to be a different approach on that engagement.
South shift on the circle will force people to go for a readjustment. Pretty hard there. S2G on the north side of it. 2-2 split right now on the south side of Ruins around some of these compounds southeast of Everest. Fairly solid for them. They are in this next circle. They're moving further south as well. And they should be pretty happy with their current spot to the east side of Gatka.
We have our second circle coming in already. Obviously, this one definitely locks in a lot quicker. Usually it's around about zone 4 where we really get an ideal idea of where, you know, we're going to be ending up. And now we have those fields, a little bit of quarry, but a lot of Pachinki as well. So some compounds to play around with here, but mostly fielded areas. So very open, flat lands ahead of them. There are teams up towards that northeast side in BTR. The 2 remaining players from Mad Bulls currently safe towards Rozhok. 4 rivals might look to pick up those 2 players as they make their escape from that position. Either way, there will be eyes towards Mad Bulls at the moment. And their totals at the moment, not good, 15. I mean, that is just about enough to keep them in for the survival stage, but they dropped down 1 more there. They're in with the likes of Box, LGD, Team Queso, Infinity, as well as R8, who will be leaving the tournament at this stage, which would be a massive shock to a lot of fans at home.
Would not be great for him. Influence Chemin moving on from the north side. For the Brazilian team, they've had a good start out the gates. But there's a couple of options that they've got now on this rotate blank. They can try and play for this edge on the north side and come in late to the central engagement, or they can try and wrest control of some of the compounds that S2G currently hold.
For S2G at the moment, I think this is a good 2-2 split. We've seen a lot of teams take this kind of position before. We've seen some very aggressive splits as well from some of the CIS teams in the past, where they would hold over towards that western side in Gatka, as well as these 2 compounds. So you would have a really big split along that way, trying to hold out teams coming down from maybe the hospital rotate. But this is fine at the moment. It gives them a lot of leeway to support one another as teams try to move their way down. Again, next circle will be hitting us very soon again, so we'll get more opportunity for these teams to make some more rotates in towards a position that is ideal, and we still have Pachinki in this, so it should be a very fun ending for us here, John. And I mean, we had Sosnovka, now we're going to get Pachinki. Either way, this has been a fantastic first day of PMGC.
Yeah, it's been really quite exciting with a lot of really strong players coming through as well to control everything around. Enigma Galaxy currently tournament leaders on 55 points, taking shots over towards R8 central areas though. So no impetus to crash, no impetus to really go for these aggressive situations, just laying claim to the surrounding areas of your compounds.
Yeah, Enigma Galaxy have been fairly lucky so far, I would say, even Hawk dropping down towards their compound on Sami, and now we're getting this shift over towards Pachinki, their original drop spot here on this map too. Even on Miramar, they started off in a really fantastic spot for themselves, and they had to push forward with the circle or the plane path being down towards the south. But again, Enigma Galaxy, this is certainly where, as a team though, you can still praise them. If you are lucky, you make the best out of it, right? They've already found themselves a chicken dinner, a really good performance there on Miramar, and now they can try and get some more points available for themselves here over in Pachinki and extend that lead, which is already quite far ahead of a lot of these teams towards the bottom in 8th to 13th. So 55 points is a very, very good scoreline to hit here on our first day.
Godtani falling for the Infinity. Titan from the south. Spot DRS. Mini 14 gets backed off by the K9. A second one into the backside there for Puncher. Not going to be happy about that. We'll be bleeding out very, very quickly now. And Titan want to keep it up. They're going to have to respond. Found some cover, so it is resable.
Yeah. Asa here. They pick up his teammate, but Rules with the K9 looks to take his head off. And they managed to get themselves into cover from that position, so able to identify where those bullets are coming from is really important in a high pressure scenario. Suki, extremely low, gets out of it though, and R8 is suffering.
Traded, 2 players down for LDG, they need LGD, and they need to try and trade it off. But across the way, there's a third party coming through for the spray on the top. R8 lose 1, but they stay alive. 2 eliminations picked up in their central area on the side of the hill that occupies quite a prominent part of this next zone.
For LGD, they just got themselves caught up in 2 engagements at once, and I think with the way the circles are currently progressing, you can be a lot slower on these initial rotates and kind of edge your way in towards the circle itself. Mad Bull's still going with 2 at the moment, John, over on that northeastern side. And Influence Chemin have managed to get themselves into a very decent spot in towards Pachinki over in Church. Enigma Galaxy leaving that spot early on, actually heading over towards that western side on the compounds there. Yes, they do have sight lines over towards Pochinki. Maybe didn't want to get caught in all the action as a lot of teams are moving their way. So potentially this is more of a survival defensive play coming through from Enigma Galaxy, which I don't mind so much, particularly with how many points they're able to put up. Today is really just about getting those consistent points going, and maybe they can turn up the heat again tomorrow morning.
Titan southeast side will have to move through the Infinity a little bit faster. Influence Chemin, good position on the church. Bigatron on board with them on the northeastern side, near to S2G. Not the easiest of opponents to deal with, especially for a team that hasn't really been, I would say, as loud. But Bigatron, they're keeping up in terms of points. You see, they're 21 to 22 for S2G.
Exactly. I mean, when you look at S2G, you see a highly aggressive team that, you know, you would expect to be towards the top of the tables, in which case you watch their engagement, you're like, wow, they can take it with anyone. But at the same time, they are quite careless sometimes with these engagements. I think for BTR being here with 21 points, 22 for S2G, is a really good performance coming through from them. And again, it's that motivation that maybe LaFlame was talking about, coming back into this one with a bit of a fire in their belly, which was much required for them. So I'd be happy to see this continue.
Spray's not quite landing over onto Trisme. Box going to be looking to try and get back to the force that they can muster on both of their players. Only two of them remaining. Of course, from that early engagement that we were on board with against Team Queso. Tizzy on the outside will be finally found. Tizzy eliminated, 14th place.
Not a good spot to be in. Titans, though, able to get all players back up and running, and we saw them in quite a difficult scenario for themselves versus DRS, but somehow managed to get back on their feet and now moving as a unit up towards the Infinity, who will have to receive this. Newsy still in the vehicle, maybe a little bit late to the party, and Logan trying to support from the back, but it's not enough.
Feeding that information over to the rest of the team. 4 players pushing up eastern side of the hill. They can fall away, they don't have to go aggressive, but Logan might be the sacrifice for it. Went for those sprays, gets the heal off, but not playing in the next circle just yet. Lord spotted, that's a big green gun in the fold. And Orm is in play for Federello. Was that Federello? I think it might have been from Influence Chemin. That's kind of crazy for the position that they're in. We'll be looking out for that a little bit more. Nades over towards Aegon XI8, and it is not going well for them.
Trying to reset this fight, but for I8, I think it's all over for them at the moment. Right information from the knocked players, but just Blade remaining, and I don't think he has much of a position to play from. Prestige looking to finish him off. Trying to go for the res here, but that nade should be on target.
Out the front, and actually, that one's going to land just about missing on the second one. Can you post it through the window? It should be a fairly easy push here. And the nade, yeah, that'll do it. R8, take down I8.
Difficulty aplenty there. In the meantime, Influence Chemin moved over towards to pick up the loot crate, the drop in Pochinki itself, leaving Church alone. Mad Bulls able to slink their way in. Enigma Galaxy taking shots over towards S2G, but it's Federal there with the AWM, sending a big hefty shot S2G's way. And also finding Kengzo.
I mean, it's me. It's pretty big bringing in this Orm. That's probably from that loot crate. A really good move for Influence Chemin, or a good result on their move, should I say. You never know what's in them until you open them. But S2G locked in combat with Enigma Galaxy. Both of them on 3. Players remaining on the western side. The next circle does encompass this compound. As R8 try and push up. Will be having a fairly tough time of it. Box up to 5 eliminations now. With the 4 that they were able to claim early, they are able to tickle another one away. As Titan lose a player.
Goodness me. Federal with the AWM is honestly just taking the shots of his life at the moment. The ghillie suit sniper. And he is pinpoint accurate, hitting the bullseye on a lot of those targets. Influence Chairman are having a huge amount of control over this area just from this singular spot. It is a really good compound to play in. Not opting to play the Harry Potter Tower as well, which R8 have now just occupied, in which case Influence Chairman can maybe move their attention their way.
But just anybody who steps up gets popped with that AWM. It is so hard to deal with. And when you have such good oversight over the open fields of Pochinki, it's going to force a lot of players into the urban environment, and that is going to make it harder for them.
It's much more comfortable high ground as well, I'd say. I mean, you look at Church, there's a lot of areas that teams can make their way into and maybe circumvent some of your outposts. In this position at the moment, really the only big target, the big problem with this one is tossing the grenades from the Harry Potter Tower into the upstairs, right? Where it can roll down the stairs and maybe catch you off guard. You have to be very careful about getting third-partied here. Two teams start looking your way, you best be prepared for a team to actually crash as well and receive that push. So if Influence Chemin, this takes a lot of gumption to play, but I'm sure they can make it happen.
And they've seen the players go into that tower as well, so they should be aware that there is that threat. They'll know that. Most Logan trying to make the approach, actually doing a lot of work over towards Killer, but it's not going to be enough, unfortunately. The Infinity eliminated. Will have found their limit there. Titan on the south side of Pochinki, spread out in a bit of a line, quite a wide split to control the edge of this urban environment, and see if they can guard any teams from getting in.
For DRS, this is really much a stealth play, right, on this edge, making sure there's no teams crossing over that road. It's practically open ground out towards that eastern side, so they should be able to see players moving in. So they can be quite happy that this area has been swept. For Mad Bulls, there's still a long way to... Oh, Federal!
Oh my god.
This guy is just opening holes everywhere at the moment.
Most damage, for sure, is going to be Federal in this game. Doesn't even matter if they win.
He's putting a folder together because he's practically the hole puncher at the moment, which is fantastic. But Mad Bulls, right in the dead center of this next circle. Again, they need to hit like a 5th to 4th place to make this worth it. And with 2 players in this area, which might get a little bit more heavily contested soon, this really does need to be a case of getting the head in the sand and waiting this one out a little bit.
Top 3 teams all still in it. Enigma Galaxy, Titan, Influence Chemin. Still going. 2 players alive for Enigma Galaxy, though. And they will have to leave their current situation against S2G on the west side. Pushing
Buram taking that knock from Influence Chairman was pretty bad for them, honestly, but they're able to regroup, which is great news for them. Enigma Galaxy, on the other hand, not having the best of times as BTR actually opened someone up big here.
This northern side, they've been quiet for quite a while, but now they can start to eke their way in, have a little bit of an impact here. People have moved away from Church. R8 moved down the hill. No one has taken up that position. And Bigatron can kind of just sneak on in there. S2G, who were locked in that fight with Enigma Galaxy, now find themselves staring down the barrels of Bigatron. As Jen Foster wants to put these nades over towards Silas and Cal C, that is right on the money. And that will be the end of them. Bigatron wipe out S2G on the northwestern side. They should be able to claim Church for it.
Yeah, 4 limbs as well. Really good stuff there for BTR on the full squad wipe. I mean, S2G, again, very similar performance coming through from them, which is a case of good early game and then a bit of a slapdash late game where, you know, they get themselves caught out in the open versus a team that was waiting. Currently still in their watchtower, but you can see they're taking a bunch of damage as Influence Chairman finally starts to look their way. BTR takes a knock 2, and now they're just completely going for the full-on push, get these players out of the way so they can start to provide themselves with a little bit more room. Even smokes down on the ground for Law to be able to make this push up is pretty fantastic. They will have to worry though, because BTR has broad angles over towards them.
That's really gonna force Influence Chemin back, tail between legs, but it's a really nice suppression from Grajowski. Little boy might go down for their trouble, but they're able to slow Bigatron and force them into that fight with R8. Now, the good news for Influence Chemin is that they don't need to take that fight because Bigatron are going to take it for them and keep control.
R8, 100%. Although saved by the bell by BTR, they're now locked in this spot, right? You know, and BTR's thrown away the key. It's going to be quite difficult for them to get out of this safe. Has been spun by the BTR squad. Mad Bull's able to put a little bit of damage actually over towards Influence Chemin, and I think they absolutely needed to do that considering how much control they've exerted on this game. Mad Bull's causing problems on this side technically means they're safer in their position over towards the center.
Bandar down. SK-Ton still standing for R8. Nades coming in towards 4 rivals. They're weathering it for now. 2 eliminations. Teams are starting to get closer and closer and closer together. 3 teams, sorry, on 4 alive. Bigatron, one of them. Look at those nades over towards R8, who are finally down. This is the best performance they've had so far in the games today. This will be where it draws to an end. Federal's feet spotted. The 6 gets blasted as Mad Bulls chime in.
Yeah, honestly, they'd already taken a knock over towards Titans as well. And again, if you'd want 2 players from Mad Bulls up at the end game for a clutch performance as a duo, it would be Effect and Zerich. These 2 guys play off one another beautifully. And Titans currently are the team that is going to cause them the most problems, being the closest on their angles. Effect just trying to send some more grenades through. He doesn't have any left now, though. Just smokes. And that'll be required for the end game to keep the team and the position under the cover of the clouds.
Bigatron really exerting a lot of control here. I mean, you talked about how it's a lot of space for teams to hide underneath that church, but when you get to these late circles, that kind of turns itself around. And there's not a lot of stuff you could do. That nade was beautiful. Coming over onto Buradam from 4 rivals, and in comes the push. The burn-up is there. That's the entire building cleared. There's no way you get those 2 players back up unless you go for a really fancy play. Tiger wants some retribution with the nade in through the window. Can he find it? The nade is in and it's both! Whoa. Oh, there was a coordinated nading right on top of 4 rivals. There was one that went in through the window on the top right as well, and that is absolute decimation. I talk about retribution. There it is, Blank.
I mean, you pull the pin, you click the fingers, and the team is gone. These guys are working with Silly Bang at the moment, apparently, so I'm astonished that happened so quickly, but Buram were caught on the off by one hell of a nade and then sent 2 of their own. BTR take that moment to move down to a compound of themselves, picking up a building, and it is the Mad Bulls, the dead center of the storm at the moment.
But they are weathering it. You said to make it worth it, they had to go for 5th, maybe 4th place. With the 2 players that they had, I mean, they've sent center and they've kept a hold of it. Right now, 6 teams remaining. They're not in the easiest of spots, but they're still fighting. DRS get lined up on.
Yeah, and this is very much what we want to see from Mad Bulls. Is a case of, yes, they had to keep their head in the sand, but at this point in time where teams are starting to get a little bit too close, this is where, you know, that powerhouse behavior coming through from Effect and Zerich comes into play, because even though they are just a duo squad, they're very happy to continue to put the pain in towards a lot of these teams and almost mark their territory this way.
Bigatron might be a little bit of an issue for them, but if Influence Chemin harry them on the way in, it'll slow things down and they can respond effectively. DRS moving in, trying to swing out up towards the little building there. Rules. Not going to go any further for now.
Asa tries to send some nades over that way to Influence Chemin, but the angle is just a little bit too difficult here. 2 players now remaining for Titan. BTR with 4. Looking to set themselves upon first win of the day, but it's Zerich to step up. Finding Luxie. He swings out just a little bit too wide. Now DRS might have a chance here to get a bit of a spray onto them, and it's all falling apart. The sand slipping between the fingers here for BTR. It looks so good.
Knocked on the top of the hill as well. Removes their oversight. Their power of suppression. So they're forced to get that res onto Zuxi. Down low. Influence Chemin taking bombardment. We've seen the nades be effective here.
6 of them as well.
Plenty remaining. Cross. Play for Influence Chemin. This is the final zone, Blank, and it's closing. It's going to force everyone together right into the center. At the moment, Mad Bulls probably one of the closer teams to it, but Influence Chemin getting naded out by Buradam. Skayovsky on the back. Zerich steps up, finds one spray into the smoke. Nades being pulled right now for Delta as he wants to lob it on in and get the answer. But Buradam are looking for suppression there as well. 2 players on the rooftops. This is the Urban Pachinki finish here on the circle. DRS cut down out in the open. Zerich dodges the damage there. The nade not quite on the target. DRS being shot out as well. Mad Bulls playing with 2. They're playing effectively. Blank, they are really forcing everyone to make decisions they don't want to have to make. Influence Chemin against Titans as everybody starts to pop off. Federal in through the window, but 2 of his teammates have fallen. Only Federal remains. Buradam on the top of the roof, still just raining down hell on anyone who peeks their heads out. As Mad Bulls continue to stay alive. We're down to 6 teams. They're still going.
And for Mad Bulls, it's just hit and run tactics at the moment, John. And teams are hemorrhaging players as we go, and Mad Bulls are starting to look like, you know, they can go toe-to-toe for everyone. I think they have maybe the most players over the Buram. Last player from Influence Chemin goes down, and my name drops over the top. There is Insurgent over on that top side, and Mad Bulls might have to deal with this one.
God, that rooftop position was so huge.
This is cool.
Buradam, we're playing on the building. 2 versus 2. Top versus bottom here. The final zone is still closing. Neither team wants to make that step. Neither team wants to make that drop or try and push out. Mad Bulls really don't have the decision though. They can't access Buradam at this stage.
Stimming already. I hope he's got an adrenaline shot there because that's what's required. Buram might even have to make the drop out the top side. They're just going to hold it. Drops out the top. My name goes down. Not any damage found though. And Tiger similarly also struggling. Effect jumps into the building. This is the perfect opportunity for them, but Zerich has to perform.
Oh, he doesn't quite manage to make it. Effect now last standing. Doesn't have full stims there. And they will have to drop down on the out. Oh, he catches one. Effect needs to spray and he drops it. Top rope. It's Mad Bulls to stay alive. From the center of Pachinki into duo. What a way to win it out for Mad Bulls here on Erangel. They absolutely controlled so much of that final zone. Buradam from the rooftops will have to fall. And right into the scopes of Effect.
I mean, Effect at the end there, you can see him usually. This guy has got quite the stony face, but this man is happy towards the end. It's good to see. With the help of his buddy Zerich there in the middle. Real good stuff. I mean, you're happy to see it for them. Effect with the most valuable player, 1,126 damage done. Again, it was those hit and run tactics. They picked a very, very good central position. And this is where these new circle changes are coming into effect. Because, you know, they're not getting forced out. Thumbs up all around. Happy days. Really, really well done to this team. Honestly, I thought things were all over after we saw that tragic event over towards apartments. But you know, these guys don't give up. They really do not give up.
I mean, this is the Effect that you kind of expect to see, right? This guy is definitely one of the MVP candidates from the region. Phenomenal performance here, obviously through in those closing moments, but has been over the course of the last few months a powerhouse for the Mad Bulls, topping the tables here for the squad. It's blowing everyone else out of the water. Obviously, they lost too early, so those numbers are a little bit skewed, but even against Zerich.
I mean, the big thing you've got to look from both these players, though, is the 8 and 4 knockouts from both of them. Yes, they might not have 12 eliminations total between the two guys, half of that, in fact, but that's what was important. They kept slowing teams down. They kept keeping players at bay, and I think that's the main thing. I think Buram took a really cool ending there, and we can't really kind of fought them at all because Buram played a marvelous game. They lost 2 players instantly with a double nade knockout onto Ward's 4 rivals, and they made it very, very far. Unfortunately, Mad Bulls just had the better end of it. They knew exactly what they had to do in those final moments.
I mean, look at that. From 7.5 minutes into the game, they were not playing with a full squad, and they were able to
that looks control.
Weird. It does, doesn't it? But either way, the Mad Bulls were able to exert enough control over the zone to take home the chicken dinner, and with it, a whole heap of points.
I know we've seen Mad Bulls do this before when it came to Western Europe and it came to the regionals, but I did not expect at this stage of an event, Mad Bulls would be able to pull home a chicken dinner with just 2 players left alive. But what a play out of effect. They're able to get the shots on the Tigers. He's fallen from the roof to close it out for him and his team. They don't get the most points overall, but they still get a lot of points on their side that they needed.
You would never see PUBG Mobile games happen and end like this in the past. Because of these circle settings, you can actually go right to the last circle and actually have the circle close up around the teams, which means if you're the team that has the most central position in that circle, you're the one who has to gatekeep all the other teams. You're the one who has to take full control of that position. And Mad Bulls, sure, I think they lost their first player at the 7-minute mark, but as a 2-man, these are 2 players that we know can pop off. They have what it takes to perform on the PMGC stage, and it was close. It was down to the wire, but those extra sprays Effect got at the end just secured the win.
I felt like it was a bit of a mistake on Buriram's side just because they were doing so well up until that point. I mean, around the 12-minute mark, they pushed in, they managed to take control of a compound southwest, I believe, of Pochinki. They held on there for a very long time, around 22 minutes in. They managed to finally get in Pochinki after the zone forced them to, and they just held up again, and they used the roofs to their advantage. And that last second, I'm not sure what happened with the last duo from Buriram, but very well played from Mad Bulls, and happy to see them come out.
Well, let's be fair though to Buriram. Like, they got 2 players naded down by 4 rivals in one of those compounds. They lost those 2 players, and then Tiger and I think my MVP had to actually do like a synchronized nade tactic to knock out 4 rivals from that position. So if we talk about duos going head to head, I mean, we have to give credit to them because they were able to pull that one back where it looked like they were almost certainly going to lose.
Yeah, I don't think they were playing PUBG Mobile right there. I think they were playing parkour more than anything on the rooftops. And no one could reach them from there. It was great execution. And they knew when the circle was centering up, they're like, okay, we're just going to control the western side. If we make sure no teams can really enter from that position, our final team focus shall be Mad Bulls at the very end. So good stuff. But that lead influencer man is closing up. Nigma and Titan are really close.
Yeah, but the Mad Bulls on 9 limbs. Everyone else around them has like 10 or more. I mean, DRS and 4 rivals 10 and 12. But like, I'm not used to seeing Mad Bulls have this low eliminations.
And that's the thing, like, you have, I mean, what we had, I guess, after 3 games was Nigma Galaxy, or after 2 games, Nigma Galaxy in top 2, top 3 without a chicken dinner, but the consistency for them was there. They had the good balance when it comes to getting eliminations and getting placement points. Mad Bulls, we saw what happened to them, for example, in Miramar. They were, and I guess even in the first wrangle, they were just pressured at the very end of the zone, or rather at the very edge of the zone. And they just, nothing that they could do in that situation. So good change of pace for them, but now you need to do even more. You need to get into the top 3, and you need to stay there if you want to get to the grand finals.
Exactly right. It's about top 3 right now, and then obviously avoiding some of these last place spots that, well, the team that you keep talking up here, Sandstorm, is currently sitting in. I'm not gonna say the team name. I think you say it enough
every time.
But I have to keep bringing it up. You know, I have to bash on someone, and I think Max has a little bit of seniority over you because he looks like he's 35. But anyways, moving on from that, I mean, Mad Bull is able to pull things off well. BTR, though, Max, you were saying, the church position they were playing in front was pretty good, but you were expecting them to maybe transition a little bit quicker in towards central Pochinki. And if I'm not mistaken, they got caught off guard by a couple teams because of that.
Yeah, with my 35 years of experience, I would know that the BTR should have been maybe a little bit quicker on the rotation away from Church. But yeah, the thing is, Church is a great position. If you hold on to it and you have the scouting position done, it's great. The issue is when you have to leave Church into Pochinki itself, which is what happened there, because all the teams are going to center up, they're going to be so close to the outside of Church, and that rotation downhill to another building is so hard, especially when you have players of DRS good for off angles, same for, I think, Influence Gemin. It's so rough. And BTR, if they were just a little bit quicker, and Mad Bulls, if BTR were just a little bit quicker, I think this could have been their win, but unfortunately it just let things happen and it just went out of control.
Well, unfortunately, it's not hashtag BTR win yet. However, they still have 2 chances left to go, but for now, we have to head to a short break here. We'll get things ready to go for match 5. All right, well, we are back here. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure, again, you are following all of our social media channels here. You can see with PUBG Mobile Esports, you can follow all the players, you can follow the talent as well if you want to. And if you are BTR fans, remember, you can hit up Maxman30 over on Instagram to send him all your love or hate. Depends on which side of the coin you're currently sitting on. Hey, Max, at least I got a little promotion for you in there.
Thank you. That was not my correct Instagram tag, but I appreciate it. Nice try, though. It's a nice attempt. But yeah, I mean, BTR, they showed that they can make it. Yes, okay. It's MaxmanCast.
MaxmanCast. Maxman30, I think, is your Twitter. So, hey, I'll give you a shout out for both. But also, leave a shout out to Sony Xperia. The Xperia 1 an Xperia stream. We're creating collaboration professional esports player. You can play 90 hertz with the Xperia stream with this total cooling system, and it's multiple ports for some intensive gaming and streaming. Big shout here for them, as well as they are. I mean, all the players participate on those as well, which is actually helping quite a few teams. Influence Shemin, maybe this is like the phone they needed to unlock their potential, because they are doing amazing so far, but still have a lot more work to go. And of course, Sandstorm, you're extremely happy about that.
Yeah, I mean, I've been watching these guys pretty closely when it came to the Americas Championship, seeing how they're playing, how they're approaching their rotations mainly as well. And we've seen them, and we've seen how it's done throughout today's games. And so well with the fact that they've gotten themselves a chicken dinner. They got themselves a couple of top 2, top 3 placements as well. So they're already into the top 3. They're relieving a lot of that pressure, and they're starting to kind of get away with it bit by bit. But with Nigma Galaxy being eliminated, that kind of gave them a little bit of breathing room. Nigma Galaxy didn't really get that close, but I want to see if they're going to be able to bring that as well into day 2, because again, the consistency for every single one of these teams is going to be very important over the 4 days.
Yeah, well, at least your team has shown up. Unfortunately, the one that Max was touting this entire time with LGD has yet to do so. But Max, it's okay. There's still time. There's a lot of time. But you can see our top performers here from this last match, and you can see MineAP, 5 eliminations. Kind of surprised to not see Tiger up there, actually, because I feel like he got a lot of elims, or at least a lot of damage done with those nades on the 4 rivals before.
I feel like he's been playing more of the role of the enabler. Like, he set up the initial situation and MineAP would be there to close off the fight in really efficient way. So it worked as a duo. It seemed like Tiger and MineAP worked really well as a duo, but we'll have to see. And also, if you see an airdrop somewhere, go to it really quickly, because you do not want to give that Orm over to Fitter out. He was way too good with that weapon in that last game, and he was scary. He was getting shot after shot. Fitter has really stepped up this event. It's very scary for the teams around him.
His little toesies did get punished at some point, as we saw. I'm not sure, I don't remember who was actually shooting against him, but he still escaped in the meantime from that anyways. But I mean, obviously, as we push through into our 5th match, we're going to be heading back to Miramar, then Erangel once again today. It comes down to which teams do you have to watch, gentlemen? And why don't you walk me through these, because I'm curious to see what you guys have to say.
We have the same already. That's what I'm saying. And that was not intentional, okay? That was not on purpose. But Nigma Galaxy did really good on the previous Miramar. Titan also did really good on the previous Miramar. Actually got himself the win, right? So, and R8, because I felt like it made a good package. And what's even more insane is that right now, out of the 3 MEA teams in this group, 2 are in top 3. If 2 out of the 3 teams can make it directly to the grand finals, there'll be some great MEA representation in Indonesia. So, yeah.
What I don't get between you two is, and Sandstorm has been doing this the entire time, RA are in 15th place. How can you still back them right now every time? How are they still always a team to watch? Is this because you know the
still the
potential
first
they
day.
have?
Yeah, because of their performance on Miramar specifically, it has been absolutely massive. And that, like, I guess Miramar was the one that actually managed to give them the MENA SA Championship last year. That was the one where they had the most amount of points, and that's what I want to see again from them. But I'm not sure what issue they're running into this time around, but they really need to change it up.
Let's head to our casters then to kick off our 5th match of the day with John and Blink once again.
Hello, we are going into match number 5 today here on Miramar for the PMGC Group Red Blank. We've seen ups and downs, we've seen Bigatron have their chance, but it was a little bit of a prank. Maybe they can win this time.
Maybe. I mean, to be fair, it was better than last time, John, and that's what matters. I think BTR currently, so far, looking much improved from season to season. I think it was a little bit, you know, a non-starter before, but now in this PMGC, it looks like they're really gunning those end games. And it was, like Max said, a struggle to get down from Church, leaving that location after causing such a ruckus from that area. You know, you're certainly going to get shots taken from you. And DRS managed to get themselves kind of slyly on that eastern side. I think that was the big issue for them, and Mad Bulls didn't deal with them till much later. So you do feel bad for a little bit for BTR, but again, those points don't lie right now. I mean, they might not be right at the top, but they're certainly putting up a competitive game.
Yeah, I mean, it is certainly all to the overalls, as you say, are there to be the pudding to prove the mustard. Let's go with the mustard, why not? It's the word that I chose, but yeah, absolutely. Everybody really kind of putting up a fight here, and as we said before, these are the teams that are the best in their respective regions, so you'd expect that.
Yeah, you would, absolutely, and I think that, you know, there is some teaming up maybe more than others. I mean, we'll just take a quick look at the overall rankings at the moment. You know, Influence Chairman able to leapfrog their way up towards that top side, although that last game maybe wasn't, you know, the biggest match from them in terms of the chicken dinner. They still got a fair few elimination points from Federal in particular, with some incredible shots from that sniper. But 61 points, and then underneath them, Nigma Guys at 56, tied currently with Titan Gaming at 56. Underneath them, Buram were able to get up to 42, and now Bigatron in 5th place. A great place to be. And also just underneath them, there's really been a big change up in terms of the leaderboard. Mad Bull's able to get up to 6th place, which is more or less where we expected them to be.
It would be a good result for them to be able to get up there. Play with the rest of them as we head over into Miramar for our second dose of desert today. Match number 5 about to kick off. Planes into the sky from west to east, heading down a little bit south leaning, but should be cutting fairly central across the majority of the map. So for Miramar, as far as this goes, fairly kind.
Yeah, this is a much easier playing path for a lot of these teams to work with, especially if you want to head up towards La Cabrera early on, means you get those vehicles up towards Trailer Park, even head all the way over towards Torre Armada through this northern side of the map, as opposed to waiting until you get over towards Graveyard / Minas Generalis. So yeah, much easier playing path to work with here towards the end of the day. We only have one more match to go after this one. It will be back over to Erangel, so keeping our classics on the cards here, John, which is nice to see. Out of the plane, most teams have dropped out so far. Mad Bulls heading up towards Crater Fields, which is much more typical for that team anyway, alongside with S2G. Last game on Miramar, they were dropping down towards Los Leones, holding that alongside the guys from I8. Wasn't ideal for them, didn't get themselves the biggest game out of it, but we might see a little bit more success for them now that they've got some momentum rolling.
Momentum can be crucial at a time like this. A hard southeast circle shift flank. This is not ideal for quite a few of these teams. Cuts out a lot of playable ground in the first circle.
Yeah, I mean, that's a Shrek circle if I ever saw one, because it's pretty ugly, to say the least. I mean, you're over on this eastern side of the map.
Whoa, don't be doing my boy Shrek like that.
Look, man, he knows it himself. You know, you just got to find someone that loves him equally as
beauty
ugly
is what's
as
in
him.
this, what's in on the inside, and what's on the inside of the circle right now is Impala. So
and layers.
Those teams are feeling pretty happy. That's right, layers of Impala.
Layers of Impala, that's right. But yeah, we do have a very heavy eastern shift on this circle with a ton of water at play as well. So with this circle, will be slowly moving more and more central. You are going to have a case where this is more than likely going to have water in it for quite some time. So teams like Buradam, United Esports, as well as you guys from Team K. So you're going to be fairly happy with this one, as they're already set up in the position where they're more than likely going to finish out this map. There is a lot of high ground in this area to play around with, specifically up towards Impala as well, if you're heading over towards that eastern coastal side. And being here early on gives you a lot of that potential. We saw a very similar circle to like this over in the Americas Championships, in which case Influence Chemin came down from El Azahar and kind of stayed out of the fight for a long, long while, all the way on that eastern coastal side, and then ended up taking the victory on that very final game for themselves from very, very late entry towards the circle. And this is just a case of playing the time right, being patient, and waiting for that opportune moment, essentially.
Titan over in Valle de Mar, really uncontested. Closest team, MTech Storm in Chumacera. So that south coast rotate potentially quite open for them to make. No scraps going on just now. across the rest of the map either. 4 rivals potentially even heading out further north away from the circle towards Cruz de Valle, as MTech Storm looting up in Churrasera on the south side.
Yeah, it's a real nice spread of teams at the moment. We're not having those early engagements as we saw in that last Miramar. And this is also a case of what you would expect to happen on the second Miramar of the day. Is a lot of these teams getting a feel for one another, where their rotations were coming through, especially at this global standard where you would expect teams to have a rough idea, at least of the teams that would be surrounding them, how they'd like to play that match out. For some of these teams, on the other hand, they don't have that same luxury, though, especially with, you know, some of those drop spots that they are likely to take. I mean, I'll just take the obvious one off the bat, which is Mad Bulls up towards La Cobraria. This is not a position that they were able to play last time around, so weren't able to get the lay of the land in terms of rotations around them. So again, this is more than likely going to be a bit of a quiet start for Mad Bulls. But again, a lot of these teams will be just slowly making their way up towards the circle, knowing that with how hard of a shift it is down towards the southeast, they have a rough idea where this is going to end up.
Should be fairly slow going for the time being right now, Blank. I imagine probably going to be waiting a couple minutes before we see those first engagements start to pop off. Influence Chairman regaining their position at the top after that last game. Enigma Galaxy falling just a little bit, but there was a clear top 3 at the start of the previous game. Now that has been a little bit assuaged, with Buriram following up to 42, Bigatron on 40, Mad Bulls even on 36. They're sort of challenging, but still there is definitely that clear divide between Titan, Enigma Galaxy, Influence Chemin, and the rest.
Yeah, it felt a little bit weird towards the start of the day with, you know, having so many points invested at the top of the leaderboard and then it getting a little bit weird down towards the bottom. But you are right. We are having that divide now, but the divide is coming through a lot more evenly, right? You know, if you look at the numbers at the moment, we are having that steady ladder as we head up the rankings. BTR, though, spot out S2G. Misery starts to fight out, but Silas doesn't take too much damage and not enough damage either. Misery might just be able to find some cheeky shots, though, and there's one of them. And the second!
Lines them up, knocks them down, bowls them for spare. Hamzy. Potentially next up, Silas is there as well. In comes the backup. Misery will get naded, but in comes the cavalry. Jim Foster slowest, but Luxy and Zuxy, the twins. It's been terrible twosome. Going to be halved there with another nade from Hamzy, as S2G holding out their position very, very well after a poor start, but they're turning it around. Jem Foster on that flank, moving in with Zuxy now, needs to operate effectively. Kelsey will be flushed. Hamzy and Silas still penned on in. Bigatron playing as 2 with 4 in the pocket. Hamzy and Silas looking for some heals, but it doesn't look like they have too much to be playing with. Silas low, not healing up. Hamzy popped a bandage, what looked like there. The nade falls out around the side. A flush over onto Ray Z. The blank wall, not giving any windows, no angles. And Bigatron are going to fall back to try and go for the res. Caught on the cross. Hamzy spotted, but makes it.
Yeah, I think it's DRS taking shots from behind. I think this is a smart decision from BTR. They understand that maybe they were to pick up some of these knocks that are on the floor. Misery is slowly starting to bleed out. S2G don't really give them much time, though, and immediately move up. So, you know, they're not done with this engagement as of yet.
Luxy crawling to safety, Misery res there. They're playing for safety. Luxy not there. Zuxy down. You need to respond now if you want to keep your teammates alive. They will lose one, but S2G fall. Bigatron staying alive. Zuxy trapped out in the open, actually getting flushed on out as well, as Agon I8 will be able to plink away a couple of shots, bring Bigatron down to 2.
Yeah, that's a really unfortunate engagement with DRS as well as I8 having all eyes onto this engagement. Moving to the other side of the compound to try and pick up some safety from anywhere, really. Understand that DRS were taking shots at them from that northern side, but then they have to worry about the south. So I think for BTR, this is just unfortunate overall. Good engagement to start off with. Misery obviously pulling something magical out the bag there.
Nade over the top. Over towards Misery's downed form. Jim Foster trying to play off against 4. A tall order to be sure. Not sure he's up to it, but spray for 1, spray for 2. Jim Foster starts off well, but goes for the points and the flushes instead of trying to find that third. I feel like he had a good shot on that third as well. Gets a little bit too big for the boots. Gets bonked.
Yeah, honestly, I felt like the third was very much available. I don't think he even gets greedy there. I think he's like, right, I need to just go for the place for the point here, get the elimination on board. But that is the quote-unquote correct play. But I think with the way that he'd handled a lot of that engagement, a lot of those fights, maybe he could have just gone, complete sicko mode and gone for the 1v4, which it really did feel like it could happen. Next circle, very, very big shrink on the circle here over towards the side. Very much an Impala finish now. Enigma Galaxy lost a player to Mad Balls as they're rotating down from water treatment.
Wow, wow, wow. The circles giving us an exciting day today. About 40% water in this next one. As things start to slow down. After that brief engagement, that brief pop-off, Mad Balls maybe still in some trouble, but the Infinity, they've moved just a little bit closer on and maybe going to be running into the back of MTech Storm. If they go too much further, but they should be able to scout that. They're nice and spaced. They have got that split, but looks like they're going to sail underneath the view of MTech Storm there.
Yeah, I mean, the Infinity is a massive oddball in this lobby at the moment. First place in Fall, Thai League. Obviously, they'd also took the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash, take first place there, and also the first place in the Southeast Asia Championship. The fact that they're currently on 12 points and already have lost a player is such a weird turn of events, in my opinion.
Yeah, for first day, this is not the performance you expect from a region champion. You want more from them because this is just one slice of the lobby, and it's not even the big group, right? So if they're not able to stand up here, do they have a shot against other teams? Of course, it is only day one, but this is, as you say, not looking hopeful.
I mean, they're already at risk of just being dropped from PMGC entirely. They're in that bottom 5 at the moment and haven't been able to put up too many points. And you look at that, though, it's 13, 12, 12, 12. LGD, Team Queso, the Infinity, RA, all struggling massively. Able to pick up a few eliminations here and there, but that's really about it, where, a lot of the story is being told at the top of the table at the moment.
That top 3 defined for now, with a 16-point buffer between Enigma Galaxy and Bigatron, which won't move too much further unless Buriram... Actually, hang on a minute. Buriram will be above. No, they won't. Hang on a minute, because the elims get added on. Okay, I'm getting confused here. But Buriram down in 5th with 42, sat about 12 points behind, or 14 points behind that third place. This early on, that's quite a large buffer. That's basically a full game's worth of play.
Yeah, they're happy at the moment, but Mad Balls have made their way in on the top of Minas Generalis, playing very much edge play style. Didn't want to get too far into it. Again, I think that for Enigma Galaxy, they went for the safe play.
Goodness me. I was seeing a Goomba Stomp in action going on there. LGD will be able to roll over the top of the hill, find Buriram. Certainly one of the players. Kengzo goes down, 3 alive now for their strikeout to break that top 3 barrier.
Anyways, like I was saying, Enigma Galaxy went for the safe play up towards that northeast side to move down through the rows towards Influence Cherin, LGD, but it gives you a lot more time to stay out of the action. Mad Balls instead taking the approach of a very open ground, and again, already taking a knock there from R8, just, it shows how exposed that position, that ingress is. So they will group restabilize and try and make something out of this engagement, but losing another there, goodness me.
Pressure from 4 rivals. You've got Aegon I8 as well, right around the corner. Nade in. Volky backed off. Low. Scribe rezzed right now, getting rezzed. They don't want to go for this push. For last player, you don't want to be running into 3 or even 2. Those sight lines with Trisme out the hill as well. You've got to be very, very worried now, especially when the door next to you gets blown off its hinges. And the nade blows you up as well. Will fall down. 14th place for 4 rivals. They had a good start, but it feels like they're trailing a little bit.
Yeah, it's slowly falling off. All right, Bandar does go down. Now Prestige all on his lonesome. Zerich looking to battle off against this. Only 2 players up and standing, looking to bring Skills back into the fold as R8 has moved back together as a unit, started this engagement as just 2 players as Mad Balls moved in, but a very nice nade to open this one up meant that Mad Balls went down to just the 3. This could be a good nade from Monkey. He's insane when it comes to nades.
Perfectly placed there, right over the wall. Bandar res down again. 7 Prestige. SK turn up the top as well for R8. They're playing as this 3-man unit lining up on the wall for Monkey to try and get that spray angle. SK not moving around to try and suppress it as well. Allows Zerich to fall out the door. Will be able to find that forward knock. 2 players down now for R8, but 2 down for Mad Balls in response. SK now into the fight, but super low. 2 players for Mad Balls down, leaving Monkey alone. Doesn't have any nades to lob on through because that could have been devastating. Looking for the reses instead. Nades now coming out from SK Turn around the side of the building. Puts it down the wall line, and that's pretty good, but it's behind the pillar. Only finds 1, but that res is going to be really risky. I don't think you're going to want to go for it. SK Turn with another nade on the inside. Finds the second flush, and that's the 3rd. Coming in for Prestige to find Monkey.
Yeah, they started this fight out with a grenade to take down effect, and they finished this fight out with some excellent place ones as well. I mean, that fight looked like it could have gone very topsy-turvy, and Zerich maybe overplayed his hand there, moving out and trying to take the player that was behind the boxes, behind the crates. So Mad Balls suffer because they don't take that safe play up towards that north edge. In the meantime, Nigma Galaxy, who passed by them, lost 1 player to them early, have made their way in towards Impala. Now R8 can start to make their stint down this way as well. We won't be having island finish, unfortunately, but we do have these tall mountains that are still in play. Buriram holding on to a little bit of it, but LGD do still have masses of high ground to play around with.
A lot of space as it zones onto them as well. So it's LGD's chance to launch themselves from the bottom of the tables as well. Get into a more comfortable position towards the end of the day.
Yeah, only 3 players though. It's not a lot to play off the sidelines of one another, and if one of you goes down on that top side, it's even less likely you're going to get a res available. So they will have to play their cards tight to the chest here at the end of the game. The Infinity already out. 12 points once again. Still sat at the bottom, not able to pick up a single point on this game. It really is a very much wild card for me.
Bandar hiding behind the crate. A shot backs him off, but has got a vehicle, getting shot out in the meantime. Smoke is there. I think he's thinking about getting in. Takes a bullet for it. Repositions, tries to hide the wheels, but don't think you're getting away from here without... Has 5 of them. And fully level 3, so potentially looking to razz it on up. No, the buggy comes in for the rescue. They get in, and they're going to bug straight out.
Max over here, taking shots from Buriram. This is what the high ground affords you. Gives you a lot of positions to be able to just take shots down towards any players that are out in the open. And look how much ground this one singular spot covers. There is potential to take shots back up towards him. Very hard to shimmy back out of the way, but that's why you angle yourself like this, so you can just turn, turret. It gives you a lot of cover. So well played there to Buriram to set all this up. Give them a lot of position to play in. Again, this is very influenced Chemin-like, though. You can't see them right now, but you might just be able to catch a quick glimpse of them up on the top right of your screen. They are the pinky purple team, I guess. Pinky
Magenta,
red, pinky
mauve.
red. Let's say pink. Yeah, let's say magenta.
I don't
Yeah,
even know.
the
I don't think it's magenta. I have no idea.
Maybe not. Anyway. You know what I'm saying? They're very top right team. But this is very influenced Chemin of them because they will play on this edge of the map for a very long time and just remain safe. And as for, especially with the amount of players that can be breaking against one another on this map and the amount of times, 2 boxing rings will be set up and they'll go at it. Influence Chemin just looking to keep 4 members alive as long as possible and then pick up the pieces at the end of the game.
Next circle will be dictating a lot of the pace of the next. And it zones again onto the hill. LGD with that big chance. Buriram as well. With the high ground suppression onto all of these teams in Impala. Luckily, they don't have to leave it just yet. So they have a little bit more time to play around with. Influence Chemin sitting pretty.
And unlike a lot of our other circles, at this point in time, with these next few circles centering up more and more with a lot more space within them, it is very unlikely that Buram or LGD will have to leave this position too early. So getting up here nice, very, very quickly at the beginning of the game gives them a huge amount of control going forward. I think both teams will be very sad that they lost a player at the start and down to 3 each, because this could have been a much more dominant game if they're able to hold on to 4.
It is unfortunate, but sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles. Buram on the western side of it also going to be able to hold out. Similar situation for them, 3 players. Titan, southwest, making their push in straight past Team Queso. Reyes will find the knock, and the spray down will be coming in from Papi Patro. Spray over towards Puncher, but he's back over that ridge line. They turn around on the rotate. And Titan stay up with 2, losing a player earlier as well. Leaves them at 2 alive.
Yeah, Titan's still been quite strong, but losing a little bit of their oomph here towards the end of the day. I can't say they haven't still played very well, though. And I mean, at this point in the stage of tournaments at this end of the year where you're having so many fantastic teams joining you, it is unlikely you can be dominant every single match. So you just pick up the points where you can. Influence Chevron, on the other hand, have a very, very good consistent streak here today at 61 points with 4 players alive as well. One of the only teams with 4 players alive in the top bracket of contenders. Buram 42 points with 3. Nick McGallis with 56 with only 2 players. And Titans obviously tied with 56 down to 2 players. So right now, Influence Chemina themselves up to kind of get themselves apart from that pack and start being the leader, the sprinters.
Well, I mean, when you add on the eliminations, though, that Titan have got this game, it's 61 to 60 right now in that second place. So it is really quite. Still, as you say, there is a leader, but it is very much all to play for, and it's still early days on the week.
Absolutely. I mean, getting ahead now, though, with the 4 players and getting a few eliminations towards the end, which they're more than likely going to pick up, Influence Champion could really set themselves apart from these front runners, is what I was trying to say, by the end of today, which would be really nice coming into tomorrow, where you're not really battling for your life every single day and the pressure's not always 100% on. I8, though, lose 1 player to R8. Across the road here. Difficult crossing, honestly. It's kind of this relies a lot on the circle to come your way for R8. But getting first knock and a lot of damage onto one of those players before he got raised does give them time to maybe think about what kind of decisions they have to make next.
Next circle will be coming in soon, and as you said, that shift is going to force R8 to make difficult decisions, make a difficult rotate. Again, it goes on to these central hills, though. Influence Chemin will have to regroup a little bit. They'll have to figure out how they want to play on that eastern side, but they're protected from the most part from pretty much everything going on.
This is the good thing about getting into Impala is that, these teams that are holding in the mountainside, they don't have X-ray vision, so they can't shoot through into the buildings itself. So R8 just has to make this push here, understanding that these teams up on high will be causing them more and more havoc. So they have to just move in and try and make something happen, leapfrog this position here. With IQ going down as well, this is a beautiful start for them.
I mean, Boxer chiming into this fight with shots across the way. That top floor getting cut across. DRS moving into position as well. A little bit further south of this. The nades from R8 starting to pour on through, and it's going quite well on the cross. They've managed to make it. Now they need to move through this urban environment. With DRS on their side swipe, it's going to be pretty tricky, but they can start to exert that pressure. D7 trying to burn through that door. We'll be able to break it open. Ghost wanting to hold it off, but fades away. Turns ethereal. LGD find a beautiful little shot to Prestige to snake it out. DRS against Titan. 1-for-1 on the trade out in the open. Yanti. Will be backed off, Sky only. Not going to get the knocks just yet. Takes a little lick of damage in response as well. Ooh, very, very low. Getting knocked on that ridgeline is super dangerous. It pops your back up just that little bit, and if you're too far forwards, that's an easy flush.
Yeah, with the 3 players they're rocking with, like, it's unlikely that you're gonna see them be able to get a res off if one of the players on the off angle, specifically my name, goes down. That's it essentially. Box taking a fair few players from R8, SK on 4 into LGD, so they have a lot of eyes on them currently, Jump.
Oh, luckily able to land that final shot, which should allow the res for Tiger. For Buriram to keep 3 of them alive. DRS, though, can use that opportunity to move through or skate underneath and around. These hills proving to be brutal. Pop about to come through for the circle.
You see it? Still just watching out. I mean, when we get to that final circle, though, if you're on the top of this mountain and someone can get underneath, then you do have a problematic turn of events where you will have to come down, and dropping off that mountain without a vehicle is very difficult. And I'm not sure if LGD or Buriram have set up that beforehand. Box still trying to eliminate as many sightlines as possible from LGD. CCC has been an absolute powerhouse on this top side with some very nutty shots.
Circle did come through very, very central. And again, it's right on towards Buriram. It's right on towards LGD on their side of the mountain. An Influence Gem, they've just been chilling on the east side, but now they're going to have to make that decision. Do they push in and try and take LGD's position, or do they try and hide that out yet again?
Titan taking the shack. Team Case are unable to get close with oversight coming through from Buriram at the moment. A little bit rough. Now Influence Chairman looking to start making their way into the circle, moving up towards where LGD are playing. Because they have to watch both angles from Box as well as Influence Chairman, their attention is slightly split. When the 3 players are able to hold as a 2-2 with a refrag potential on either side.
Looks like LGD are taking shots from Box, and Influence Chairman have tried to move up to it. Look at that high ground aggression. Box cannot see Influence Chairman, and LGD could be caught in that pincer there. Buriram holding off the players trying to move in from the southeast side. Team Queso, LGD take a knock, actually coming in from Team Queso, who are on the backside of that hill. They are battling off against everybody. Buriram taking shots over towards Influence Chairman. There's about 4 people involved in this fight, Blank.
Yeah, for Buriram at the moment, it's very difficult for these guys to peek out for even a second. Sky's going to look to pick up Teak, who's inside the shack, and Influence Chairman have played this pretty marvelously, getting around a lot of these sight lines by just edging their way up towards rock faces. DRS looking over towards MTech Storm at the moment. 2 players in there, but it's Buriram again. Tiger has eyes on. Very difficult to play with this one with 2 teams up on the top of this mountain. Just playing hand in hand, essentially.
Nade. Oh, it's just a little bit too short there. Doesn't quite get what you're looking for off the target there, but there's a re-knock and Delta's out in the blue. Willful DRS, very, very low. You can pick up that flush. That's very, very nice. Add that point to the tally for Buriram. 4 eliminations now on the game. As things start to close themselves down, and only Buriram in the dead center. Look at that. Playing ring around my name.
Box edging their way up with the vehicles, but now taking huge damage there from LGD. Not allowing to get any further into this one. Overhand toss with a grenade. 5 there for them. LGD were certainly thinking ahead here. Knew they would have to hold on to nades for when these players started to get too close, and they'd have to go for the full squad wipe. So a well-placed nade from YZZ could be the end of Box Gaming.
Oh. Wasn't quite long enough there. Unfortunately bounced, but if Box pushed too far, that might bobble in. 1 knock is good. Looks for a second as well over the ridgeline. Takes a little bit of damage. Half HP, has first aid. Will be looking to pop 1. 1 HE left in the pocket. 3 on the back for Suki as well. Scry rolls up with the party bus, keeping Box with some cover on their side as well. That's going to allow Trismay to get back up as Scry can cower behind it as the nades continue to roll through. Bensu allowed to cross because the nade was in hand. Knocked, but makes it. Stays alive, and Box can keep themselves up at 4. There's threats from the other side, though, as Influence Chemin are there. So are Buriram, as YZ steps up for the spray over towards Tiger. Gets a lot of damage, but forced to back off and go for the reload. More worried about Box. Doesn't have any more more nades left in the back pocket. Spots Trisme, spots Bensu. Bensu the one to go down, and Box at 3 active.
And they lock them against the cliff face here, so there's no way that they can start to challenge out against LGD. And Burham at the moment, Tiger was so unsure where he was getting shot from, so LGD really haven't shown their hands on this side of the map for a long, long while. I think that's nades coming from Influence Chemin at the moment. Scry trying to keep Enigma Galaxy at bay. It will be slightly difficult, but finds at least one.
Lord down and flushed. Drop shot for a second, not good. Scry will fall, and now Freak standing tall for Enigma Galaxy. LGD from the top will be looking down on this fight. Box only have one player left. It's Break playing on the outside, not under the sight lines of LGD right now. Tiger, challenge out yet again, getting sprayed and peppered and forced back off the angle once more. Influence Chemin struggling on that eastern side in the meantime, as LGD drop down to try and play together. It's my name to close out Team Queso.
Yeah, 2 knocks on Influence Chemin at the moment. And they thought this game would not be lasting this long or be able to allow LGD so much control this entire time. Trying to get players back up on their feet, but it is unlikely. MTech Tarman will go down as well. And currently LGD on a bit of a streak here.
This is the final zone closing. Blank, we've got 7 teams. This is crazy. The amount of cover that this mountain has been affording is incredible. Buradam, LGD reaping those rewards. Buradam really with the dominant position though. It's all about being central for this next one. It looks like LGD took that initiative.
I mean, this is going to be going all the way to the limit here, John. Trisme spotted. Last player from Box down to 6 teams. Only 10 players. 5 teams now. 2 per team.
Shots
Crazy
over towards
stuff.
Freak. Will take down another. 4 teams remain now. They're falling fast. It is the final zone after all. Influence Chemin step up, rebuffed immediately. YZ with the close range engagement goes well. Kayovsky falls. The second to go for Influence Chemin, and only 1 player now remains for them. Around the ground will fall as well. LGD, Buradam, they stayed at the top, and Buradam are getting forced out, playing into the blue. Tiger is there, the last. Suki drops out. Tiger maybe looks for a challenge, but it is LGD to take home that chicken dinner. A much needed reprieve from the bottom of the tables. It's the chicken dinner for LGD.
Honestly, a really difficult game there for LGD, and managing to make that one happen is quite astonishingly impressive, because they had to hold out as just 3 players. Not only Box, they were holding at R8 and I8, and then also keeping Influence Chemin at bay, who always had their eyes on dismounting the guys from LGD throughout that entire game. And, you know, Max definitely said that. I'm not going to joke around now because it is quite serious, but Max was always saying, you know, when they're on Miramar, they do have a really, really good set of moves around them. And I think when it comes to that long-range engagements, they are quite strong when it comes to it. So, you know, Max was definitely on the money there. But again, you're right, John. This was a much-needed game for LGD.
To give them some chance at staying in that middle pack and even top if they're able to put up more performances like it as well in future Miramars, in every other map as well. Refresh, reset, go for the next game and try and put that power on in. What a way to close out the first day there. Really solid.
I mean, YZZ, honestly, a very, very strong game from him. Didn't have a lot of eliminations, but 8 knockouts, 900 damage done, constantly harassing the guys from R8, constantly keeping the guys from Box Gaming at bay, because it was difficult. I mean, CC and Suki were both dealing with the Influence Chemin threat on the backside, and it was all down to YZZ to keep everyone in front of them at bay, keep them back against the wall. So honestly, a very, very good job from him. And I think when it came down to it, was he had to request support with Box, but also when it was absolutely necessary, and allowed those 2 players to keep Influence Chemin down the mountain as long as possible, which 100% led to their win there.
Look at that. Buradam, no smokes used in that game. Like, that's kind of crazy. They lost a player early, obviously, that 11-minute 40 mark, but no smokes. They just used the cover of the ground.
Oh, you don't need smokes when you're on top of the building. You're not really smoking anything up. You're up with the clouds anyway. Don't even worry about it.
Exactly. You have all the cover you could ask for. LG take home the chicken dinner.
Well, I have to ask, Max, man. Not even ask. I'm going to put you on the spot. The one time you don't put LGD as a team to watch is the time they win. Is that RRQ Athena Maxman curse back for LGD?
I'm going to spoil it right now. My prediction for the next game, my team to watch, is LGD. So if they don't win it, it is confirmed. But LGD still getting himself a win. Not going to jump too much on the curse there, but it was not an easy game, right? Sandstorm, we were talking back and forth about this circle on the side of Impala. You very rarely see this circles. And yet LGD, the way they were just keeping teams away as much as they could with only 2 to 3 players, by the way. They were getting pushed by Box, getting pushed by Influence. So many teams are trying to get that spot, and yet they hold down the fort as a 3-man crew. The team can do great. One thing they can do even better is not lose a player early game. If they do that, they're looking great.
Yeah,
They're no
they definitely
Matt
use their
right?
position.
Exactly. It's too early.
Pretty much.
Go ahead, Sandstorm.
No, I was just saying that it was a very good use of their position, and the same thing could be said for Buriram Esports as well. They had perfect use of the high ground. They managed to try and pressure a lot of the teams that were coming in as well. You had Enigma Galaxy as well, very close to the area as well, very close to the mountain. They kind of used teams above them for extra cover. So they managed to get themselves another high position, which is very good. But LGD again, Max, don't pick him, please. Just give him a break. Give him a break for the last game. It's the last game. It's the last game. Just give him a shot.
No.
Max woke up and shows a little bit of violence today. He knows what teams he wants to really win. Let's take a look at overall rankings. I'll get an idea where teams do stand. We had Enigma Galaxy in first place going into this match. Will they maintain it? We're going to find out here. They won't. Influence Chemin actually going to be in first. Actually, I might have been wrong. It might have been Influence actually first before that. Enigma second. But the fact is, these two teams, if you asked me at the start of the day, would they be number 1, number 2? I would have said, hell no. No chance. They would be first and second place with how the performances might have been going into this, but also the caliber of teams that we have currently participating. But Buriram United Esports, nice to see them in third place, actually. I mean, they had a fantastic finish before. They had a good placing here as well, as we just got to see. They are proven to be a pretty damn strong team from Thailand.
Yeah, I mean, we saw in the previous Erangel game, we saw My Name P and also Tiger doing great with the rooftop plays, etc. They've been doing fantastic, but... Look how the turntables. It's very unfortunate, though. I expected them to be top 3. This is not top 3, I believe. I got my glasses on, so yeah, this is not looking good.
They're just giving everyone a chance, right? They're giving everyone like, hey, we'll play the first day really slowly, guys. Day 2, we're going to step up. That's how it goes, Sandstorm, I believe.
Copian.
Yeah, 100%. Listen, day 1, we don't want to talk about it. We just want to get into game 6 and like wrap it up. But day 2, we'll see what happens with our boys.
Yeah, and the thing is, right? Obviously, performing well on one day is good, but you have to know if you're one of the teams in top placings right now, every team's going to be gunning for you. Every team after we're done participating today is going to be going back, watching the VODs. If you have a coach, you have a major advantage, or an analyst. If you don't, you're going to put yourself into a really tough spot. Everyone's going to be watching at the rotations. In day 2, it's basically going to be almost a fresh start yet again. Maybe your drop locations will be secure, but teams are going to be knowing exactly how they want to play against you and rotate around you. And obviously that still is yet to come. In the meantime, before we get into our 6th match of the day, we're going to throw it down to the stage here with an interview with Contra.
And we've already concluded 5 matches for today, and there's 1 more to go. But before we go into our final match, we are now joined by Enigma Galaxy's very own Freak. Welcome on board. And first, for the first 3 games, you guys have been looking phenomenal and are feeling it today. So first, previously, we've talked to a few teams, and coming into the group draw, some teams really wanted to avoid Enigma Galaxy, especially Bigatron Red Alien. So I really want to hear from you. Is there anything you really want to say to all the other teams like BTR that are also in Group Red?
I mean, not really, but I could see why BTR had a big reaction for us being in the same group. Because we had the same drop spot, but they changed. I guess, yeah, that was good for us. The other teams, I don't really have anything. They're all strong teams, and we're just trying to have fun and do good, trying to qualify to Grand Finals.
فاسأله انتم يعني عندكم شيء تريدون تقولوا الفرق الثانيه خصوصا مثل بيجاترون فجاوب فيك قال انه احنا الحمد لله بيجاترون دي يروحون اماكن ثانيه احنا كنا هم ينزلون بنفس الاماكن مثلنا نروح اماكن ثانيه والفرق الثانيه ما عندنا شيء نقول لهم احنا بس هسه نحاول نوصل توب 3 ونروح المركز الثلاثه الفوق ونروح المرحله الثانيه.
All right, that's awesome. And overall, this competition have definitely been really stiff, but you guys have been in the grand finals before, and you guys made it to the top 3 just last year back in the PMGC. So Now that you're in this group, once again, I really want to see like which teams do you feel like will give you guys a little bit of a big challenge, especially from what you saw for today. And also, before we go into our very final race for the top, is there anything you'd like to say to not only your teammates but all the fans there supporting the guys?
I mean, I don't really think there's a specific team that could be a problem for us. It's just maybe the teams that drop around us, maybe not. But yeah, I mean, we're just trying to focus on our game. We studied them very good, but we're mostly trying to focus on our game. And for the fans, I mean, I hope we will be up to your expectations. I mean, I know we didn't do really good lately, but now we're absolutely ready, and we're here for the win, nothing else.
فسألوا انه اكو من اليوم اكو فرق انه انت خايف منهم او فرق انه تحذرين منهم، يقولون لا احنا بس الفرق شوي يعني ما نريد ننافس فيهم يروحون نفس ما كنا نروح لهم، بس احنا مركزين على لعبنا اليوم. واذا عندك شيء تريد تقول المشاهدين، بس احنا ان شاء الله انه يعني نوصل مرحله انتم تريدون نوصل لها، وانا نعرف انه قبل فتره ما كنا بالمستوى اللي نلعب به، بس احنا ان شاء الله نوصل للفاينلز وان شاء الله نربح البطوله كلها.
It's great to hear that you guys are very well prepared to go into grand finals in Jakarta, and there's still many more games to go. So definitely, I would love to wish all the best to you and the rest of your team. And we still got one more game to go, so I hope that you guys stay with us for this one, and we'll be seeing who will get our final chicken dinner for day one of the PMGC League 2022.
Well, great to hear Freaks say they're not worried about any other teams, especially any ones that drop around them. And to be fair, the results have been kind of proving that. They're not really afraid to fight anyone, and they're in second place overall. So if we stopped right now, they would be into the finals, kicking off in January. But gentlemen, we're about to head into our final match, and it will be on Erangel once again. We just saw Mad Bulls previously win this match with just 2 players left alive, though I don't think it's going to be a Mad Bulls win yet again. I don't think we're really going to see any double chicken dinners for any team. I almost want to say on any day, but who knows?
Yeah, I mean, I would have loved to have a double chicken dinner for one of the teams here, but the level of competition is so high now between these teams. I picked them, so we'll see. If they do, it'll be great. Okay, I don't think so though, unfortunately. But they got to stop losing players in the early game. That would be the best way to go. But I wanted to mention actually a few players of Buridan. We saw some good players from Tiger in particular. But man, Sky Only has been great at that long to mid-range kind of fighting. He's been consistently applying pressure at teams in the long range, and I think he's a really good enabler for the team so far, especially in this last game. Sure, they didn't get the win because they couldn't like really get up that hilltop at the end. It was just not possible, but Sky Only really helped them just lock down that position.
Yeah, he really did. And I feel like when we were looking at Buriram Esports, they were kind of focusing mostly on the south side of the mountain. Meanwhile, LGD was focusing on the northern side. So it was kind of split, but I do like the fact that the statistics are still pretty darn close between both these players in terms of damage and in terms of eliminations as well.
I mean, looking across the board, Limbs is equal for all 4 of these players here, but the team contribution percent definitely spiking here for Freak, for Prestige as well at 62%, which is pretty ridiculous. And that kind of worries me would be for RA, because we have been talking about them as, you know, you mentioned quite a few times, Sam, started one of the better teams, but they're able to show that results. Maybe we're seeing a little bit of lacking performances from individual players.
Little bit, and that's the thing that we're seeing from Prestige. He seems to be the one that's kind of picking up the slack a little bit. I'm not sure what's going on with Aida and with Bandar, but these guys, they're usually some of the strongest players in the region locally, but they seem to be struggling on the international stage, maybe because it's the first time that they're competing together. Obviously, it was a different roster that won MENA South Asia tournament last year, so this might be the issue. The synergy might not be there. The international experience together might be the problem, might be the... So we'll see. I want to see what the solution is going to be, I guess, starting day 2, because it's too late to fix day 1.
I mean, we got to see, obviously, them when it came to, was it the After Party Showdown for PMWI Max, but the teams there aren't, I think the competitiveness of the lobby of PMWI After Party Showdown is not equal to the competitive lobby we have right now here in Group Red. I think there's definitely a higher skill level across the board here, so it's, I think, tough to adapt on the fly in a day, but again, like they have tonight, they have tomorrow morning, they have still 3 days of action. It's just whether or not they can adapt themselves and improve on themselves in the next days.
Yeah, unfortunately, they don't really have a choice. They have to adapt because if you have 2 bad days, odds are you're not going to be part of top 3. That's pretty much 100% confirmed. You might not even make it into the survival stage, and you really need to make it right there if you want to potentially have a chance to go into in Indonesia in January for the grand final. So, all right, need to do better. I mean, you mentioned it right there, Sandstorm also, and I think it's a really good point. Ida and Banda have not been present. It's been SKTON and Prestige all day so far in these games, and we need high teams step up if they want to get high in the rankings.
We know what we need to see. Your guys' teams to watch. I'm curious, Max, did you put LGD down yet again? You mentioned, I think, that you did.
I'm sorry. I have to test out. Okay, I'm a man of experimentation. Okay, I have to see if it is true or not. But hey, if they get themselves a back-to-back, I'll be stoked. And also Mad Bulls, because Mad Bulls are pretty good.
At least you haven't picked the same 2 teams almost every game, like a certain other analyst on the desk here.
Am I wrong, though? Am I wrong? The 3 teams that I have picked, they have consistently been showing up. Influence Chemin, constantly getting top 4, top 5 in every single one of those games, and they're still in the top spot. Nigma Galaxy, same thing can be said. They're not doing it to the same extent, but they're still getting a decent amount of points every single one of those games. Unlike someone's team, Mr. I pick LGD, they don't win.
Imagine picking the same teams every single time. I know Jason would never do that. No, and
I was going to back you up, Max. I was going to be on your side here, and now I'm on Sandstorm's side. How dare you, Max, not pick teams that are in the top 3? You should be doing that every time. That's always your teams to watch. But the thing is, we're going into the final matches shortly. We have about 20 seconds till we'll be kicking off the game. And it's going to be tough here because this is like the final note you're going to be leaving day 1 on. You want to get as many points as possible, obviously looking towards that survival stage. Top 3, like you said before, Max, it might be difficult for teams to kind of collapse on that position if they can't have any sort of step up now. But there's every opportunity to do so. So we're going to throw it back to our commentators here to kick off our final match here of day 1 of the PMGC Red Group Stage.
Game left to go, Blank. We are ready for it. We're back over to Erangel to close us out where we started. Another dose of the good old green. We are going to be seeing just who can close out with the strongest performance. We're now seeing a top 4 bracket start to form.
A lot of teams at the top now who are kind of vying for this position, which is great to see. I mean, I'm definitely interested to see if anyone else can start to jump their way back up again. LGD's already had that singular performance, which was so very important to them as well on day 1. You do not want to be left out in the cold towards those bottom 5 teams, especially when all of them were getting so limited amount of points. The Infinity is in a real struggle bus at the moment. They need to really pick some things apart in terms of their gameplay for tomorrow and try and fix some stuff, because they're certainly not a team that should be down here towards those part of the rankings. Like you said, this is not even the difficult group either, right? So yeah, not enjoyable right now for some of these teams, but for the likes of Nigma Galaxy, if it was Chemin, they are looking to themselves towards that top side. It will be just a few more moments towards the games. Don't worry, you know, all the players are seated, comfortable, ready to go. We want this last game the most magical time, but we'll get there eventually, don't you worry.
I'm sure we will. We're just getting it all set up. With only the 1 game left to go, though, it's all about clambering out of those bottom spots, really, for a lot of those teams, right? Bottom 5, not where you want to be. Top 3, very cool. That's going to get you all the way into all the way into those grand finals. I mean, you talked about that earlier, and that top 4 bracket currently looking good to try and take that. Of the 24 matches that we're going to be seeing over the next couple of days for this group, they have only just about broken into that first quarter of them. So being in the top 4 at this stage, it's good, but it's by no means the be-all, end-all.
Yeah, I mean, for Budoram in particular as well, I mean, this is an impressive team on their lonesome. Like a 3rd place on with 64 points. Very, very well done to them with 28 elimination points, which is quite good, which is evened out by their 36th placement points as well. But I think the most interesting thing about this team is just their rise and their performance, right? And so you look at them in the entirety of 2022, right? Like their first tournament, PMPL-wise, Thailand, obviously spring 2022, they got a 14th place in that one. And then they have played a load of third-party tournaments since then, getting third, fourth, and they come into the Southeast Asia Championship of fall after doing a lot of practice. You've got to say this team has been putting in the work behind the scenes. They come out with a second place, which is really good to see. I like personally watching a team that is able to put in the work outside, behind the scenes, to make sure that they're ready for a tournament like this. And here they are, now performing to a very, very high standard.
Good to see that step up, and